How are you feeling? How long have you been here?
3 months, May 17th.
And what brought you?
That's difficult to answer.
Eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital.
That's difficult to answer.
this the end? There's a noise inside my head of crying people facing death. Is this the end? Is this the end? Oh, I'm burning in the stone. There's no place to hide. I'm burning in the stone. What have we done to the world? What have we done to the world? I'm burning in the stone. There's no place to hide. I'm burning in the stone. This is the final sweet dreams are made of these. Who am I to disagree? Travel the world and the seven seas. Everybody's looking for something. Some of them want to use you. Some of them want to get used by you. Some of them want to use you. Some of them want to be out you.
Won't anybody help us? What are we running for? When there's nowhere we can run to anymore. We can't afford to be innocent. Stand up and face the enemy. It's a do or die situation. We will be invincible. And with the power of conviction, there is no sacrifice. It's a do or die situation. We will be invincible.
Who the fuck is Karlyn? She's just some sweet lady. She's like in a knitting. She does like a knitting stream. She's like a knitting YouTuber. She does knitting.
Can we grow up a little bit and
Alt
not
Girl
be
sent $200.
retarded?
Have you
Please.
seen the work of Karlyn Borysenko? Anti-commie cult leader and is obsessed with looking at what actual far-left communists are talking about and organizing today, infiltrating them. They infiltrated the universities, schools, media. She has the receipts to back it up. Primary source evidence. Infestation is dire and she calls Republicans idiots eating slop. Agree.
Thank you for the big super chat. Yeah, oh, I know Karlyn B. She's solid. She's funny. I
The
like
great
her.
noticer sent $200.
I don't. She's anti.
Literally.
So
not
it's,
Ian.
it's not because
Yeah.
I haven't dangled my junk into the combat zone on purpose to get some camera footage, but that's the big part of what's the
Is that
problem.
what you call reporters?
Go
and live
under, if
streaming?
you're going to do it,
Yeah,
go
seriously.
undercover. Otherwise you're wearing a hunk of meat in a lion's den. Nick Shirley, I love you. Take care of yourself, man. Karlyn Borysenko went undercover. Do stuff like that. Like if you want to expose this thing, don't pariah, please.
But Ian, here's and I agree with you to an extent.
All right. Oh, all right. What the fuck is wrong with my microphone? Why is there always something wrong with my microphone? Why do I have this ongoing, perpetual problem of there being something wrong with my microphone at every turn? This is really your guys' fault, honestly. This is your guys' fault. I don't exactly know why it's your fault, but I'm just going to say that I think it's your fault for some reason. I have no idea why. It is so disgustingly hot out here. Is it disgustingly hot where you guys are? Because, like, I am dying. I am actually dying. I actually think it is the heat that has made me sick in this particular circumstance. And it's just like, I don't remember being this miserable in the heat before. Is this like a thing where, like, thinner people are more miserable when it's hot out? Is that what it is? Because, like, I vaguely remember the last time I was this thin. It was back when I was doing marathons and stuff, and I was always fucking miserable during the summer, but I just thought it was because I was running outside. I didn't think it, because I'm not running outside, obviously. I'm barely walking outside. Oh, man. It is killing me. I actually think it is the heat that has made me sick for the past 2 days, and it sucks. And I live in New Hampshire, and I'm not supposed to have to deal with this. I'm not supposed to have to deal with this. Okay? Whatever. So I'm still not feeling great, but I am back. I am back. And we're going to do a little bit of an easy stream today because really what's going to happen is I'm going to bring Amalek on and he's going to talk a lot. That's what's going to happen. I'm going to bring Amalek on and he's going to talk a lot and I'm going to listen and I'm going to try to ask him insightful questions because Amalek really wanted to watch this interview with Just Pearly Things and a priest. And I was like, you know what? I don't have the energy to do anything else. So yes, Amalek can come on and talk about whatever he wants to talk about. And I will listen and I will try to make as much good conversation as I can. So welcome, Amalek.
Hey, what's up? Hello, chat.
Hello.
Yeah, this
Welcome back.
I see when I saw the clips going around of this and this went on, I like immediately watched it because I knew it was gonna be funny. And yeah, it blew my mind because I knew that you know Pearl, and I know that this guy basically like is lying through his teeth to her, and it made me think like basically nobody that watches this that doesn't know this information realizes like these lies that he's saying. He's like doing these like very interesting sleight of hands, and yeah, I told you about it, so we'll just go through some of them because like there's a lot. I mean, he, like I said, I think it's like 20 or 30 times he just like says something that's just absolutely indefensible or cope or like just, you know, lying, dishonesty. And I think that people need to start seeing this with priests because it's an old tradition of theirs.
Well, I do love you hearing rip apart the Bible in every possible way. We'll get back to that in a moment. W's in the chat. Thank you so much, Old Sub Sailor, for the 10 gifted channel memberships. You rock, bro. Really, really appreciate it. So, yeah. So, I mean, how did Pearl, like, do you think Pearl has any level of understanding of what she's hearing from this guy? Or is that, like, part of why
so I started watching, like, some of Pearl's content to try to, like, understand where she's coming from because I haven't really watched it before outside of, like, the clips and things like that I've seen on Twitter. Because, I mean, I focus on religion and stuff like that, not necessarily, like, gender issues or the manosphere or anything like that. And from what I can tell, she like grew up Catholic, I think, is something that I've seen. So I don't know. I don't know. Well, I don't know if like she's currently religious. I don't know. I couldn't really tell like from this interview, how like what's going on there. But if I had to guess, it looks like she might be a former Catholic or maybe like a non-practicing Catholic. But she knows some of this stuff. Like she knows the basis for it. But a lot of the way that he does these lies is he does it in a way where he's like telling the Eastern Orthodox lore and he's presenting it as historical fact, if that makes sense. So you'll see what I mean. So somebody who grew up Catholic would have almost no kind of like basis for this. You know what I mean? So it's actually like even more insidious, I would say.
Because he's presenting Eastern Orthodoxy and they wouldn't learn about that.
Yeah, she wouldn't necessarily know about some of these things, or maybe she would. I don't know. But my thing is with this is, like I said, the big thing here is just like presenting historical fact or I'm sorry, presenting something as a historical fact when it's actually like a later church legend or tradition. Because what they do is they say like, oh, we're the oldest church. We're the oldest, most important church, the original church. In fact, Jesus Christ himself founded our church. Both the Roman Catholic Church does this and the Eastern Orthodox Church does this. And the issue with that is it is a total rewrite history of what actually happened. The actual history of the early Christianity is a huge, diverse number of sects, like dozens and dozens of different sects that had hugely different Christologies, theologies, different ideas on which gospels were authentic or not, which ones they followed. The idea that there was like this one true church and then the heresies started, which is what both of them do, like that is totally false histories. And I would just point anybody like, I'm a mythicist, right, when it comes to Jesus, but I would point to somebody and say, like, hey, go check out Bart Ehrman's book, Early Christianities. And he lays all this out and explains it with all the citations. And it's actually, I think it's one of his better books. But like that, so this history of saying we're the true church and we've been doing this tradition since the very first Christians, he does that right there like 10 times or maybe 15 times. So
do you think he believes what he's saying, or do you think he knows he's lying or and twisting things?
Yeah, so I was talking to Adam about this. Like, I don't really know. It doesn't really matter, right? I mean, what he was. I think that a lot of it is stuff that he was taught at like Sunday school and things like that. And then when he was younger, and then like he goes to school for this type of thing, like after he graduates high school or college, or he goes to college for it, kind of thing. And he learns it better and better and better. And he's just like, in the same way you're like remembering factoids from, college or high school and things like that. That's how he's remembering things in some ways. So I do think that he was taught this stuff. So I don't know. I've never been to like an Eastern Orthodox like seminary or Bible college or anything like that. I've taken classes with a guy who was an Eastern Orthodox, but I've never done seminary there. So I don't know what their culture's like. I don't want to speak to it or anything like that. But from what I've seen in other like Christian traditions, it is way more objective than anything he presents here. Like the liberal biblical scholars or the Baptists or the Catholics, they're all way more true to like presenting this information than he is.
That surprises me for some reason, because like all the Eastern Orthodox people I've ever talked to have been like super into being Eastern Orthodox. You know what I'm saying? And I've respected. I guess I haven't viewed them as like those types of people.
Well, I don't know. There's like this trend in the West where we just like we view our own culture as like degenerate and liberal and all these problems. Therefore, we have to like go towards the most trad thing. And what's the most trad thing? Oh, well, we don't like Catholicism because of all these issues in history with the West and Catholicism. So they turn to like Eastern Orthodoxy, and because Eastern Orthodoxy's marketing is that it is the most trad. We're the most authentic first century Jewish LARPers. Like that's how they view themselves. Like if you talk to a priest in the Eastern Orthodox Church, they will say that their liturgy and practices and all these things, that it's the true authentic what the Jews are truly authentically doing. So they see themselves as like the new Pharisees in a way. So yeah, that's what I would say about that. I guess it's kind of it is complicated though. It's not just that simple either. It's a little bit mixed.
All right. Well, let's jump right into it. And I know you've got a lot to say, so I think we're gonna.
Oh yeah, you're gonna be pausing this like every because what happens is he makes a claim and he just casually is just gonna throw it out there with nothing.
Should you be the one controlling it? Because we can do that.
Oh yeah, maybe that would be easier. Let me see. Yeah, maybe that would be easier because I could just stop and then explain it real quick.
Yeah. So you just have to load it in Chrome, and like when you load it, do a Chrome tab in StreamYard.
Okay. I'm in Chrome now. Oh, I see what you mean. You mean I stream to you? Okay, I'm done. Yeah.
That way you can pause it whenever you want, and I don't have to do anything, which works for me.
Yeah, let me just bring up the video then, and then I'll stream. Let me
Cool. While you're figuring that out, there's a question for you. What are your thoughts about nature worship as a religion?
Yeah, I think that's just like a primitive form of religion that was like for a tribal people that was like living in nature, and in the modern world, like that's not like a very useful thing to try to recreate. But I do love nature and things like that. Like I don't know, I go out there and hang out in nature every day, so
Hmm.
I don't like hate it or anything. I just think that we need like we need to be grounded in reality as much as possible. So anytime you're adding like, oh, I don't have like an ad blocker on this, it's fine. We're watching ads.
It's fine.
Hilarious.
We'll live. Everyone, you will just mute it and you can talk.
Well, my ads are hilarious because it's gonna be on my Jewish account, like my
Oh, good. Oh, good. Even better.
weird Christian, weird Jewish ads I get all the time on these. All right, let's see here.
Wait, you have a Jewish account?
Yeah, like it just like follows all the all the rabbis. People don't realize
You have an account that you watch the Jews on, and only the Jews, so it serves you more Jewish videos.
you
Is
should
that
see how
right?
good the algorithm. It's
Yeah.
amazing. It finds me new
I
Jews all the
understand.
time.
understand.
In the same way that you like surf and find like Antifa information and their streams and like it's just like all public. Dude, I'm telling you, there's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of rabbis uploading their sermons or their teachings and videos to like 50 viewers a day. There's just unlimited rabbis like that. So you just have an account and I have my favorites like Tovia Singer obviously and some other ones.
Your favorite Jews?
Yeah, well, my
That's
favorite
great because
rabbis
we
because
love
they give me the
Jews on
best
this
clips.
channel. Hang on. We love Jews on this channel, just to be clear. No anti-Semitism allowed. Go ahead.
You always appreciate finding new ones that way too. It's fun stuff. All right, let's see
All
here.
right.
So if I hit plus, I do share screen. I do that. I do that. And I do this. Okay, is that
Yo,
working?
look at that.
Okay, let me just
Well done.
close this. And then let's see if the audio works.
If they were coming to
Yep.
for
Good.
getting a free card,
Okay, hold on. I don't care about the. Well, actually, we'll watch the intro.
Can you
Get
turn the
ready.
captions on because some people need the captions?
Yeah.
Thank you.
they picked the wrong place to come.
I have a suggestion for marriage. What about 10 years of texts? She has to submit 10 years of text messages to her husband.
So the question then becomes, how do we escape from the realm of death?
I believe that women are less than men.
Into the narthex of the church. Yes, it is. So the narthex is this space we're in right here with a kind of low ceiling. That in there is called the nave. Narthex again means porch. It is analogous in the Old Testament tabernacle to the outer court, sometimes called the court of the Gentiles. Technically, there were three outer courts. There was a court of the Gentiles, there was a court of women, and there was a court of men.
Pause. First pause. Okay. Every Eastern Orthodox person online, on Twitter, who has ever told me that Jesus is not Jewish and that your religion is not Jewish, I need to point. I will point you to the nave. Okay, I will point you to the Goyim mudroom. Basically, that's what this is, right? This is the Goyim mudroom where they all stand in the back.
Goyim mudroom.
Yes, that's what this is, right? I mean, do I need to look what this
Do
is?
people outside of the Northeast know what a mudroom is? I don't even know.
Narthex again means porch.
They're learning
It is
now.
analogous in the Old Testament
Look at this
tabernacle.
thing. It's quite literally the Goyim mudroom, guys.
The narthex
It is a
is
tiny
this
room.
space
This
we're
is
in
where all
right
the
here with a
Goyim
kind of
would
low
stand in the
ceiling.
original churches.
That in there is called the nave. Narthex again means porch. It is analogous in the Old Testament tabernacle to the outer court, sometimes called the court of the Gentiles. Technically, there were three outer courts. There was a court of the Gentiles, there was a court of women, and there was a court of men.
Gotcha.
So you have
Okay, so we got the Goyim. Does that make sense? Do you understand how crazy that is? That's literally how their churches are set up.
The Goyim have to stand out in the mudroom.
The earliest version of Christianity had these people called God-fearers, which were non-Jewish, they were Gentiles who were worshiping the Jewish God, and they were put in the back room like this. If you were non-Jewish, you were sitting in the back of the church like this. Below the Jewish women, below the Jewish men, below the priests, and the Holy of Holies and all that stuff. That's how this is set up. So that's the starting point. And as you'll see, all of the things inside are for what? To teach you the iconography of the Old Testament. Because of course the Gentile non-Jews, they don't know anything about the Old Testament. So they're going to put all of that here.
Gentiles, and then you have Hebrew women, and then you have Hebrew men. And then you have the holy place where only the priests are allowed to go, and then the most holy place where only the high priest is allowed to go once a year. So you'll see that we've basically still follow that structure, but we shift everything up one for very important reasons, which I'll talk about. So I always like to begin with this icon right here. This is an icon of the creation of Adam. That's Christ in the robes. The naked man is Adam. What you will notice, though, if you look at the icon, is that Christ and Adam have the same face.
Okay.
So what are we saying with this icon? First of all, icons are
Christ
not photographs.
created Adam.
We're not trying.
Okay, so they had this idea, okay, in their church. This is there's a couple things here. Okay. First of all, again, I am a Jesus mythicist. I do not believe there was a historical guy. And the reason I think that is because essentially Jesus is a literary construct combining all the characters of the Old Testament, from Adam to Joseph and Jacob and all of them, Moses, okay? Every single one aspect or some parts of aspects of each of those characters, from even Noah and everybody, are all bound up into Jesus. And every action and every word that Jesus does in the Gospels is a callback to one of those Old Testament verses, one of those Old Testament characters. Every single time somebody says, and then Jesus said, they quote scripture from the Old Testament. There is not a single part of Jesus that exists that is outside of the Old Testament. That's not a midrash, that is not created from the Old Testament, okay? So they have this idea here. So you understand what I'm saying there?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Okay. So they have this idea here that Adam prefigured Jesus, that he's of the same typology, okay? Which basically means like he's a foreshadowing of Jesus, which that makes sense, right? Like and they even understand it like that, like Jesus was the new Adam. Paul talks about that, and so does a bunch of the early church fathers. But that's not evidence that Jesus was the Messiah. Like, it's just ridiculous, and it's a way later tradition. Anyway, here, I'll let him explain it.
Thank you.
Trying to depict a photographic reality that happened at a particular time or particular location. What we're trying to show is what is the deeper theological meaning of what happened in this place. So here's Christ making Adam. Adam just means man, so the first human being. And they've got the same face in the icon, which is a way of expressing what it says in Genesis, that God made man in his own image. In his image and likeness created he him, male and female created he them. So God starts by making man, and then later on he will split woman off of man. But what it means to be a human being is to bear God's likeness and God's image. So obviously something goes wrong.
Okay, just think about how crazy it is that there's people online right now calling me Jewish for saying that this is Jewish. How crazy is this? They're literally like, what is this? This is affirming the Genesis story from the Bible that the Jews all believe in? Okay. So how is that not Jewish exactly? In what way? It's just so ridiculous that
I don't know how people can't see it. Like once it's pointed out and like all the different things you talk about are pointed out, I truly don't understand how any intellectually honest person cannot see this.
It's so obvious. Well, now hold on, but do you also see how? Well, he'll go over more here. But do you understand what I mean when I say like Jesus is constructed from these figures? It's not that Jesus like that they foreshadowed Jesus, right? It's not that
they created the myth around what they needed it to say.
Yeah, the authors of the New Testament just knew the Old Testament. Here, I'll put it this way. What is more likely? That the authors of the New Testament knew what was in the Old Testament, and that's how they created the character of Jesus, or that the magical Jews that wrote the Old Testament, that they saw the future Jesus, and when they were writing the story of Adam, they wanted to make sure they included the same motifs that would later prophesize Jesus. Out of those two things, what's more likely?
I think the first one's probably more likely myself.
Oh yeah, you don't believe that like the magical Jewish guys like prophesize the future or a couple hundred or centuries beforehand?
Well, no, but I did have an epiphany today that I think you actually might appreciate on some level, because do you remember like back when I first started coming to the CQ spaces and like my argument was like, I think Jesus was real. I just don't think it was the Christian version our version of it, because like Christ consciousness energy, which I've accessed many times and blah, blah, blah. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and I think like for a long time, I was just content to say, okay, I understand Amalek's point. I understand Adam's point. I don't believe the Christian version of Jesus existed either. I just think there was a different guy that was like a nugget of a thing that they created a bigger thing out of. And I was willing to like, whatever, agree to disagree on that for a while. But then I was thinking about it and I was like, Well, the whole idea, I know this gets woo-woo and you don't appreciate that, but whatever. Like the whole idea behind Christ consciousness energy is not actually, it's not the name of it, it's just the energy of it. And so when you're doing a meditation around Christ consciousness energy, which is something that like they've been very, like, the reason I harp on this so much is they've been very powerful like meditations for me. So I have like some belief in it. Like when I do this stuff, I feel a very specific thing, but that thing doesn't have to do with the name. However, the Jews are also playing around with all this same energy. That's what Kabbalah is. That's what mysticism is. It's all the same fucking energy that we all have access to, that we can all utilize whatever we want. And so I had this epiphany. I was like, just because the energy exists does not mean like of course it would have some connotation to like the Christ figure, because the Jews have been fucking around in this stuff highly effectively for millions of years as a tribe, or thousands of years or whatever. I don't know if that makes any sense, but I've kind of come around to the Jesus was not a real person argument because of that epiphany.
That's good. That's what I was trying to explain to you when we had that conversation, that even if what you're saying is true and that consciousness exists, like, but what you're describing could be like a mass consciousness of people like focusing and thinking about this Jesus character that was just written into these stories for 2,000 years. That could be what you're experiencing rather than a historical person. Yeah, that's what I had said to you at the time. That's what, you know what I mean? And I think that every time from now on, whenever you see, like, this will help people understand, whenever you see somebody say like, oh, Jesus said X or Jesus said Y, just ask the AI, just say, hey, AI, what context did Jesus say that in? And is he quoting Old Testament scripture? And just see what the AI tells you. It will literally almost every time say, oh, Jesus there is actually quoting Psalms or quoting Isaiah and quoting Zechariah. And if every single thing this guy says is like quoting scripture, every single thing he said, and then everything he does is reenacting scripture, and then while you're reading the gospel it keeps saying, oh, and then he did this to fulfill prophecy, and then this to fulfill prophecy, and then this to fulfill prophecy, again, is what's more likely that the authors knew this and knew that that's what they were writing into the story, or that it is actually like magical authors? Like, it's obvious. This is so obvious once you see it. And like I said, in this room with all these I mean, he's going to show you each of these stories, how they kind of lead and point to Jesus. It's really obvious once you understand it that way, that that's what it is. Jesus wasn't a real historical rabbi with wise teachings. He was constructed and pulled directly out as a literary device like this.
Okay.
All right, let's see it.
And according to the tradition, it goes wrong very quickly. One of the things that people in the Middle Ages were interested in figuring out was, how long did Adam and Eve live in paradise before they turned away from God?
Okay, that is a Jewish as fuck argument. Imagine arguing over how long Adam and Eve are in paradise for. What an irrelevant thing to do. Imagine, okay, just imagine this. Imagine during the Middle Ages, our smartest people are sitting around arguing over how many angels fit in a pin, or how many demons exist, or the physics of miracles and relic miracles in Jesus's foreskin, and is the Trout of Turin real, and how long did Adam and Eve stay in paradise? Imagine if our people were not just like mind poisoned by this shit. Just imagine. This is fucked. This is retarded. Who cares? And it doesn't say in the Bible. It doesn't say in the Bible how long they were in paradise for.
It is a complete and total distraction to like everything else that could be created and like being productive in the world.
And it's not just like a distraction for the everyday person. Like, obviously it is. That's fine, whatever. But
well,
really
it's a distraction for people who aren't even involved in it.
Yeah, that's true. Well, think about that. Like, every smart person that in the Middle Ages that you can name was basically like a religious monk or something like that. So it's taking like the smart. Imagine if all the smartest people, the smartest 10% of our population, were all fucking around doing this still. We would literally be like we would be in mud huts, and it would be still feudalism, basically. It's ridiculous. We were taking the smartest people and putting them in rooms to be gay, celibate, and debate about how long Adam and Eve were in paradise for. Could you imagine a more useless thing for our smartest people to be doing? I can't.
Nope, I agree.
And some people say it was 3 days, some people say it was 30 minutes, some people say it was 3 minutes.
Okay.
The whole point is, it didn't take long. And
for Eve to not be happy, huh?
Jews do that too, by the way.
The tricky thing is that it says she gave the fruit to her husband who was there with her.
Yeah.
Yeah. So when Adam and Eve are expelled from the garden, man's image falls. And what we would not say, and there are some Christian groups that believe this, but we don't believe this in the Orthodox Church, we would not say that the image of God in man is completely destroyed. We would say something more like it has been twisted or bent. It's been warped out of shape. So we're constantly trying to get back to that. And a lot of our best attempts towards excellence are attempts to move back in that direction, to try to recover the image of God, to try to recover something of our primordial majesty.
Somebody just said in the chat, whoever put this in the chat, I hope whoever put that, okay, so they said, I watched a video where someone described it as a bunch of people fighting over which version of their Warhammer 40k lore is the most canon. Dude, I've explained that in Spaces 1,000 times. It's basically like that, like they're arguing over which 40k lore is the most canon, or like you could almost frame it as like Star Wars in a way, right? Where they're arguing over which Star Wars is canon, and like, oh, we don't like the new shitlib trilogy, we like the prequels. And then the prequel people that are all prequel fans, the original versions, those are like those could be analogous to the Jews in this case, where they're like, no, we like our original version, and all that stuff that happened in the prequels is stupid. Jar Jar Binks is stupid. And they're all arguing about this, and all of the Christians in this analogy have only seen the trailer to the movie. They have no idea what's even in the movie. They don't know what's in their own Bible. They don't go to church. They haven't even seen the movie. That's what we're dealing with. We're dealing with super fans for a lore universe arguing over canon, and they've only ever seen the trailer. It's ridiculous. It is clown world out there on social media and Twitter and stuff. It's insane.
But you know what? It's always been like this, though. It's always been like this. Literally for all of human history, it's been like this.
It makes me feel so weird. It makes me feel like an alien sometimes. Nick was doing a riff about this last night, about how he feels like he's one of the only like free thinkers. Like he looks at people and how they act and how they think, and like they're actually enslaved to their whims and stuff in a weird. I can't even imagine being like that. I don't know.
Well, it's like the revelation that like, holy shit, like I am smarter than like the vast majority of other people out there. I know, bro. I know. It's terrifying. It's like I feel like I have more responsibility now that I understand this, but it's also terrifying because I don't think I am that smart.
Yeah, that's how I feel. It's bad.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But
wait, also he's about to lie big time.
We need a little help. So what God puts in place is a pedagogical program. And that's what you see here in the rest of the narthex. The narthex is the part of the church. I mentioned it corresponds, each part of the church corresponds to a part of the temple. But you could say each part of the church also corresponds to a moment of revelation. So the narthex corresponds to the Old Testament. So we have the burning bush, and you'll notice there's something a little unusual about the way that we depict the burning bush.
There's a person in it.
This is another example of what I was calling typology. So the type here is Mary, Theotokos, that's the mother of God. We see the burning bush as prefiguring her. Why? Because she contained the fire of God's divinity within herself. And
they're burning Mary at the stake.
So in the same.
Okay, so no, well, sort of.
I'm kidding, but I'm not.
Well, okay, so the important thing here is this like burning bush lore is way later. Okay, this is the earliest dating for this is Ephraim the Syrian from the 4th century. So this is a idea that they had from the 4th century. Okay, this idea that Mary is prefiguring. Hold on, let me go back to the picture here so you can see what I mean, or see what he's talking about here.
Part of the church corresponds to a part of the temple, but you could say each part of the church also corresponds to a moment of revelation.
Okay, so this idea here that Mary is prefiguring, see Jesus is in there inside Mary.
Yep.
She's okay.
She's pregnant.
So this idea, and this is Moses right here. So the idea is that, and see how Moses is being depicted like Jesus. You see this?
Yep.
See how they're basically wearing the same type of robes. They have the whole. They're trying to say that Jesus is the same typology in some ways as Moses. He's similar to Moses, but not Moses. Jesus is here in the thing, and then Mary is. He'll explain the lore on why they think this, but the important thing is this is a later development. Okay, he's presenting this again like this is what the earliest Christians believed. This is what they've always, like, as if like 1st century Christian Jews running around being like, oh yeah, Jesus was prefigured in the burning bush. This is later tradition, and you guys are just like adding this into the Bible. This isn't in the Bible like this. This is their interpretation, their unique interpretation. Does it, you understand what I'm saying? Why this doesn't work? Like why this is like ridiculous that he's presenting this as like it's a historical fact for the legitimacy of his church that this is what earliest Christians were doing, when it's later Christians that were doing this, and it's for theological reasons that they added this in, and it's not even in the Bible. It's just, this is just like their oral tradition, almost like the Talmud, but without. That's kind of what they're doing.
Wow.
It is.
Okay.
You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Where they're just like adding their own fan fiction layer on top of the lore, basically.
A never-ending game of telephone where it gets
Yes.
better every time.
Yes. Oh, and he'll explain why. You'll understand it. So there are early Christian sects that are basically like riffing on what you would know as like the divine feminine. I think is something that you would be familiar with, right?
Yes.
So that is what they're working on. That they're riffing off the Valentinians and all these different types of Christological diverse groups of Christians. I would say people call it like, oh, they were Gnostics, but I think that's like a weird category and it's kind of unhelpful. People should kind of move away from that. It's just all Christianity was like this. It was a very diverse religious movement. And it makes sense too, because if you think about it, it came out of back in the Roman times when the temple's destroyed. Basically, like only 30 to 40% of Jews lived in Israel at the time, Judea. So the temple is destroyed and they are dispersed from the area. And while that happened, like 60 or 70% of the Jews lived in Persia and lived in mostly the Roman Empire, Alexandria, Greece, today modern Turkey, Italy. They're living in Rome, the city itself, North Africa, Gaul. They're all throughout the Roman Empire, spread out is a diaspora group of Jews. And they've been living there for generations. They're Hellenized Jews. They speak Greek in their daily life. Does that make sense?
Yep.
That's who starts the early Christianity. It's those groups are doing Christianity. So it starts out as a diverse religious movement because it would make sense, right? Like the Christian Jews in Alexandria, they have one type of idea of what Jesus is and what their religion is and what they're practicing because they're in Alexandria. And the ones in Greece have their own version, their own, you know what I mean? The ones in Rome have their own version. So it starts right from the get-go, not as some unified Orthodox church. No. It started this way. It started as a diverse movement. You know, actually a good analogy is, I talked to you about this before, is Reform Judaism. You know what I mean? That you see, or Reconstruction Judaism. You sent me that clip of that freak.
All the
other day.
queers.
Yeah. That, you know, those are there was like hundreds of different sects like that, basically, that had their own ideas, and there were some that were into like the queer theory, and some that were into like I would say ascension experiences and things like that. So that's how the church started.
So I have a question. It's kind of like random, but like, in your view, when did Christianity like explode to the point where so many people were starting to practice it that it really kind of became unstoppable? Like, when did that actually happen?
Yeah, so Neil, my friend Neil, Gnostic Informant, he's writing a book that's going over this like in great detail. And what I'll say is this: like the Theodosian codes that were passed in like the third. Let me get the exact date. Hold on, let me get the exact date. I don't want to get this wrong. Theodosian code date. So I don't want to get this wrong. Let's see. So when the Theodosian codes are passed, right from the beginning, there is only 5 to at very most 10% of the empire is Christian, and it was disproportionately slaves and what you would call like a portion of the elite, in the same way that communism is. You know what I mean? Like you know how there's like elitist communist kind of thing. It was like that. So the Theodosian codes, 429 and 438 and 439. That's when they're moved through their law and passed. So when the Theodosian codes are passed in 439, so think about how late that is. 439. There's only about 10% at most Christians, and that law legally mandated that everyone who was a pagan was now like it was illegal to practice paganism, essentially. Like you couldn't sacrifice, you didn't get support from the government, anything like that. And what else did the Theodosian codes do? They put some restrictions on Judaism, but they only legalized you could only be one of 2 religions, Christian or Jewish. So it basically like made this carve out for Jews, and it even put in like Senate seats. Like, okay, Jews, you can have a couple Senate seats, but that's it, no more. Like that's what it's doing.
Wow.
Yeah. So the very first law that enforced Christianity only had 10% of the or 10% at most. I think it's 5%. And Neil goes into the arguments there in his book when it comes out. But 5 to 10% of the empire is Christian when those codes are passed. It's largely the underclass and some of the elites in the same way communism is. And I encourage people to read Darkening Age as well. That goes over some of the how-tos, how did this happen? But just like from that, just like imagine essentially all of the cities become Christian. So like Christianity then becomes almost associated with cosmopolitan or urbanization. You know what I mean? Because I mean, how are you supposed to practice pagan stuff in the city when it's illegal? Does that make sense? And then you see how like the witches tradition happens and all these other like the person out in the country doing witchcraft and things like that. That's where it comes from. So
it's just so wild that they were able to plant that seed.
It was a Bolshevik style revolution, top down. That's what happened. That's what happened. It was a Bolshevik style revolution from the top down. Constantine converts and, well, quote unquote converts, and there's more to that. But and then once those Theodosian codes are passed, like it's basically over.
That's crazy. Okay.
And it had very little support. Yeah. Anyway, so this is basically like I said, he'll explain why they prefigure Mary here. And it makes sense, kind of, I guess. But it is their own lore rewrite, and it is from the 4th century and later. It is not we're the most original true Christians who always saw this. And it certainly isn't in the Gospels.
So, the narthex correspond to the Old Testament. So we have the burning bush, and you'll notice there's something a little unusual about the way that we depict the burning bush. This is another example of what I was calling typology. So the type here is Mary, Theotokos, that's the mother of God. We see the burning bush as prefiguring her. Why? Because she contained the fire of God's divinity within herself and was not consumed by it. So in the same way that the bush burns, was not consumed. So
that's literally divine feminine stuff, right?
Her, and it's sort of the image there is.
Isn't it crazy how they're basically taking like pagan ideas and then Judaizing them is basically what they're doing?
Well, again, it's all the same fucking energy. So the Jews were playing around with the same stuff that the pagans were playing around with, but they just didn't know it was the same thing.
There's some book. There's a book that I'm helping edit a little bit, and I gotta send it. Once it's out, I'll send you a copy. You're gonna love it. Okay. It basically goes over how, essentially, like the idea of what we know as Judaism emerged out of like a Greek world, like a Hellenistic world, where they're basically riffing off of astrology. So all of their So all of their stories and all of their tales are in some way like riffing off of like the same. You could call it like mythological or astrological vocabulary as the rest of the Near East world and Greece is, and Egypt and all those places. So it's pretty interesting.
See, this is more affirming my spiritual beliefs as much as it's debunking Christianity. So this is great.
Well, that's the thing is, people that disagree with me on like, hey, you're not like, there has to be something, or I think there's something still, like, you can still hear what I'm saying and talk and listen to if you disagree with my conclusions. I'm just presenting what I've found from like biblical scholarship, and I'm just not convinced that there's such a thing as magic. So it is what it is.
We'll work on the magic.
Or showing that
right.
She's conceived within her womb. Emmanuel, God with us. So here's Moses in the burning bush, Moses receiving the tablets of the law on Sinai. Right. And then over here, some other moments from Genesis, obviously God's creation of the world, creation of Adam, Noah and we assume he's holding a scale model of his ark, because otherwise, what is this, an ark for ants? Yeah. This is a moment.
Very cool joke, very cool joke.
An ark for ants. He made a funny.
He made a Ben Stiller joke.
Yep, he did.
Ben Stiller, Jewish, interesting there. What's going on there? They can't get it out of their heads. They always gotta bring it back to somehow a Jewish comedian or Jewish author.
Of Abraham at the oak of Mamre in the book of Genesis. This is when God and two angels come to Abraham, and he basically spreads a table for them. And this is when he's given the promises that he's going to be the father of nations. Now, this is a very important moment for us. It is
father of the Goyim, by the way. Father of the Goyim. That's goyim means nations. Do you understand? So when they're calling you a goyim, that's what it's about. It's about that when they see themselves, it's Jews and Gentiles, or the nations, or Jews and the goyim. Like that's their separation, is themselves and their covenant and all of their lore, and then the rest of the world. And they believe that Abraham, basically through him, all the 70 nations of the world. So they can trace, basically they think that there's 70 quote unquote real or biblical nations. That number 70 has significance in a bunch of different reasons, but that's where this comes from. So it's Abraham is to the nations, and guess what? Jesus, what does he do? He is for the nations, for the Gentiles, for the goyim.
Goyim.
Yes. So all of these things in here that are prefiguring Jesus, again, this isn't because the authors of the Old Testament are doing this. They're not prophesizing by accident. What's happening is the authors of Jesus that made him as a construct, as a literary construct, they're taking these stories and they're doing it. And like, just real quick, if you don't know what I'm talking about, the mythicism thing, if you're a Christian or somebody who's listening to me and saying, well, all the scholars this and all the scholars that, I assure you, I also believe that. I was a historical Jesus person who went and tried to debunk Adam Green, thought he was wrong, and I thought he was being unhelpful. I started looking into it. I started by reading Did Jesus Exist by Bart Ehrman, which is, like, I would say probably the #1 historical Jesus book out there. And it blew my mind how poorly done it was and how bad the arguments were. It was awful. I was stunned. So then I went and started reading the other side, and I was like, holy shit, they actually might be right. This actually makes way more sense. And actually, they're missing parts in their own research and things like that. And then I reread some of their other historical Jesus stuff, and it's actually worse than Did Jesus Exist? So, and then Adam Green has his book. It just came out. It's on Amazon. You can get it. It's on ebook version. He's working on the audiobook. And in there, he has all of the evidence, all of the receipts, every single thing that Jesus did or said, or and everything in the Gospels and Paul, everything that is in there, he links it back and shows where they got it from, basically. From either the Old Testament or other, like, quote unquote scripture from the time that is no longer canon. They're always basically like rewriting midrashically, it's called. They're doing midrash on the scripture. That's what built Jesus.
Well, I mean, Soul Quest in the chat says, honestly, trying to prove the existence of Jesus is like trying to prove the existence of God. No, it's not, because Jesus was supposed to be a real person in the real world.
Yeah, he's supposed to be a first century rabbi.
God was never a real person in the real world. Yeah. So there should be worldly documentation for Jesus existing if he actually did.
Yeah.
God has never existed in the real world. It's a different thing.
Well, the important thing is it's kind of like this is what I would say. People say, like, why does it matter if Jesus existed or not? It's because you have to understand the purpose of Jesus. Okay, the purpose of Jesus is this. Like, I was gonna wait to explain this until he gets to it here. Actually, let's wait because he'll explain it in a little bit. Actually,
okay.
Because I want to have the full context. So
there's another version of the cyclone over here, which I'll talk about in a moment, but it is paradigmatic of the way that we see what we are doing when we worship God, which is to spread a table and to invite him to come and share a meal with us. Okay. Right, so worship for us is a very intimate thing. And then you have the sacrifice of Abraham.
Real quick, as if other religious practices don't have intimate meals.
Yeah, for real.
Yeah. Huh. Like, presenting that as a unique feature of your religion just shows you're actually just ignorant, but okay.
Hang on, there's a question. Hang on. What form of paganism would be ideal to use as a way to escape Abrahamism? What do you think?
I don't know. I'm not like a pagan like that. If I had to choose, like, gun to your head, you must worship something, I would say the sun, because the sun is at least like an actual physical thing that actually does it actually kind of is what created us and gave us life on this planet. Like, the rays of the sun and having that star and us being that distance from it and things like that, like, that actually is what gives us life. And when it dies, when the sun dies, so does our universe. So do we. Okay. So if there's any sort of like, and I would do it as like almost like a secular science version of that, right? But like, if there had to be paganism from Amalek, like, gun to your head, you're doing paganism, I would do sun worship, because it just makes the most like empirical sense without all the woo woo mystical stuff. That's what I would say.
Fair enough.
And then as far as somebody asked, like, the annals and all this other stuff, like, my account on Twitter, I would, as far as research, basically every documentation on Jesus was much later than his death, copied from previous life. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's basically what's going on. If you go to my Twitter, it's just more_Amalek, and you just type in any of the documents that people say, oh, this proves Jesus was a historical guy, and you just type in that document into my Twitter search, you will see me arguing with people about this for 2 years now, and you'll find me arguing in every point you could possibly imagine about each of those documents. That's what I would tell people.
I just put a lip to his Twitter in the chat if you guys want to go follow him.
Yeah, if like Tacitus and Pliny and Josephus and Mars Serapion and any letter that you guys could or any historical documentation that could possibly be used to prove the historical Jesus, I've gone over it on my Twitter. All right, let's
and then
get
here
to Isaiah.
right above these two pillars, you have two Old Testament.
Oh wait, hold on. This is important. We missed this because I'm talking.
There's another version of this icon over here, which I'll talk about in a moment, but it is paradigmatic of the way that we see what we're doing when we worship God, which is to spread a table and to invite him to come and share a meal with us. Okay. So worship for us is a very intimate thing. And then you have the sacrifice of Abraham's sacrifice of Isaac, and then
Abraham's sacrifice of Isaac. Do you understand? This is the origin story of the Jews. This is what we're believing in. Let me tell you this, guys. These stories are all way later. It's them taking older Mesopotamian myths and Syrian myths and Egyptian myths and Greco-Roman myth or Greek myths, just myths from that whole area. That whole area was in trade and in contact with each other. Yes, it was slow and ancient and all that stuff. Yeah, sure. But from India, I mean, Alexander's empire went from India all the way to Macedonia and Greece and northern Egypt and things like that. Do you understand how large this was? These people all had communication with each other, and that is what they're doing. They're basically like Judaizing previous iterations of things. So what Christianity does is it basically presupposes all of that. Do you understand how much of a problem that is? We should be saying, hey, Jews, you actually don't get your own like state based on God told you so, because we can actually just look at your text and tell that it wasn't written 3,500 years ago. The stories in there aren't real. Abraham isn't a real guy. Moses wasn't a real guy. There is no Abraham Isaac story that really happened, and that doesn't give you the right to have your own country to come back to you 2,000 years later. That's actually not how we all have to work. But the problem is you can't do that argument when Christians
because
need
of fucking Christians.
They need it. They need the story, or there's no Jesus, because Jesus is built out of that scripture.
It's infuriating. Christians
right
really do
pillars.
Fucking ruin everything. Sorry.
I feel bad sometimes because I understand why they are like they are, and I want to get them out of it. And I also understand that, like, psychologically speaking,
they can't.
Like, breaking out of Christianity or just religion in general or superstition or faith, it hurts the person's brain chemistry. Like, their actual brain gets hurt physically by this. It's like in the same way that you have like a traumatic event, like a trigger for a traumatic event or anything like that you would think of from a psychological perspective that maybe hurts your psyche. That same thing happens to them when they hear somebody speaking blasphemy about their religion and shaking their faith. So I understand why they freak out. I wanted to I get why you guys don't like it.
Well, it's the same thing with like socialists and communists. Like people come in here all the time and they're like, how do we deprogram them? Like, you can't deprogram people from a cult. They're in a cult. They have to want to leave the cult. And if they don't want to leave it, there's nothing that you can say that's going to deprogram them. It's stupid.
Well, actually, I would say this because I look into like decult programming for exactly what you're talking about. I think it's like kind of like the same maybe sociological or maybe biological even mechanism going on there. And I would say this, it's not that there's no way to remove people from a cult. It's that there's no one catch-all way of doing it. It's basically like each person is in the cult for a different reason. You have to identify in the same way I did in the CQ places. Why are you Christian? Why are you in the cult? Why are you a leftist? For some of them, it's because they're raging against their job. For some of them, it's because they're raging against their parents. For some of them, it's because they read some crazy book and that's part of their identity now. For some of them, it's because they had like a rough upbringing, right? Like there's all these reasons and if you identify why that is, and then you can like deconstruct that reasoning for each person, I don't think it's too hard to pull people out of a cult compared to how people view how hard it is. If that makes sense. I won't say it's super easy. I'm not saying it's easy. It's definitely difficult, but there is a way forward with this, and there is literature on this of people studying how to remove people from a cult, and we can use those techniques to do this. That's what I would say to people. You just have to kind of learn it, and it's kind of fun sometimes.
Okay,
I have
fair
fun
enough.
learning it.
Well, you used to do that with
You
the
have-
CQ spaces too. Sorry.
Yeah. Well, I'll come back to doing content like that one day.
2 Old Testament prophets and poets. King David, who wrote most of the Psalms, and then
King David did not write most of the Psalms. That is false. It is multiple authors wrote the Psalms. The idea that King David wrote the Psalms is a later church tradition, and not like it's just not true. It's like this is something you learn at Sunday school, like, oh yeah, King David wrote the Psalms, and then like, oh, now I'm going to tell people that King David wrote the Psalms, and it's not backed up by any serious scholarship whatsoever. Psalms was written by multiple authors, period, the end. Absolutely no way was it just written by King David. If there was like a historical guy that King David is based on, he sure as hell wasn't writing complex priestcraft literature in the ancient world. Obviously, your kings aren't writing your Bible, you idiot. That would be like saying, oh yeah, Donald Trump wrote the Bible. Donald Trump wrote the Bible. Like, that's how stupid this is. Do you understand
You
how dumb
sounded
that
like
is?
so much like Adam Green just then. Do you understand that?
Did I?
You're turning into each other. Yeah.
Oh god. But do you understand how dumb that would be if somebody said that?
Yeah, you're right.
Isaiah, who wrote the longest book of the Old Testament other than the Psalms. Sometimes he's called the fifth evangelist because his Old Testament prophecy is almost a gospel.
How do you guys pick what books you guys?
Okay, pause. Okay. Anytime you hear a Christian talk about Isaiah, I want people to bring up and just go read some passages from Isaiah. Ask an AI, whenever you hear an AI or somebody mention Isaiah, oh yeah, like Isaiah says, go ahead and ask an AI what it says in there about the nations and what's going to happen. Here, I'll just read some passages here. So we've got Isaiah 2:2-3. The nations stream to the mountain of Yahweh, and the law goes out from Zion. That is a prophecy that one day that all of the nations of the world, all the people of the world, all the goyim will come to the mountain of Yahweh, Jerusalem, and the law comes out from Jerusalem. What does that sound like to you?
It's like when it's like when we replace whiteness with capitalism. When you read it as whiteness, but you replace the word, like every time you hear the word whiteness, you replace it with
that's
capitalism.
Such a good point.
You hear it just like what it actually is.
Yes, that's why we replace nations or Gentiles with goyim, because it makes people understand what we're saying and what's going on here. So then we got Isaiah 45:22-23. Every knee will bow and every tongue swears, right? Then Isaiah 49:23. Kings and queens serve and nurse Israel, and their enemies shall bow down and lick the dust from their feet. This is Isaiah. This is what he's saying. It's the nations will do that. The goyim will do that. The goyim are serving the goyim kings and queens are serving and nursing the nation of Israel, and their enemies shall bow down and lick the dust from their feet. So they think that Isaiah is prophesizing Jesus, and that's what Jesus does. Do you understand? Jesus did that. Through the kings and queens, he enforced their religion on the goyim, on the nations. It says, Isaiah 63, nations will come into the light of Zion. The wealth of the nations will come to Jerusalem. Foreigners will rebuild your walls. The kings will serve you, and the nation will not serve Zion will perish. Again, and the goyim that will not serve Zion will perish. That's Isaiah 60. You understand? So he's sitting here citing the scripture where the goyim will perish if they don't follow Yahweh. Think about that. That's what our civilization has been built on for 2,000 years. And then we're sitting here 2,000 years later, and we're saying, whoa, wait, why is there a Zionist state where all of our politicians are licking the dust off their feet? I can't imagine why that's happening. Oh my God, it's definitely not the Bible. It's ridiculous. And Isaiah is one of the most important prophets. So it's very important. And again, one last one. Isaiah 61, the foreigners shepherd flocks and work the fields and the vineyards. For Israel is called the priests of Yahweh and feeds on the wealth of the nations. What does that sound like, guys?
Feeds on the wealth of the Goyim.
Yes.
Wow. It's so fucking depressing when you realize how
Well,
much
we're-
it's just been done in public, and it's just so fucking overt and no one can see it because they're not replacing the language.
Foreigners shepherd the flocks and fields and vineyards in Israel. Right now, they're doing that in Israel. They're building fields and vineyards and flocks and things like that, using foreign labor and treating them like shit, like slavery and sometimes, like not slavery. I'll say foreign work visas and things like that. They are doing some of that and then sending them out. And I'm just, it doesn't matter. Like, well, then you have things like Pete Hegseth. We're going to rebuild the third temple and things like that. Is it that surprising that our politicians and our leaders are like this? That they're all they're not philo-Semitic because some guy's coming around and giving them money. I mean, sure, that's nice. They like money. They'll take it. They're not going to say no. But the reason that the vast majority of our politicians are in bed with these people is because this is the basis for our morality, and this is where we think God comes from and stuff. I mean, this is a problem.
It's wild.
Accept, because isn't that why there's a lot of division? Like a lot of people just
Oh, sorry. I paused it because he made another stupid claim. 1 second.
Sometimes he's called the fifth evangelist because his Old Testament prophecy is almost a gospel.
How do you guys pick what books you guys accept? Because isn't that why there's a lot of
Sorry, one more thing I forgot to say. Okay, this is another important thing on why this is important with this whole Isaiah thing. Okay, Jews, the purpose of Judaism, guys, we have to understand is like, what is its overarching goal? What does it want to do? Okay, and what does it want to do is it wants to bring about a messianic age, okay, where all of the nations, all of the Goyim, recognize that the God of Israel is the true one God, and that God is with those people, with the Jewish people, okay, and that essentially that their sages were right, okay. So the goal of Judaism is to initiate or bring about that messianic age, you could say, okay. That means there's no way that could possibly have happened without a religion like Christianity, without a religion like Islam. You understand this? How else would you possibly imagine a world where all of the world knows who the Messiah is, all of the world knows what the Torah is, all of the world knows what the end times prophecies are, and yada, 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 all that other stuff, without Christianity and Islam? So what's happening is these ancient Jews are reading their literature, or they're reading their scriptures, and they're reading Isaiah, and they're saying, oh wow, Isaiah says that there's going to be all these, the Goyim are going to follow our God, and all these things are going to happen. How could that possibly be? What you have to understand is these are not prophecies, they're goals in Judaism. That's what the prophecies are, okay? So what they do is they make this, they have this religion where it enables them to spread the Torah to the Gentiles without going out and seeking conversions, basically.
I mean, they're literally manifesting what they want. They're manifesting their prophecies in real life, and they're doing it because they're fucking around with energy every day, and they're doing all those weird rituals every single day where they wrap the shit around their arm and they walk back and forth and all that shit. But that's real though. Like when you actually believe it, and you believe it as a collective group of people, it's like that's how they've manifested all of this.
Yeah, I do think that. Yeah, it's a way of like solidifying your identity, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So he's about to make this claim about the canon. Here we go.
division? Like a lot of people disagree. Like I heard the book of, I think it's Enoch or whatever. People disagree if that's in or out. So how do you guys decide?
Sure, it's a good question. So divisions are upstream of the differences in canon and not the other way around.
Okay.
In other words, it didn't start out, modern people typically think Christianity is a book-based religion.
Well, is it institution-based like Catholics here more?
Well, in the sense that we have bishops and we have churches and dioceses, yes. Okay. Now, we're not nearly as organized as they are. I always like to tell people, if you hate organized religion, you'll love orthodoxy. Okay. But the different canons that you have, let's say between the Roman Catholic Church and Protestants and so on, those have more to do with the books accepted by the, let's say in the early church, you'd have had, if you were a Christian in Alexandria, which is in Egypt, your Old Testament would just be whatever the Jews in Alexandria were using for their scriptures.
Oh, yeah?
Well, they had a different list than the Jews in Jerusalem, or the Jews in the East, or the Jews in Gaul, right? So different lists. And so basically, when you have differences in canon, it's not that we disagreed about the books of the Bible and so then a split happened. Actually, for many centuries, the entire church was able to operate in a unified way without actually having an agreed upon canon of the Old Testament.
Totally wrong, totally false, totally bullshit, absolutely, completely lies to her face like that. Hold on, everyone, look at his body language. You can see it. He's like gulping and he's like stuttering and he's not sure of what he's saying. He is lying through his teeth. There was no unified one message, blah, 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 blah. That is not the church tradition. I already explained it earlier. There was many Christianities and he kind of got something right. Oh, the Jews in Alexandria had this one. The Jews in here had this one. That's 100% true. The idea of what
I was shocked when you
was,
didn't jump on that. I was like, this is coming into some larger point because I was like,
Yeah.
he hasn't said anything about that part. Okay.
No, that's true. But that's what I'm saying, that there was
Yeah.
no unified Christianity. They didn't have a unified canon. The Jews
But it was
themselves
whatever
are
the
still
Jews
arguing.
told them it was.
Yes.
Like
Yes.
literally.
They got their religion from them. Salvation
Yeah.
comes from the Jews. That's what Jesus says. So watch this guy's body language as he lies. This is important because you got to pick up on what I would say is this about preachers and their lies. It's almost like they're all doing like a LARP of the preacher that they learned from. You see this with like Joel Webbin, you know what I'm saying? He does like, he's got like 6 different accents. And this guy, he's doing like a LARP based on the church father of his. And they're all kind of doing this weird LARP of each other, which I'm cool with LARPing. That's fine. But it seems to me like part of the LARP, the way it works, is that there's this like way of tonnage and the way that people think that a priest is going to talk. And because you would think that a priest that's talking like that wouldn't lie to you, it enables them to lie to you. Does that make sense what I'm saying? Because we have this idea that like, oh, this is priest talk. Oh, this is a priest talking to me like in a priesty way. We don't understand that it's a lie. We can't like pick it up as easily. And he's going to do it here. Here we go.
If you were a Christian in Alexandria, which is in Egypt, your Old Testament would just be whatever the Jews in Alexandria were using for their scriptures. Well, they had a different list than the Jews in Jerusalem, or the Jews in the East, or the Jews in Gaul. There's different lists. And so basically, when you have differences in canon, it's not that we disagreed about the books of the Bible and so then a split happened. Actually, for many centuries, the entire church was able to operate in a unified way without actually having an agreed upon canon of the Old Testament.
The other church versions were literally killing each other and stabbing each other and writing things that calling each other the Satan. You know the whole "you're the synagogue of Satan" line in Revelation that all these e-crusaders always use? That is quite literally a polemic against a church that's in modern day Turkey. Anatolia it was called back then. East, it was Greek at the time. And they're admonishing churches and synagogues in that area. So you understand how ridiculous this is, this idea of the unified church? See, what happens, part of it is this is what I would say to people who want to know more about this, as far as like the real church history. I would say this: the book of Acts is a problem. Okay, the book of Acts is written by the same person who wrote the Gospel of Luke, according to both scholarship and tradition. I think that's probably true. And that guy, the book of the Gospel of Luke, and Luke himself, it's kind of known as like the gospel to the pagans, essentially. And it's got a lot of like, would say is like riffing off of like pagan motifs and like heroes and all these other types of ideas. And it was almost like the Gospel of Luke was meant to be made, or was meant for the Gentile audience. Does that make sense what I'm saying? So there's this other book he also wrote, that Luke apparently also wrote, called the Book of Acts. And what the Book of Acts does is it gives this like almost origin story to the early church, right? So it's like it tells like the story of what happens after of what the church does after Jesus dies. And it's got Paul traveling around the Mediterranean, dealing with all these disputes. And essentially what he does is, in the book of Acts, he like clears up all these disputes. He goes over here and, you guys are having a disagreement in your church, I'll fix it for you, blah, blah, blah. And then he goes over here, I'll fix it for you, blah, 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 blah. And I just got to say, like, I don't mean to insult anybody here, but like Acts is clearly fiction. It's clearly mythical. None of it is historical. None of it happened. All of it is based off of mimesis from the Odyssey, combined with like
no way.
Oh yeah, all of it.
No
none
way.
of this story happened. The character in Acts, Paul, has so many contradictions between the actions of Paul from the the authentic Pauline epistles, that it's hard to even separate or it's hard to even go through all of the problems with it. So basically, the very church history that he's relying on, like I said, this is like their origin story. Does that make sense? It's like they wrote a prequel, kind of. Is that they had these gospels and the epistles of Acts and the Pauline epistles, and they write this sort of origin story for their church, and it's entirely mythical. And what they're doing, you understand what I mean when I say like in
They
the
wrote
story,
a prequel. Yeah, they wrote a prequel.
well, they're clearing up theological disputes in the prequel.
Right.
Does that make sense? You can think about like, oh, I can see how they would. Oh, why would they do that? Because it was a whole diverse.
They're explaining everything that happened later that maybe didn't make sense until you had the prequel, and then you're like, oh.
Yes, and we're dealing with the winners, right? Like we today see who won in like this clash of all the different sects of Christianity. Like there could be a world where the sect of Christianity that believed in like female empowerment won. There was versions of that. There was like straight up. There's like Thelma, I think it's I don't remember. There's a bunch of different saints and things like that. There was all these weird types of sects of Christianity that did weird practices, and they all basically got beaten out by what becomes later Orthodoxy. And so now we have Orthodox Christians who have this mythological version of their own history, and then they're like citing that as if it's historical. And for those of you who doubt what I'm saying about Acts, I would go to CJ Cornwith on YouTube. If you just type that in, CJ Cornwith, I don't know how to spell it. I'll look it up here in a second. I'll put it in the chat here.
You should write a book about all this and call it like something like The Real History of Mankind or something like that. That'd be a good title for something like this.
Neil, so I know a lot about this to people because they don't know anything about it.
You can write a book. You can both write a book about it.
I get it. But I'm just saying, like, I actually don't know it as well as someone like Neil does, and it's just so I don't know. I would rather someone like Neil do it, and I would just rather be like a person that communicates it to people who don't know anything. Does that make sense?
I guess so. We got a super chat. Hang on. Amalek, college is ahead of time about spelling bike packing tour right now. Do you read ancient Greek? I don't know what that says.
I should say saying I don't read ancient Greek or I don't read ancient Greek isn't really accurate. I know how to basically like take a Greek text, and I have like a lot of friends who are really into this subject, and I'm constantly asking them questions, and I know how to like work my way through what's the website that I use? Cross Bible, and I've taken like these Greek classes online that sort of help a little bit, but really I rely on other people and using like AI tools and things like that to like go into original Greek. However, I like cite the Greek scholars and things like that, and maybe one day I'll try to learn Greek. But no, I don't like naturally, like if you gave me a Greek page, it would take me forever to translate it, but I understand how it's done, if that makes sense, is the best way I could describe it. Okay. But I don't speak or read it like naturally or fluently whatsoever. If you gave me something, it would take me a while to go through it and kind of like decipher it. But at the same time, whenever I'm looking into these things and I have like a Greek-based argument, I'm sending it to people that I do know have that, if that makes sense, that do have that background, do know Greek, and are able to like confirm what I'm saying or not.
Cool.
Yeah, all the things I think about or I talk about, guys, I'm like basing it off of scholars, and most of them themselves are Christian or grew up Christian, or they're like part of like Christian institutions and things like that. So, yeah, that's what I'm citing for basically all this information.
Because it's actually not hugely important, because Christianity is not a book-based religion. Now, that's the way that Protestants would view it. But what we would say is that the word of God means Jesus Christ. He's the word and wisdom of his Father, right? So the whole point of this faith is to have a direct encounter with him. And all of those Old Testament books, so for instance, the book of Enoch, it's not in our Bible, but it's in the Ethiopian Bible. But then if you ask an Ethiopian Christian, well, what does it mean that Enoch is in your Bible? They don't mean by that the same thing that Protestants mean when they say a book is in their Bible, right? So there's a lot of difference in terminology. What we would say is, Enoch is a helpful book, good for reading in the home. We don't read it in church. And really for us, the list of what books are in the Bible, the canon of scripture, is down to what books we read publicly when we gather together to worship God.
Okay, do you understand how crazy that is? they basically have their own Talmud, like their own lore, they have their own fan fiction lore that they like tap into. And you know the Book of Enoch, you've gone over on your show, you know all about this, the Watchers, the angels, the demons, the aliens, the Nephilim, yada yada yada. Do you understand that that book got rejected by the Jews for being too schizo? Do you understand that that book got rejected by the Jews because it's said to have been written by Enoch? I think it's the grandson, or I don't remember the relationship of Noah. I think it's the grandson of Noah or something like that. And it's a pseudepigrapha, which means it's not written by the author it claims to be written by. It's way later. It's not obviously written by. It's written in like 300 BC, I think is the dating. Hold on, maybe I'll look this up in a second. Hold on, yeah. I have it on my other screen somewhere. Let me look it up, what the dating of Enoch is. But do you understand how ridiculous that is? It's like, oh, it's not in our canon, but we have it at home to read the schizo babble. Like, this is so stupid.
I love it. I love it. A Mass Red Death. Well, Amalek, have you ever heard of a Lady Babylon 666? Ammon, bro.
Yeah, it's
okay.
Ammon Hellman. Yeah, I know about
Hey.
Ammon. Yeah, I know a lot about Ammon. I've talked so much about him. Look, I would say this about, I don't want to get super into this. Okay, look, Ammon Hellman, like what he's doing, he could be doing good work, and he's just seething because he was removed from like the theological scholarship because of what happened with him, like, and because he's like a rebellious guy. So now he has this like autistic translation or reading into the Bible that I don't think is true. I've gone over and looked at it with scholars. Go to Myth Vision, go to Neil, go to Derek, go to History Valley on YouTube, watch their debunking and watch them have experts on to talk about Ammon's ideas and what he's saying. I think that there is something to what I would say is like there are like coded sexual references that he picks up on based on his Greek, based on the original Greek, and I would say that some of those are authentic. But
What do you mean? Like what?
Like
this is why Amalek didn't want to go down this path.
Yeah, this is like such complicated lore. Also, like he has like a whole bunch of followers that are just so autistic, and they're like, well, you don't know Greek, so you can't. Oh, if you don't, that's just their thing. It's like Andrew Wilsonites doing it's like the best way I could describe it. That's how his followers are, where they think that if you don't personally are not completely fluent in Greek, that you can't challenge their master because he's like the Greek expert. Okay. And he is he does know Greek. He taught Neil Greek. My friend Neil, he taught Neil Greek. But his ideas on what is going on in that text, I just don't think is true. And I shouldn't say it's not that it's not true. It's just that it's out of context. So like when Jesus says like, I am not a leistes, right? I am not a child trafficker, or I am not a pirate is basically what he's saying. I am not like a smuggler. It can be viewed a lot of different ways. When he's saying that, he's saying it in the same way that if right now the FBI like broke down my door and like treated my family and threw us all on the ground and like shot my dog, I'd be like, what the fuck? I'm not a terrorist. Right. And then it would be like if somebody then said like, oh, like 2,000 years later is reading it and be like, oh, why would you deny you're not a terrorist if you're not a terrorist? Right. Like that's kind of what Ammon Hillman is doing in that just on that specific thing. OK, just so. And look, I get it. He's got 1,000 other proofs. I don't want to get into it. I've looked into it a lot. I've watched his content a lot. I've emailed with Ammon Hillman. I've a ton of things. So I've given him as much possible time as I could possibly do. So, and people who are Ammon Hillman fans, they should follow me because I have the same, I do some of the same stuff, I would say, but in like a not so schizo way.
Okay. Fair enough. Thank you.
All right.
So that's the short answer.
Okay.
It gets more complicated, but that's the short answer. So over these two pillars, we have two Old Testament Psalms, poets and prophets, King David and Isaiah. And the words written across...
Just to be clear, Adam King claims to be a descendant of David, and basically all Jews just love David. That's like their guy.
Really?
Yeah, do you know about King David and stuff?
Not really. I know the name, but not much.
Hold on a second.
Uh-oh, here we go. It is so fucking hilarious, by the way, that Jake Shields doesn't know the difference between Adam Green and Adam King.
I love it.
That's like my favorite thing this week.
Okay, let's see here. Oh, where is it? Hold on a second. Yeah, I'm trying to find it. Oh, here we go. 1 Samuel 18:25 to 27, guys. All right, here it is. Okay, so this is if you oh shoot, actually I don't want to keep just that. Okay, we'll just do this. I'm just bringing it up. I got ChatGPT here telling me what the verses are. Okay, so we got 1 Samuel 18:25 to 27. It says, "Thus says the king desires no bride price, except 100 foreskins of the Philistines," that's their enemies, who might have been Europeans, "to take vengeance on the king's enemies. And when his servant told David these words, it pleased David well to be the king's son-in-law before the time had expired. For David arose and went along with his men and killed 200 Philistines and collected their foreskins. And David brought their foreskins, and they gave the full number to the king, that he might become the king's son-in-law." So to become the son-in-law of King David, you need to collect 200 foreskins. Very.
That's fucking crazy. Actually, that sounds way more schizo than the Nephilim.
Yeah,
if I'm being honest about it.
That's so funny that you think that. That's just in the Bible. It's just in 1 Samuel. 1 and 2 Samuel is fascinating. It's really important actually to understand kind of the way Israel behaves and why, I would say. So yeah, so that's David. That's who we've got on the wall of our church. You know what I mean?
Good. The collector of the foreskins.
Can you imagine why our society is so philo-Semitic and does circumcision on kids and stuff like that? I can't imagine why that would be.
Wow.
That must have sprung out of thin air.
We got another super chat here from Unmasked Red Death. Thank you. It's awesome. Sounds good. He seems a bit obsessive. Ancient Greek is very interesting for a whole other world. Thank you, Unmasked Red Death. Appreciate you, bro.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, like I said, if you want to look at Eamon Hillman stuff, I would check out some of those people I named. Kip Davis has done debates about this. Just so many scholars that I disagree with on so many things, and people that I agree with on so many things, just like across the board have looked at this question. And like, I'm not pretending to be like a scholar that knows better than them or better than Eamon Hillman or anything like that. I just think that I'm more convinced by their arguments than I am of his, and I gave both of them like a totally fair shot. I even gave for a fair shot to the Greek priority, where he thinks that the Greek is the original version and that the Hebrew came later. I gave a shot to that, and then I've had so many experts just absolutely destroy that in front of me for me and really show me how that's just not even possible. In a way, like it would take me like 5 hours to show somebody, so I'm not going to do that. But I gave Eamon Hillman his due, is what I would say.
Us here is a line from the prophecy of Isaiah. "There shall be a root of Jesse, which will stand for an ensign of the people. To it shall the Gentiles seek." So,
did you hear that?
Can you play it again?
Something the same. It gets more complicated, but that's the short answer. So, over these two pillars, we have two Old Testament Psalms, poets and prophets, King David and Isaiah, and the words written across here is a line from the prophecy of Isaiah. "There shall be a root of Jesse, which will stand for an ensign of the people. To it shall the Gentiles seek."
Okay, so what he's saying is that the root of Jesse, who is Jesus, that he will be something that the Gentiles seek, that the Gentiles will basically like run to him. Okay. Now, this is important because basically the way that they crafted Jesus is like this. It was basically like quote mining in a kind of like a schizo way. Essentially what happens is they, in their scriptures, have verses that explain like a suffering or hidden Messiah in the scriptures. So it's almost like they're challenged and said like, hey, in the scriptures, there's a hidden Messiah for you to find. That's kind of what they're doing. And what they do is they identify things like the Son of Man, the scepter, the pierced one, the servant, the branch, the root. And what they do is any time that word is used throughout the Hebrew Bible, throughout the Old Testament, they say, oh, look, that's a verse talking about Jesus. Oh, look, right there it is. And that's how they craft Jesus. Does that make sense? So when he does this for all the roots of the rod of Jesse or the root of Jesse type idea, this whole thing, this is just proof of what we're saying, of what I'm saying. This is exactly what I'm talking about. That that the Gentiles are gonna run to the root of Jesse.
It's King David and Isaiah, and the words written across here is a line from the prophecy of Isaiah. "There shall be a root of Jesse, which will stand for an ensign of the people. To it shall the Gentiles seek. So there's this idea that the line of David, his descendants, would be cut off, and there'd just be a stump. And that stump was going to just kind of lay fallow in the earth for a long time. But one day there was going to be a shoot that would come up out of that stump. And it's like if you cut a tree down, and then one day you come out and there's a sprig of something growing off the side of it, right? So that is going to bring us into here. So there's a chronological axis.
Okay, hold on. I wasn't prepared for this. Let me bring it up. 1 second. Romans 12 through 15. Let's do it. This is so important.
It's just like every element of this is just it's all brainwashing.
Well, it's like she doesn't know what he's doing because she doesn't. I mean, I couldn't even do this in real time with how much he's like layering on. Every other sentence has a new lie that he's been taught, that he's like pushing forward, right? Isn't this crazy? I mean, we're 9 minutes into this and he has lied, what, 12 times or been dishonest or he's like, you know what I mean? Like, misrepresenting things, I guess you could say. I don't know. I don't want to say he's just like fully lying on some of these. He is giving like the authentic. What he says.
I think he believes it.
He's giving the authentic Eastern Orthodox view, right? But I'm just trying to say that what they believe and what they're saying is itself a lie, I guess, is really. Okay, let's bring up the root where it is. Okay, here it is. Okay, what he is quoting there. Let me just bring this up. Okay, this is so perfect. How am I going to do this? Okay, do you see this Bible verses here?
I don't see it on your screen.
Yeah, okay, because I have it just on.
Oh, do you have it? Do you have it in Chrome?
Yeah.
So go to the other tab and click share that tab, and it'll come right up. Do you see that option?
Let me do this.
Just don't share your porn. That's all.
I don't do porn, so.
Okay, good.
Sorry, I might be retarded here. How do I switch it to the other thing?
So do you see like is it in another tab in Chrome?
Yeah.
Do you see at the top of the tab it says share this tab in Chrome?
Oh, I do. Yep, I got you. Okay, boom.
Boom.
All right, thank you. All right, cool. Okay, so this is Romans. Everybody, this is one of my favorite parts of the Bible.
Can you make it bigger?
Yeah, I can. This is my favorite part of. This is one of my favorite parts of the Bible here. Let me get some of these ads off. Okay, this is one of my favorite parts of the Bible. If anybody ever thinks that Christianity is anti-Semitic, I encourage you to read Romans 12 through 15. But let's just go ahead and do. What was it that I'm looking for here? Okay, so this is what he's talking about. Okay. Let me get to the spot I want to get to here. Okay, this is Paul telling Christians how to behave, how they should treat Jews and other Christians and Jewish Christians. Okay, that's what like the purpose of Romans 12 through 15 is, and like what they're supposed to do and how they're supposed to treat them. Okay, so like just a real quick summary of from 12 to 14 all the way up to where we're at now is that's basically what he's doing. He's laying out that the way that Jews are supposed to treat Christians, or Christians are supposed to treat Jews, even those Jews that reject Christ, is that you're supposed to love them so much that it drives them to jealousy. Does that make sense? And what he says is, don't be mad at the Jews for rejecting Christ. If they hadn't rejected him, then you wouldn't have had your salvation. And in fact, that God knew before time even began, before Eve even ate the apple, he knew that the Jews would reject Jesus. So before Eve even ate the apple, he knew that the Jews would reject Jesus. That's what Paul says in here. Do not be mad. He says, do not boast against them. Do not resist them. That to love them so much that they're like, wait, maybe there is something to this Christianity stuff. That's what Paul tells these people. That's like a summary, I would say, of leading up to this. So let's go to okay, so and then he explains here, this passage here, the weak and the strong, this whole section here is basically him telling people to here, this is the Sarah Stock problem. This is what happened. This is where it's from. Right
Oh
here.
no.
Ready? Accept the one whose faith is weak without quarreling over disputable matters. One person's faith allows them to eat anything, but another whose faith is weak eats only vegetables. The one who eats everything must not treat with contempt the one who does not, and the one who does not eat everything must not judge the one who does. For God has accepted them. Do you understand? It's what it's saying. If you're a weak Christian or a poorly practicing Christian, it's not your place to quarrel with them. God's place is to judge these people. Does that make sense what I'm saying? This is this problem of the hypocritical Christian is built into the system of Christianity because its followers are told this, that if you're a stronger person in faith, that it's not your place to treat them badly. It says, who are you to judge someone else's servant? To their own master servants stand or fall, and they will stand, for the Lord is able to make them stand. So they're just saying, as long as they're part of the church, doesn't matter. You're not allowed to, basically. Now, I know there's going to be people that cry, no, that's
So you're
not what
not
it
allowed
means."
to. So wait. So you're not allowed to criticize other Christians. Is essentially the thing. No matter
I
what
mean,
they say, no matter what they do,
It's
no
not
matter
don't
how
be
they behave.
criticized. It's that you're not supposed to be judging them. Does that make sense? That's where this "don't judge others" thing comes from for all these Christians that you see. It comes from these types of verses. So it's a little different. It's not saying don't, nitpick at them or anything, which I'm sure is also a sin. But I'm just saying just to be really specific. It's saying this here: don't judge them.
What does
But
judge mean then? Like, not to be pedantic, but like, what does that actually mean?
I mean, to determine whether or not that person's good or bad, or I'm not going to hang out with that person
Like,
or anything like that.
if you're criticizing someone, aren't you judging them?
Yeah. Like I said, I'm not trying. I agree with you. I think what you're saying is incorporated into that. I just want to be very clear so that these guys don't cry about me misrepresenting things. That it's specifically the word judge and not criticize.
Okay.
That's all. I agree with you though. I agree. Okay, so let's just keep going down just to the part here. This is what I want to show you here. So he goes back here and he says, accept one another. Then, just as Christ accepted you in order to bring praise to God. For I tell you that Christ has become a servant of the Jews on behalf of God's truth, so that the promises made to the patriarchs and the prophets might be confirmed, and moreover, that the Gentiles might glorify God for his mercy, as it is written. He's saying the reason that you're accepting one another is to fulfill the Jewish prophecy that the Gentiles will all worship our God. Does that make sense? I mean, this is plain as day. And then what does he do? He comes down here and he quotes the exact verses from Isaiah's and Psalms about what that guy is talking about as Jesus being quote unquote prefigured into the scripture. So Paul says, therefore, I will praise you among the Gentiles. I will sing the praises of your name. Again, it says, rejoice, you Gentiles, with his people. And again, praise the Lord, all you Gentiles. Let all peoples extol him. And again, Isaiah says, the root of Jesse will spring up, one who will arise to rule over the Goyim. To him, the Goyim will hope. This is how they created Jesus, guys.
So
May the
wild.
hope of him
It's
fill
just
you with
fucking
joy,
wild.
blah, blah, blah. And I just want to show one little part here, and then we'll move on back to the video. Like I said, I knew the whole beginning part was going to be a lot of pausing, but I
That's
just want to
okay.
make sure people know. Okay, so then we go down here, and I just want to say, so the ending of the letter, okay, ends like this. Where is it? Here it is. I'm just going to read the whole section so you guys can get the full thing. So after Paul tells all the Christians to love the Jews a lot, and then does that ending thing he just did where he says that the whole point of loving each other and not being divisive is because you're trying to fulfill the Jewish prophecies for the Gentiles, he then says this. But now that there is no more place for me to work in these regions, and since I've been longing for many years to visit you, I plan to do so when I go to Spain. I hope to see you while passing through and to have assist on my journey there and after I have enjoyed your company for a while. Now, however, I am on my way to Jerusalem in service of the Lord's people. Who's that? Who's the Lord's people? Oh, that's the Jews. Okay. For Macedonia and Achaia were pleased to make contributions for the poor among the Lord's people in Jerusalem. Who are the Lord's people in Jerusalem? Who is he collecting money for?
The Jews?
Yeah. They were, right here we go. for they were pleased to do it, and indeed they owe it to them. For if the
Wow, we owe the
Gentiles,
Jews all our fucking money?
hold on, for if the Gentiles have shared in the Jews' spiritual blessings, then they, Gentiles, or Goyim, owe it to the Jews to share with them their material blessings.
Oh, good.
So after I have completed this task, I have made sure that they have received this contribution. I will go to Spain and visit you on the way. So after he gets done telling them all to love the Jews as much as they possibly can, he then says he's going to collect money for them. Now, I just want to be very clear for all the Christians that are screeching. I'm not even reading chat right now. I just want to go over and explain something to you. There's translations that have the what does it call them in this one? The Lord's people in Jerusalem. It calls them the saints of Jerusalem. It calls them all sorts of different names here, okay? The original Greek, I forget what the word is
The
here.
saints of Jerusalem?
Yeah, that's what they called these people, the saints.
Wow.
Hold on, let me go to ESV. I think that one calls it. Let me see here.
The saints of Jerusalem.
Yeah, this is why. I'll explain it in a second. Hold on, let me find this back. 1527.
I'm going to write a mystical book about how I'm a saint, how I'm a modern day saint. Do you want to be a modern day saint too, Amalek? Should we make Adam Green a modern day saint as well?
Yeah, that'd be funny.
Yeah.
I don't want to go through all the translations. So basically, what's going on here is, I would say this. So to those people who say, no, those were Christian believers in Jerusalem. Yeah, that might be true. I think it's open-ended in the original Greek. That's what I would say to you. However, I'll grant you that. I'll say, okay, maybe these were ethnically Jewish Christians, but guess who was the sect of Jerusalem? The sect of Jerusalem is the sect of James the Just, okay? Those are Torah-observant Christians back then, okay? Those would have been Jewish, ethnically Jewish Christians who still every Saturday went to synagogue, and that they're practicing their religion in synagogue still, and that they believe that Christianity is like an addition on to Judaism in the same way Chabad does today. Okay, and that sect, that version of Christianity, that Jewish Christianity, Torah observant Christianity, that becomes the later quote unquote Judaizers that they all hate. You understand? All of them are like, oh, anyone who tries to Judaize Christianity is evil, yada yada yada. That's James the Just, Jesus's supposed brother. That's his sect that does the whole Torah observance. So your best case scenario for a Christian is that this is talking about Judaizing James the Just Christians in Romans 15 here, okay? That Paul is saying you have to give your money to them. But I think it's in the context where he says, because they have rejected him and you've given your, and that's given you your spiritual blessings, so you have to give them material blessings and all this. The money is going in general to people in Israel at the time. So again, is it surprising at all that this is our world today? Why should it be? This is what we're doing today. We're like living out Romans 15:27 in the real world. Anyway, so when I go back to this tab and I come share this tab instead, and now I go back here just an inch here, understand that the fulfilling of Isaiah and him quoting the root of Jesse, yada, yada, yada. Understand that that's the context of this whole thing. He's sitting in the Goyim mudroom, telling the Goyim about all the prophets and how all the prophets of the Jews are correct and how King David, the foreskin master, he was real and he was true and he was there. And the prophecies of Isaiah.
Hang on. Can you please make a t-shirt that says King Jacob or whatever, the foreskin master? Can you please do that?
King David, the foreskin master? Maybe.
Yeah, King David, the foreskin master.
And just think about how crazy this is and how, and then we sit here and we're wondering, like, why is our culture so fucked? And like, why are people not proud of their own culture? It's because of stuff like this. We've been calling our culture demonic for 2,000 years while saying theirs is true. It's ridiculous. And in Isaiah, the plan for what it is explicit, and you have to be a retard not to see it once I show you.
You can even just take a screenshot of King David in this and put that on a t-shirt and use AI. That would be funny as hell.
Isn't this just so crazy though? Like truly, this is what our world is. It is like a sci-fi story or a fantasy novel. This is so crazy.
In the earth for a long time. But one day there was going to be a shoot that would come up out of that stump. And it's like you cut a tree down and then one day you come out and there's a sprig of something growing off the side of it, right? So that is going to bring us into here.
And Paul says that the Gentiles are grafted into Israel, into the in. And he says, do not insult the branch should not insult the root. Do not be boastful towards the root, is what he says. And he's talking about Judaism. Don't be boastful towards Christians. So all these Christians on Twitter, would you guys describe them as boastful towards the Jews? Or do you think that's I would say that that's a little weak, right? They're a little bit more than boastful, huh? So they're not even allowed to be boastful against them.
So there's a chronological axis that's happening here.
Okay, we're finally out of the mudroom.
This is the Old Testament, which would make this the New Testament. That's right. Now, we would also say this is the present age. There is technically no end to the New Testament. You're still living in it right now, right? We'd say that Christ is ruling in the midst of his enemies.
Who are the enemies of Christ?
Who?
He's ruling in the midst of his enemies. He was sent to rule over the Goyim, rule over the nations. That's the whole. Do you understand how crazy this is? This is the age of Christ, the age where the Gentiles are ruled over by their Jewish Messiah.
So wait, the Gentiles were the enemy of Christ? The enemy?
He is sent to rule over the nations. He's sent to rule over the Goyim. Yes.
This is like the Old Testament.
This is the Old Testament, which would make this the New Testament. That's right. Now, we would also say this is the present age. There is technically no end to the New Testament. You're still living in it right now, right? We'd say that Christ is ruling in the midst of his enemies. What's that? No, it doesn't quite work that way. But again, the New Testament is not really it's not really a list of books. It is a condition. So the thing that the Bible calls the New Testament is actually the Holy Eucharist. Christ says, this cup is the New Testament in my blood, right? So when we say the New Testament, what we really mean by this is the age of the church. And that's the age in which we are presently living. So if that's the Old Testament, this is...
Okay, real quick, I'm going to get real autistic. If there's any Eastern Orthodox people in this chat, and you're crying about dispensationalism, those Protestant dispensationalists. Now, dispensationalism is this idea, I would say. Do you know what that is? I don't want to get.
I know what
into it.
dispensationalism is. Yeah.
Yeah. So dispensationalism, this idea of this rapture is going to take all the people up, and it's based on these like Left Behind novels. I would say it's not based on it. It's been popularized because of that, and a ton of boomers basically think, oh, we got to support Israel to bring about the end times because then we're going to be raptured up by Jesus. Okay, and they're all complaining when all dispensationalism is doing is it's saying like, oh, this is the age of this in the Bible. This is the age that we're in now, kind of thing. And with these different ages, God has like a different view of the Gentiles and a different view of the Jews. This is the exact framework that this Orthodox priest is laying out here. He would say the same things basically. I could sit down and ask him. I would say, well, what are your views of Jews? How should they be treated? And his dispensation towards them would be from Romans 12 through 15, loving them so that they're driven to jealousy. That's what you're commanded to do during this dispensation, this age of Christ. Because the whole idea is that when Jesus comes back, they're all going to realize, oh my God, Jesus was real. We're so sorry. And that they're all going to convert to Christianity. That's what your lore says. So they're actually crying about dispensational as an Eastern Orthodox Christian is retarded. It doesn't make any sense. Your church does basically the same thing and just calls it by a different name. It's so stupid. And I'm not the first person to point this out. The first people pointing out dispensationalism as a heresy were comparing it to Eastern Orthodoxy. So
that's hilarious.
Go deal with that. I don't want to hear this. Oh, if the real anti-Zionist church is the Eastern Orthodox one. At what point in time has any of this looked like anti-Zionism in any shape, way, or form? They're venerating the king of the foreskins, David, Moses, the burning bush, Adam and Eve, the prophets of Isaiah, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob.
It's all fucking Jewish.
Yeah, in what way is this the anti-Zionist answer? Dude, this is the true anti-Zionist church. Like, just keep stacking L's, Ortho bros.
The New Testament, then what's the room in the back? Well, we'll come to that. So I mentioned there's a horizontal axis, but also we see...
Oh, sorry, one more thing. The ruling in your midst of your enemies is Psalm 110. It's the Lord says to my Lord, sit at my right hand until I make your enemies your footstool. rule in the midst of your enemies. That is directly pulled for Jesus. It says in 1 Corinthians, Paul says, for he must reign until he has put all of his enemies underneath his feet. And in Hebrews 10, it says, so Christ sat down at the right hand of God, waiting from that time until his enemies should be made a footstool for his feet. Then it says in Acts, it says, Peter applies the psalm. He says, Jesus must be both Lord and Christ because of that verse. They're reading in that verse that they're doing this Trinitarian shit because of that verse. And then it says in Ephesians, God seats Christ at his right hand, far above all who rule in authority and power and dominion, and put all things under his feet. And then do you understand how crazy this is?
Amalek, in the chat, someone's saying that your name has evolved from theological and metaphorical context to represent a demon influence. Are you a demon? Are you really a demon? Is that what's going on here?
No, but I get that a lot. It's kind of funny. My name is a play on this because basically they think in the world that there is a real spiritual force, and it's almost like a force of nature to them, where they believe that Judaism and Jewish power, like you could call it, is a force of nature, and that they think that the opposite of that force of nature is Amalek, essentially. So the most anti-Judaism possibly that you could possibly be is Amalek. And I hear people all the time say like, oh, they're calling people Amalek, and that means, oh, that's what they call Christians, or that's what they call the Muslims, or that's what they call all non-Jews and things like that. And all those things are true, but the highest version of Amalek to them is the Torah denier, the Bible, the person who makes fun of Yahweh. Actually, you know what? We're going to take a break for 1 second. I'm going to show proof of that. I don't want to just say it. I want to show you guys a funny clip of it. This is my new favorite Mizrachi clip. I'm bringing it up. 1 second. Everyone knows it.
Let's go.
Everyone knows Mizrachi, right? Let's do this. All right, here we go. Everyone, favorite Mizrachi clip. So let me explain. When I say that I'm Amalek, this is why. This is what he views as the highest level of Amalek.
Horrible, filthy people that they try to do everything in the internet to confuse people in their faith that they should leave their religion. What do they gain from it? It's a full-time job sometimes. We make fun of the Torah. What do you gain? The answer is nothing. Why would you do it? Because you are a special criminal.
A special criminal.
Because you declare a war against Hashem. You got anything? You had physical pleasure from it? That he left, that from now on he's not going to keep Shabbat? No, it's pure evilness. These kind of criminals.
He's saying you get off on it.
He's saying I enjoy it, and he's saying we're pure criminals, but listen to this. One of the things that Judaism says about Christians is that, in Judaism, there is no eternal hell. Okay? Hell is a place that you go to based on how bad you are, basically. Does that make sense? It's like a temporary condition. The idea of like an eternal place of hellfire, that's a Christian theological construct. So listen to what he says here.
From it, that he left, that from now on he's not going to keep Shabbat? No, it's pure evilness. These kind of criminals, their hell will never end. Just the Gemara in Masechet Rosh Hashanah, page 17, the Gemara says, even when one day the hell will end, the fire in hell will end, their punishment will remain.
So if you guys really don't like what's going on, this is what pisses them off. This is what bothers them. Making fun of the Torah and their God and rejecting their religion. And then guess what? Guess what really bothers them? When you deconvert their people.
You will burn in hell for all eternity.
Yeah, how funny is that?
But only for that crime, not for any other crime.
Right. Yeah, that's good stuff.
Yep.
So, so how crazy is that this ruling in midst of your enemies is quite literally a call to rule over the Gentiles, rule over the Roman world, rule over the Goyim. That's what Jesus, he says it explicitly. And he's calling back to it in this
Testament.
thing.
What we really mean by this is the age of the church. And that's the age in which we are presently living. So if that's the Old Testament, this is the New Testament, then what's the room in the back? Well, we'll come to that. So I mentioned there's a horizontal axis, but also we see the same thing happening in a vertical axis. So we have up there an icon of Christ. This icon actually depicts Christ the way that the old Roman emperors would be depicted. He's wearing like Roman senatorial robes. He's holding the gospel in his hand, which is the book by which we will all be judged at the end of time. He's got his hand raised in blessing, and then around him there's a verse that says, "The Lord had looked down from the heights of his sanctuary. From the heaven did the Lord behold the earth to loose those that are appointed to death."
Just real quick, how crazy is it that like all of the wealth and all of the like the community basically gives their money and then this is what's built with it and it's beautiful and things like that. But like think about that in the context of medieval Europe. You have feudalism and peasants who are basically like slaves, serfs, however you want to describe this, who are being like, I mean, I don't want to exaggerate here, but they're not in good conditions by any means. And what is all of their labor, their cultural and material wealth going towards building things like this? Like, could you imagine a better psyop? Like, oh, what have we been doing for 2,000 years with all of our things? Oh, we're not going to space and becoming amazing and turning ourselves into like the craziest species on the planet and ruling over the whole planet as Europeans. No. We took all of that creative energy and all of this wealth and all of these resources and we poured it into this. The keeping of Jewish traditions.
Death. So I mentioned,
that's not to say it's not beautiful.
All the way back in Genesis, we had a problem. And the problem is we are cast out of paradise into the world of sin and death, which means things start to go wrong. For one thing, we start to die. Another thing that begins to go wrong is our relationships with one another, right? We depict Christ and Adam as having the same face, which is a way of showing every single human being is actually an icon of Christ and therefore deserving of love and respect. So when I fail to show that to you, then I'm actually failing to honor the icon of Christ that's in you, for which I ask your forgiveness. Okay? So when we enter into the world of death, we're enslaved to it. And so you're born into it. It doesn't really matter what you do. You know, you could be born into it, you could live like a totally perfect life and never make any mistakes at all, and you would still die at the end of it, right? So this is a problem because, of course, Christ did not make us for death.
Actually, people die because everything dies because that's what's called biology. Retard.
True.
Like, what are we doing here? What are we doing? This is the stupidest lore I've ever heard. Oh, so like this girl ate an apple and then like it basically made it so that we now die. Like before that we used to live forever and like yeah, so now we're in the age of death and like people die and like one day we're all gonna live forever. Like,
but what did the sharks eat, bro? What did the sharks eat?
Oh my god, yeah, dude. This is where the shark he does. He believes in that, I believe. I think he does believe in that. I don't think he ever mentions it, but he does talk about like a perfect world where there will be no need to eat meat or something like that at one point.
He did not intend us to experience death either in a physical sense or in the spiritual death, the separation from God, the separation from one another. And so what he does is he looks down from heaven at us and he comes to call us back. And so right beneath Christ in the dome here, there are Old Testament prophets. So again, we see Christ coming through the Old Testament, and this is quite fun. Around the dome, there are some images, some of which you might recognize. For instance, here's the Nativity of Christ. This is Christmas, right? Jesus born in a manger. There might be some details in there you're not familiar with, but that's.
There might be some details in there you're not familiar with about the manger scene. Now, I don't want to like go super autistic on this, but like, how can I describe this?
Just do it.
The birth narratives themselves are all later literary construct. There's not a single historical part to them. Matthew and Luke are already late compared to Paul, and Paul doesn't even know that Bethlehem, okay? Or the Herod massacre, or the Magi, or the Egyptian flight, or the census, or the manger scene, or this torn veil lore with Mary. None of that is in any of the earliest traditions of the church. The earliest Christians had no idea what the fuck you're talking about with a manger scene, okay? Let's just be clear.
When did the manger scene come about?
It's developed later, basically using parts of Isaiah, talking about the birth of a virgin within Isaiah. I think it's 7:12 or 14. I'm sorry, I'm really bad at remembering the names. It's whichever one's the wrong virgin reading. It's 7:12 Isaiah or 7:14. I can't remember which one. Anyway, it's taking Matthew says something like, out of Egypt I called my son, in his birth narrative, and he's ripping out of Hosea. And the context about all of these verses is about Israel in the story, the character Israel in the Old Testament. And they're pulling all those to make the birth narrative of Jesus way later in the whenever the Gospels are in their form that has it, I would say. Not to get into gospel dating or anything like that. So this idea that there's like, oh, we're depicting the manger, and oh, you might not know some extra things in there. When he refers to those extra things, he's referring to like apocryphal books that are outside of their canon that they still read. You know how he said, oh, I read it you can read it at home and type of that type of thing. Because all of these apocryphal books that they don't think are canon, they all have these little things, these little like additions to the lore. You know what I mean? They're additional gospels, they're additional fan fictions, if you will, that add like, oh, at Jesus' Last Supper, there's the Gospel of Judas where Judas is the good guy and Jesus goes up and hugs him at the Last Supper and says, you're doing a good job, or things like that. Like there's all these like fan fiction spin-off versions of each story. So when they're sitting here and saying, oh, or when he sits there and says like, oh, there's parts of our birth narrative that you might not know, that's what he's referring to, their own little spin-off fan fictions. And the tradition of the birth narrative itself is a fan fiction written into the narrative later.
They're basically just all a bunch of fucking nerds. They're nerds that are nerding out on their thing and writing all sorts of stories about their thing.
Dude, it would be like if a bunch of weebs today got together and wrote their own history version of like Japan literature and became like super fans of Japanese culture kind of thing. But they obviously, like, weebs don't know the original, you know what I mean? Like, they're detached because they grow up in America or in the West. So they don't have like an authentic understanding of how to LARP as Japanese people. That's kind of what's going on here. Like a Jew sits here and looks at your birth narrative and obviously sees that it's constructed. You're talking about the three magi coming with frankincense, gold, and myrrh. That's obviously a callback to the Old Testament. You're talking about the star will come up from Bethlehem. All this type of all these motifs that they use in their birth narrative. The Jews themselves can see what's going on here. They're not retarded. Well, some of them are, but not when it comes to their Bible.
That's what that is.
We did the plays growing up.
Yeah, right, exactly. Here's Christ's baptism in the Jordan.
I got to be one of them.
There you go. Yeah, Christ's baptism in the Jordan, Christ on the Mount of Transfiguration, his crucifixion, and then his descent into the underworld to break down the doors of Hades and to bring the righteous, including Adam and Eve, into paradise, which is what happens on Holy Saturday, the day before Easter.
Okay.
Now, right here, this is what we were celebrating yesterday. This is Pentecost. Okay. So we'll go through these in order, but Christ is moving. So we have Old Testament stuff up there and then moving into New Testament stuff. What you'll see if you kind of crane your neck is that over each New Testament event, there are two prophets pulling a prophecy from their scroll, a scroll from their prophecy that is from the book of the Old Testament with their name on it. And it is a prophecy from the Old Testament that prophesies the event of the New Testament depicted directly below it. So it's very intricate, requires actually a high level of scriptural literacy.
Oh yeah, it requires a high level of scriptural literacy. Oh yeah, you mean just reading the Old Testament and then reading the New Testament, understanding the New Testament was written using the Old Testament? That actually doesn't require a high degree of literacy. It just requires a brain and a little bit of literacy, like a third grade reading level. To understand your whole little lore that you just laid out is retarded. Obviously, the authors of the New Testament were aware of the Old Testament and they're writing to fulfill those prophecies. The idea that this is like some magical thing that spontaneously happened and, oh, the Old Testament writers, they were correct and prophesied the future is so stupid and low IQ. This is so dumb. How are we still falling for this for 2,000 years?
Well, it's like if you're thinking about it as a movie. Think about like the Old Testament. Hang on. Think about the Old Testament as a movie, and then the New Testament is the sequel. Like, obviously, the writers of the sequel knew what happened in the original movie. Otherwise, the sequel wouldn't make fucking sense and it wouldn't be good. It's the same thing.
Yes. It's so stupid. It's like if you were to watch. Okay, it would be like if you watch. It's like watching Terminator 2. And being like, oh my God, can you believe that the big cliffhanger that I don't even remember the what is the big huge thing that they reveal in Terminator 2? I can't remember. Whatever the big reveal is, people. I thought of it and I just lost my train of thought. I don't remember what it is. Whatever the big reveal is in Terminator 2, it would be like going back and being like, can you believe it that they prophesized that in Terminator 1? It's like, no, retard. The person who wrote Terminator 2 is riffing off of Terminator 1. Are you stupid? Anyway, somebody just said in the chat, most of the Gospels are written by the original apostles and were just letters to other followers. There is zero evidence for that whatsoever at all. Not a single scholar of any reputable degree or pedigree or anything like that would ever accept such a ridiculous idea that the Gospels were written by the original apostles and that they were letters to other followers. That is not true. They were not letters to other followers. They are also not eyewitness accounts. They are a literary genre of competitive literature in the same way that we have movies today that are competing for the attention and money and things like that on the movie theater. These Gospels were competitive literature against one another. It was a whole genre of Jesus literature, basically. So the idea that it was like some authentic letters from some authentic apostles is totally false, totally true. Or I'm sorry, totally untrue. Okay, real quick, one other thing. Schofield Bible, total cope. Schofield Bible is not the cause of Christian Zionism. Christian Zionism pre-existed Schofield, first of all. Second of all Schofield is a reference study Bible for priests that links these prophecies of Israel to the Jewish people that we all know. That is not a huge stretch. That is not a schizo stretch. It was not paid for by the Rothschilds. I've looked into it. That's not true. Okay, what's going on is a very obvious reading that anybody could see just by reading the text like I do and everybody else can, and understand that the quote-unquote people of Israel, aka the Jews, that they still have a plan or a part of God's story, okay? And that plan and that mystery and all these other things has resulted in Christian Zionism. But doing the Moss Schofield thing is ridiculous. We can see, I already explained earlier, from the very beginning, the first law that enforced Christianity, the Theodosian Codes in Rome, that very first law was giving carve-outs for Jews. Do you understand? The idea that the philo-Semitism problem just like sprang out of the Schofield Bible. No. This is just one branch. This is just one iteration. This is just one part of it. There's hundreds and thousands of different sects and reasons and spin-offs and heresies and things like that, and different priests talking about how there needs to be a physical restoration of Israel all the way in the 1st century, 2nd century. Origen is writing and saying there's going to be a physical restoration of Israel. So no, absolutely not blaming the Schofield Bible and saying, oh, just look it up. Like, dude, this is a cope. If the Schofield Bible, first of all, the number of Christians who operate out of like Schofield Bible at all is just so little. It's like I said, it's a study Bible, but it's almost accepting this idea that the reason that there's Christian Zionists today is because of like dispensationalism. That is insane. There are 700 million Christian Zionists in the world. There are at most, at the very highest estimates, at the most generous band you could possibly give to define what a dispensationalist is, there's at most 40 million, 50 million dispensationalists in the world. So you can't say that the problem is dispensationalism because you can't account for the additional 650 million Christian Zionists. Sorry, these guys went through and hit all of my trap cards.
It's all good.
I hate Schofield Bible Cope.
Work out your feelings.
This church, when was it like painted?
We finished painting this in 2009.
Okay, that's newer than I thought.
Yeah, we finished painting this in 2009. So the original temple is now what is the parish hall across the alley, where a bunch of interesting historical things happened. If you're ever interested in the history of Dallas, there's a bunch of weird stuff that happened over there. Now, Christ moves down through the Old Testament. So I mentioned there's a kind of a pedagogy, that is a teaching. And the pedagogy is the Old Testament. So the Old Testament is, you start it with everybody, and then you narrow it down to just Noah's descendants. And then you narrow it down to just Abraham's descendants, and then just Isaac's, and then just Jacob's, and then just Judah's, until we get to her.
The #1 Jewess of all time. Like, Mary could have been like Laura Loomer. You understand how crazy this is? Just next time you guys picture Mary, I want to do some AI of that. Actually, that's what we're doing. I've been depicting Adam
Make
King.
Mary as Laura Loomer.
I've been depicting depicting Adam King as Jesus in some of my video, like meme videos for a long time. We're putting Laura Loomer in as Mary. That's what we're doing. I'm writing that down.
I still can't believe Adam King fucked Laura Loomer. P.S. Like, I know it's off topic, but
why, dude? That's the descendant of David.
God, can you? I don't even want to. I can't.
That is a true, authentic Hebrew Israelite descendant of David and the foreskins. I don't know what you're talking about. He's a prize for them. They love it.
So this moment, the moment of the Annunciation, depicts the Mother of God. It's a young woman. She had been dedicated to a service of God in the temple, and then when she hit a certain age, she was sent away to live under the protection of the righteous Joseph.
Okay. All right. He is lying. That is not the story in Luke chapter 2, like he says. The Annunciation is in Luke 1, okay? But the veil weaving story he's about to tell, and this whole thing, all this lore that he just gave about she was a virgin that was in the priest weaving and blah, 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 all this other stuff. Again, not in the Gospels, okay? Not in the Bible. Guess what it's in? The Proto-Evangelicum of James, the Gospel of James. It's a 2nd century apocryphal infancy gospel that talks about Jesus being born that he is riffing off of, okay? It's not the authentic version. They don't even put it in their Bible. It's later. It's written in the 2nd century. It's about the conception, the upbringing, and it's like Joseph and Jesus's birth, and it's got all these weird things in it. I can't remember off the top of my head if that's the one in one of these apocryphal ones. One of the boys that Jesus is growing up with does something bad, and Jesus touches them and they die. He literally kills somebody. I think it might be this one. If it's not this one, it's another one. So that's what this is based off of. They're basing he's saying this as if it's history. Listen to him. Is he presenting this as like, oh yeah, one of our apocryphal texts says this about Mary? No. He's presenting it as if this is true itself. That is insanely deceptive, isn't it?
Yes.
Until we get to her.
Laura Loomer.
So this moment, the moment of the Annunciation, depicts the Mother of God. It's a young woman. She had been dedicated to a service of God in the temple, and then when she hit a certain age, she was sent away to live under the protection of the righteous Joseph. And it is in that context you see she's got a little spindle in her hand, or she's doing some spinning. That's because she was one of the temple virgins tasked with the role of weaving the veil, the temple veil. And so she's there weaving the veil, and that's the context in which, in the Gospel according to St. Luke, the Archangel Gabriel appears to her and says, "Hail, thou who art full of grace, the Lord is with you."
See how he just did that? He's pretending that's from Luke. This whole thing's from Luke. Wrong, not from Luke. Liar, liar. Wrong, not from Luke. You're using apocryphal Luke. You're using apocryphal, non-canonical Bible stuff. Now, that's part of their tradition. I'm not saying it's not. This is what the Eastern Orthodox teaches. This is what this art is based off of. But how deceptive is this to teach this as history, and it's not even part of your canon, and it's not that's not what he's saying. It's not part of Luke. It's not, you know what I mean? He's lying. And he does it so casually.
And she opens herself up to God, and she says,
"Oh, he's about to make a lie. Let's see if I bet you Karlyn's going to catch it. I bet you're going to catch the lie."
Yes. Now,
gotta go back.
they're weaving the veil, and that's the context in which, in the Gospel according to St. Luke, the Archangel Gabriel appears to her and says, "Hail, thou who art full of grace, the Lord is with you." And she opens herself up to God, and she says, "Yes." Now, there are lots of stories in the ancient world of gods impregnating women. In none of them was she ever consulted.
Wait, what was that?
I don't think that's true.
There's no pagan stories of the woman getting impregnated by the god being consulted?
That's not true. Yeah, that's not true.
Hey,
at all.
bitch. Hey, try reading a single pagan source. How about try reading any story? Throw a dart and you're going to hit one, okay? This is retarded. There's countless stories of the god. Yes, obviously Zeus was doing some raping.
Zeus
Obviously,
was
some
Zeus had his ways, but like
all
Zeus
of these
is not
gods
really
were doing
the
that kind of
story.
stuff. But the
Yeah.
idea that there was no, it wasn't until Mary showed along, she shocked the whole ancient world by being the very first one who offered up consent. That is bananas. That's so illiterate and retarded, and it's stupid. So what? So that's good argument. Oh, so she was the first one who gave in consent to God to have sex with her? Dude, in the story, she's like 13. So all these Christians that want to cry about Muslims and Muhammad, how old was Mary? You fucking retard.
See, that's why they all support Epstein now. That's why they never cared in the first place.
It's just so stupid. I mean, dude, he's presenting this as its historical fact, and it's obviously not. To anybody who looks into this, again, don't take what I'm saying for my word for it. Just, I mean,
She
everything
was
is so easy to look
13?
up now.
I didn't fucking know that. I don't think.
Yeah.
She was
Yeah.
13.
I've seen
Wow,
I've
Christian.
I've seen scholars say that she was 9, dude. That Mary was 9. I don't agree with those scholars. I've looked at it and I think that she was probably okay. Hold on. First of all, not a real person. Just so we're all clear, not a real person. There was no historical Mary because there's no historical Jesus. Okay, and on top of that, doesn't matter. No historical Mary. However, in the story that she exists in, yes, she was a maiden that would have been anywhere between like 12 and 15 or 16, because that's how marriage things like that worked back then. You guys, everyone thinks she was an 18-year-old virgin. Okay, 18-year-old virgin in the ancient world is not happening. And the Jews later write that she had slept with a Roman soldier, and that's the father of Jesus, and that essentially that this Roman soldier sleeps with her. That's the father of Jesus, and like that basically this whole thing developed out of a cope is what they do. But I think that them writing that is itself a cope. I've looked into this part of the Talmud and what they write about it, and I think that they're like not telling the true story there. I think you have to go to the I don't want to get there's other texts that I think tell the real version that they believe, and they don't actually think that. Anyway,
in this story, she opens up herself to God. She conceives of the Holy Spirit. Her yes becomes the means through which all of us can be saved. So this is why we love her, and you'll see there's icons of her kind of all over the place, including back there in the back, although you'll notice that with a couple of exceptions, pretty much every icon that you see of her will show her holding Christ in her arms. This type of icon right here is called the one who points the way. So what she is doing is she's presenting Christ to you and saying, he's the way. So the moment of the Annunciation in Luke chapter 2, and then the images kind of bounce around and we move through the life of Christ. So the question then becomes, how do we escape from the realm of death? Well, in order to do this, what Christ has to do is untwist that image of himself that has been twisted in us because of sin. So the way that he does this is to come and first of all, become a little tiny baby in Mary's womb, and then grow, and then she gives birth to him in the normal way. And at Christmas, he's born, and then he begins his...
Again,
Jesus was a Pisces, obviously. I don't even know why that's controversial.
Well, he's obvious. These are all late traditions and later added. Like, I don't know what to tell people. Like, the whole... I don't know, like the naming conventions for all this, the birth narrative for all this, like it's all.
Do you know what the symbol for Pisces is?
Yeah, it's the fish.
The
right?
fish.
Yeah, and this is
what
supposed
became
to be
the symbol for Jesus? The fucking fish.
Yeah, and they wear that on their hats, and I've seen a lot of that stuff. I think
And
there
if the
is
Jews
something
were
to
really
that.
fucking around with astrology, it's like it makes sense, right?
Yeah,
that would carry through.
I do think that there's something to that. I just would say that there's a lot of people who think like that because the Pope has like a Pisces hat on, that he's like a secret crypto pagan, or that the Jews are secretly worshiping Saturn in a weird way, that they're secretly going to their meetings and being like, we don't actually worship Yahweh, we worship Saturn. And I think like all of that is totally unhelpful. Anything that's distracting from the idea that like, no, actually, Jews worship Yahweh, Muslims worship Allah, who is also Yahweh, and Christians worship Jesus, who is part of Yahweh. So they're all worshiping Yahweh. That's what I would. That's what any distraction away from that, like, oh, it's actually Saturn, it's actually demon, it's actually Satan, it's actually. I think it's not useful to understanding it. Now, if you, like I said, if you want to say like, okay, yeah, they're obviously like riffing off of astrology. That's true. I also would say like reading the Bible in like with an astrological lens can be interesting, but shouldn't be overdone. So I don't know. That's just my thoughts about it. But it's true. It is like that.
And he grows and he waits for 30 years and then he begins his public ministry. And if you read the early apostolic fathers, so this is the generation of church fathers who lived right after the apostles in about the late first and the early second century. The apostolic fathers talk about something they call the doctrine of recapitulation, which is to put
It's not that there's no black cube worship. It's that when you do the thing, when you say like the black cube worship is them secretly worshiping Saturn, and in fact, there's a symbol on Saturn that they've been magically summoning and all this other stuff, like that is not useful. What the better way to explain that is that Judaism is way younger than they pretend it is, and that it's influenced by these early mystery cults in the Hellenized world, and that they would have had the same vocabulary when they were operating, so that they share similar roots or similar traditions, and they're riffing off each other. That's the better way to describe it. The idea that Jews today are somehow like secretly or like worshiping a different entity that's not Yahweh, it's just not that's the problem, I would say. And like this like black cube thing, I do think that there's like an occultic reasoning or whatever, but I don't think that they have like an authentic like tradition that they really understand.
new head on something. Paul hints at this, St. Paul hints at this in the New Testament when he talks about saying, as under one Adam, we all died. So also under a new Adam, that is Christ, we will all be made again, we will all be made alive. For the first Adam was made a living being, but the second Adam is made a life-giving spirit. So Christ lived.
Just real quick, I'll just say this. As far as like Adam, okay, the way that Paul describes the Jesus and his body is he describes it as manufactured. That's not the Greek word, but the Greek word for manufactured or created or crafted. That's how he describes the body of Jesus, and that's the same way Adam is created. And Adam is created from dust, right? So that's the same way Paul describes how Jesus was created. What does that tell you? Jesus had no idea of the birth narrative Paul had no idea about the birth narrative or any of that. None of that is present in Paul's stuff. Paul's epistles are the earliest things that we have, essentially. Does that make sense? So it's Paul's epistles. That's supposed to be before the temple destruction. And then we have the Gospels come later, basically. So the Gospels come after Paul. So the very earliest layers we have, Hebrews and Paul, has no birth narrative at all whatsoever for Jesus. Paul had no idea.
Hey, Amalek, you want to know who just got here?
Oh, who?
Pearl's here. You want to talk to
hey,
Pearl?
what's up?
What's going on, Pearl?
Hey, how's it going? Can they see on my side?
I'm
live too. I just saw your request.
Oh, no, I don't know if we can see on your side, but welcome. Thanks for dropping by.
I want to see if I can share my screen, if this will work.
Yeah, we got to take Amalek's screen now.
Oh, yeah, here.
I can just remove it.
Guys, I got offered. They said I could. All right, can they hear me now? Let me see.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, not you. I'm talking about. All right, can you guys hear them? Can you hear them? Yay, nay. Yes. Okay, they can hear you now, so it's good.
Oh, cool. So basically, we're just going through your video, Pearl, and Amalek is critiquing it and talking about some of the history. And he thinks that, I think he's on your side, but he thinks that you were lied to by this priest.
Oh, really? What did he think I was lied to about?
So many things. So many things.
How long have we been doing this for? Like 2 hours now?
Yeah.
I like study plural. My name's Amalek, and I like go over. I'm a secular agnostic person, but I grew up Christian. I grew up Catholic, and then Protestant, and I study the Bible really hardcore. And basically, I think that these guys lie a lot, like priests and things like that. Mm-hmm. These guys just like have a really bad habit of lying, and people think that because they're priests, they like can get away with it essentially. And they like don't really know. And you'd have to basically be like a biblical scholar to almost uncut or like know it at a level that at least I do, to be like uncover it in real time. And like for like the last 2 hours, we were just going going through it, and he has like lied to you like 30 times about
what has he lied about?
like he's like presenting these things as like, oh, the church did this or we believe this and things like that, these church traditions that are way later. Like he explains this birth narrative here. We're just going over this part where he's saying that in Luke, Mary is born and that's the Annunciation, and we have this lore about how she was in the temple weaving and she was like a temple virgin and all these things, right? That is a 4th century, or that is a later apocryphal text called the the proto-evangelicum of James. The Gospel of James is what it's called, and that's got all this infancy narrative and all these other things. That's not inside their Bible, and he told you that's from Luke.
Oh,
so
well,
he's presenting things like that a lot, where he says like, oh, and as we say, like the gospel says this, and then it's not in the gospel. It's actually from something that's outside.
yeah, I mean, I don't know the Bible well enough to like go back and forth about, you know what I mean, like what's true and what's untrue. So if they lie, I can't really,
Oh yeah, it's not your fault.
I don't, that's I just think there's like a circle of gaslighting that I get from religious people where it's like, first they say, oh, well, not all women or not all churches are like that. So I go to their church and then I interview people and then they give me kind of feminist answers. And then they're like, well, you interviewed the wrong people. And I'm like, okay, what people should I like? And then they point me to someone I should interview. And then they do what's happening now where you're saying they said things that aren't true or accurate and then like, it's like a never ending cycle where
absolutely. Yeah.
I'm like, my question is the obedience question. That's really all I cared about. But
when he said to you that like he's like, oh, the Eastern Orthodox Church doesn't accept divorce, and then he goes on to be like, well, we would have them come back, of course, after they repented. I was just like, so you legitimately have no answer for this. It was all you held his feet to the fire too. Like they all answer like this, and my point, my greater point is. And maybe you're kind of picking up on this now. Adam Green and I have been watching you have these reactions for a little bit now. Mm-hmm. And like, are you picking up that like maybe the source of leftism might actually kind of be Christianity? It's kind of like that's kind of what they're riffing off of. It's kind of like leftism is in a way, or Christianity is in a way, like a version of ancient leftism. That's kind of how you could look at it.
No, I think it's giving women credit cards.
Well, you know what I mean, right? Like it's
I'm
like
not
this
giving back
weird
my
egalitarianism, right?
No, because to me, okay, it seems impossible that as a church you could keep the lights on without pandering to women. That seems impossible because if women make 85% of consumer buying decisions, like you're saying I'm going to make $15 and not $85. It just seems it seems like they're all going to crack no matter who they are because you have to keep the lights on. And that's just what I found. So as soon as we got credit cards, I don't know.
It's funny because there was always this, even in the earliest layers of the church, there was this like trope of the Christian wife at home and the pagan husband. And that's kind of where this like the dopey husband trope kind of comes from in the West, is like there's lots of literature about this and writing about this.
Really?
We have records of like basically like Roman soldiers coming home and writing to their like their governor or their lord saying, you got to do something about this Christian stuff. We got effeminate men teaching our wives when we're going to war, and then we're coming home and they won't have sex. They won't have sex with us because they refuse to have sex because Paul tells them not to have sex. Paul was celibate and told Christian women not to have sex with their husbands.
No way.
Yes. Paul said not to get married, not to have sex, unless you can't control yourself, can't control your lust, and then that's the second best option. That the best option is no sex. That's what he says. So there's records and Romans writing back and forth, basically like petitioning their government to shut Christianity down because their wives will no longer sleep with them.
I just think once it becomes a group, women get too much social power because there's always going to be sexually starved men. And like in religious, it's like extreme. And women that are men that are sexually starved just always simp. It's not like if, it's when. So, and like, I don't know, because again, like what I'm getting at is the woman's not obedient to the man, she's obedient to the institution. And a lot of like, it's kind of like a lot of what I've noticed is I lived with somebody that wanted to be a pastor, and this was like the laziest guy I ever met. Like, he was like a young guy and he thought 40 hours a week was too much to work, and I'm like, you're like 20. You know what I mean? And so I find that a lot of religious leaders are just guys that want to talk for a living. Hypocritical, I know. I talk for a living. Hypocrite, I know. But it's a much easier job than like working, you know? So I'm like, I think a lot of the religious leaders just don't want to work. And so now you're having like the men that are working, or in this case, fighting. Now their wives listening to this like unemployed man, basically. Not all religious leaders, not all, but most of them didn't have careers before that, you know. So what like life experience do you really have? You agree, disagree? What do you think?
No, I agree. It's hard to say though too. The big thing about what I would say like the marriage and how these things have developed though is that we've had like 2,000 years of giving bad marriage advice, where the advice has been what we see play out, where it's like kind of, oh, you're going to let another man come in and tell you how to run your household. And he's going to tell you, oh, don't let your wife, or you got to let your wife do this and let your wife do that. And that's kind of how we've been playing it out for 2,000 years. And it's not just like a random occurrence. It's because of the church teachings. It's the church's teachings.
Huh.
People don't know this unless they really study the Bible and understand like what Paul, who he was and what he taught and things like that. Like he was a celibate guy teaching. Basically, this is what he says. Paul says that we are in the end times. Jesus is coming back any day now. And that why would you bring a child into the apocalypse? That's very selfish of you. That there's no real reason to have children anymore. But if you just can't control yourself, go ahead and have children. Like that's how he lays out for Christians. So that's like the earliest layers of Christianity that we know, right? Or not the earliest, but part of the earliest church. Mm-hmm. And that's what they're teaching their people, right? Mm-hmm. So you can see how, and I mean, they have issues with certain sects that are doing that. The men are literally castrating themselves. Certain saints and martyrs and priests are literally chemically or surgically castrating themselves. And it's not until the Council of Nicaea where they ban it. That's the first thing. The first part of the Council of Nicaea is them banning male castration. So this idea of like the effeminate male and then like the wife, the Christian wife at home, that alliance, you could call it or whatever, that's how Christianity kind of gets it going, is that idea.
I think it's abnormal for a man to want to listen to a lesser man. And I think that's what you get with a lot of these pastors. I just think a lot of them don't want to work. I don't blame them. Talking for a living is great. I'm not even judging. It's just I look at my dad's not the most religious, but he's the best man I've ever like met or seen in my life. And he works like I just can't imagine my dad accomplishing what he's accomplished, like taking advice from somebody who talks for a living, even me, you know what I mean? Like there's got to be a hierarchy of like, there's certain people that are better.
Well, just imagine this, Pearl. Imagine this. Imagine you're in a medieval village and you've got that guy in your village and you're expected to go to him once a week and tell him all of your sins, and your wife is going to tell her all of the sins. So there's literally that guy that you're talking about right now in the medieval context and in the ancient context, in the old context. Think about how that means today. Imagine people doing that today. Yeah. That's crazy how much power that person had in the village, right?
Isn't it almost better for the wife to confess to the husband? Wouldn't that be better?
I mean,
like, just like, what's the
confessing to a like
otherwise is she
Jewish first century rabbi isn't productive either. Like, I don't know what to tell people. Like, that's actually not what we should be doing with our time, is spending once a week sitting down and imagining a first century rabbi to talk to about our problems.
Women confess to TikTok right now, which is great for my business, but I was like, I don't know, maybe the boyfriend.
In some ways that's more ideal though. At least it's like honest.
Well, for me, right? I'm, but but I don't know. I think the whole family is tortured when the woman's like confessing all her sins on TikTok. I won't lie. She's like, yeah, I cheated on my husband. They're like doing it live.
Well, that's what the early church was doing. Is a lot of their saint stories and a lot of the early women, their story is that like, oh, she was a former prostitute or she was sexually transgressive, and then she found Jesus, was baptized, and washed away, and now she's got a new body in Christ. She's got a new soul, a new spirit, and you actually have to forgive her. And if you even talk badly about her previous life, you are being a bad Christian. Do you see where this is coming from now, Pearl? This is not just like this isn't a happy little accident. It came from the religion.
Dang. So this has just always been.
Yeah. I just kind of started like, I've been seeing some of your content for a while, but after I saw this interview, I went through and watched like all of your church interviews. Cause I love Adam Green does these like in-person interviews like this too, where he goes and asks people questions. And I was watching him the whole time just laughing. Cause I'm like, dude, Pearl, like this has been going on for way longer than just the last couple of decades or like feminism or anything. This is a way older problem, I would say. It's like just slowly eroded itself to this point, you know what I mean, over the generations.
Well, do you know what it is? I was tired whenever I would make a generalization about women. There would always be the copes, which is not all women are like that. Like the church girls are better, and in my experience the church girls are worse. So, and I was tired of I was just kind of getting sick of being gaslit because I grew up in a Catholic area. So I'm like, I know the workaround virginity. Like it's almost worse to like do anal and like pretend to be a virgin than just fucking a dude.
That's the Catholic.
Yeah.
That is Catholic teaching.
Yeah,
like that's official, but
yeah, like that's all. Teaching, but I know the gymnastics that women like do, the mental.
You know what it's funny about? It's like it's like their oral tradition. It's kind of like the Catholic Talmud version, right? Like everyone complains about, oh, these rabbis are doing the light switches on Saturday. They're trying to break the rules. They're trying to like come up with their own rules on how they can get out of breaking the Sabbath. And it's like that's the Catholic version of that is like their weird ideas of early.
Wow. Wait.
Right? You understand what I'm saying?
So like the Jews who hang that little string all around their neighborhood so that they can break the rules and get away with it. That is equivalent to Catholics doing anal and stuff.
Yeah, it's like basically the same thing, right?
Okay.
I mean, structurally,
you're right,
what's
actually.
different?
Yeah.
What's different
You're
about it, right?
Yeah.
And it's like
it's
such a tradition that everyone has the trope of it in their head about the Catholic girl who's like that when they're younger, right? Like everyone knows what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Well, and so I was like, okay, now I grew up around these people. Let me go prove it, because they would say, oh, you just interview these Miami thoughts or these London whores. Because I would do my interviews mostly, and that's most of the interviews are like at night. Or, the show I used to do was at night. So I was like, oh, let me just go to churches. Your church women are so amazing. I bet they're going to give me amazing answers, right? And then I go, and then it's the cope. It's, oh, well, you shouldn't go to church with a sign. You're being so disrespectful. And I'm like, no, I'm not. And then they're like, no, oh, well, it's just the girls that you interviewed. You interviewed the wrong girls in our congregation. I'm like, Ninja, please. Why don't you just admit that your church is flawed? Like, it's okay. We're all flawed. It's like, just say it. We have flaws. No, we're protected by God. It's like, oh my God.
Just wait until you find out how flawed it is, Pearl. Just wait until you find out how deep the rabbit hole goes. It's bigger than this.
Pearl, the reason that it's like that is because that's what their Bible teaches them to be like. I was just showing Karlyn the passage. It says to basically like, if somebody is a bad Christian that's not following what they should be doing, it's not your place to basically judge them. That it's Jesus's job to judge them, and that you're actually harming the mission of the church if you call them out or judge them or anything like that. So it's like built right into the system. It's like, oh, hey, why are all these people acting like they can't be judged and they can do whatever they want and all these other things, and they're not gonna, you know what I mean? Well, it's because that's how their religion is structured. That's what the book says. That's what Paul says in Romans 14 and 15.
Well, here's the thing. I'm not even judging. Hell, I have a ton of flaws, right? But we have to like admit, what are the flaws? Like, I don't know how to put it. Like, I just don't like being gaslit that it's like they put these women on a pedestal or their church on a pedestal as if they're above being flawed. And I'm like, most people are flawed. It's not even like a judgment. Like, what even is judging? It's like that word is so weaponized against that. It's like, do you know what? Observing that a porn star might not be the correct person to teach. That observate, not even condemning her for her lifestyle, not even kicking her out of the church, but saying, hey, I don't really want to be preached to by a girl that sucked dick on camera, like anybody else. And then they'll say, don't judge. And it's like, am I really judging? You know, like, is it?
I think Paul would say you're judging. Pearl, you're judging. According to Paul.
Like, okay, if I want to fly a plane, right? And they say, I don't think you're qualified to fly the plane. Is that judging me, or is that just stating the obvious?
No, I agree with you.
Like, that's what bothers me about church people is sometimes I just feel like am I talking to a real person here? Like, are we not
Oh no, you're not. 90% of people are basically like NPC, like soulless, like they don't have any idea what's going on. They don't have like an inner monologue, I guess, or something. I agree with that totally. Some of the people that you interview at church, it's like they've never been asked a question in their life. They're like, oh wow, I'm like 30 years old. This is the first time anyone's ever asked me a question. It's crazy to see that reaction when they oh, well, that's a weird framing. You're asking a very simple question about like priority of their values that they should be able to just like explain. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. The whole thing is crazy. And it is, like I said, it seems like it's liberalism, and I understand why anyone would say that. And I'm not like pro-leftist or pro-liberalism or anything like that. I just think that the source of the liberalism, what's going on, is that like liberals are basically like genetically Christian, like for lack of a better understanding, right? They're people who have like the same structure of Christianity and Christian values and Christian understanding of the world, just without the Christianity, basically. Without the Jesus, essentially. So now we have the right, which is they have the Jesus and they're doing the thing that's essentially, I would say, gender or cultural equality even, and racial equality. And then the left is basically doing the same thing without the Jesus. So both sides are doing this thing where they're like LARPing as the solution, I guess. That's what you're getting at, right? Like that's the problem. They're coming out and saying the real solution is if we all convert to Christ and we all join the churches and that's how we fix society, when like that's obviously not gonna fix the thing that we're trying to fix.
I'm gonna put something in the chat and I want you guys to play it. Just the audacity of these people. I can't put it on my screen because otherwise the share won't work or whatever. Hold on.
It's all good. I'll play it.
So do you know the Sarah Stock situation? Do you guys know it?
Oh, I'm
generally familiar. Yeah.
I was one of the leading reporters of that story. I'm pretty proud of my...
The leading reporter.
Were you the one who like got her to admit it?
No. But I don't want to say what my involvement is, but I was part of breaking the story.
Dude, look at how they were talking about me doing what they were doing.
Did you see did you see the Kino Casino tweet about it's confirmed they got the divorce?
Really?
Sarah Stock and her husband have divorced, according to Aiden, the guy who runs the AF Post, which he would probably know.
Wow.
Kino Casino tweeted it out earlier. I saw.
Let me.
So Sarah Stock has divorced. How crazy is that?
That's wild.
So I'm gonna. Okay, so I'm gonna give a pretext. So.
Okay.
Were you there when? Do you know the Ring Gate, the e-girl war? Do you guys remember that?
Yeah, with I1. That's currently my desktop background is I1.
So I was the one who kind of started all of the warring, but again, because I said I forgot what I said, but I was pointing out that she was showing off the ring and not the guy, and we all know what that means. You know what I mean? And she got pissed, so she calls into my show, and basically, and I sent you one of the tweets, says that I'm just jealous because she makes so much better life choices than me.
Is this one with you in the red shirt where you're
talking
to someone?
She calls in, I believe it's her. Hold on.
All right.
And this is after she was getting side with.
Now get this, Elijah Schaefer, and I told Elijah this because because he wanted to collab, and I'm like, dude, or we were like talking about it, and I'm like, dude, he wanted to moderate a debate between me and Sarah Stock about the ring situation. And he said, this is going to be a fair debate. And I told him, I'm like, you fucking set me up. But he's like, I would never do that. I'm like, it's not that you wouldn't do that. You did do that. You tried. I said no.
Of course he would do that. Please.
Yeah, and I'm like, you have got to be so. I told Sarah she could call into my show, and she did. And I believe the second link, I have to remember, but I think it's that one. And by the way, she was eating Elijah's ass. She was literally eating his ass.
Wait, do you think that's true, or do you think that that's just like Elijah being a disgusting person?
No,
I think it's true. I would bet it's true.
I go 50-50 on it. I'm not 100% either way.
What's the incentive here?
For Elijah to do that, he's making his own lore basically right now.
This is just how Elijah talks. He was talking like this about his new girlfriend on that Twitter space last night. It's just how he talks. He has no fucking filter.
If it is true, it wouldn't surprise me. Let's just
ladies, if you're gonna whore, I'm just gonna be honest. You cannot whore with men like Elijah Schaefer. Look, you got to watch out for these streamers. I'm telling you, they will tell everybody.
That's so real.
This is why I'm undefeated, right? I'm not that stupid.
No e-boys ever.
No e-boys, not even one.
Dude, these you guys like Lauren Southern. You fuck Tate. That's a ninja with nothing to lose.
Hey, that wasn't her fault. She just went to a hotel room to sign a contract. Come on, Pearl. She was doing business.
Dude,
imagine. Well, I sort of feel bad in some cases, not with that one, but just in some cases in general in our society, because like some women I know, like they're totally clueless. Like I could imagine them being like, oh yeah, I'll go sign the contract in the hotel room, and that's just like that itself is like naivety and embarrassing. Like, where's your father? Where's your brothers? Like, oh my god.
Hang on, we got a member chat from Naruto. I sometimes miss the Pearl and Heidi forbidden internet romance era. Yeah, that was a good era. That was a good era. But obviously, Pearl ended up with me at the end of the day, so that worked out well for me.
You're more my type, you know what I mean?
Alex, thank you for the $20. This is the best. We just need Adam and Layla, and this would make an unstoppable podcast. We'll have to work on that. We'll have to work on getting Adam Green on here too. Pearl, which clip do you want to listen to first? The one with you in the red shirt, or the other one?
The red shirt, but I'm gonna send one more. I'm sorry.
Okay, that's all right.
So
it's your world, Pearl. We're just living in it.
Go from the bottom to the top.
Okay. Hang on.
The one I just sent, and then to the top.
All right. Got it.
It's like, I don't think that you can really argue it's for anything other when you're posting something on social media. It's for attention. I think it's gaslighting. I don't think it's immoral.
So that's everything you've ever posted too. Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
So you posted like 50 different things about my engagement. Well, so that was all for attention.
I mean, I would say it's my job. I would say it's my job. It's for money.
I noticed so what's trends. My job?
I notice trends, but
So what's my job?
I don't know. I don't know you. Let's read the original post. We'll go to it.
Pearl, let's just talk about like your entire job is just hating on women who have made better life decisions than you.
Okay.
Oh, is that not true?
Oh, that aged wonderfully.
Is this your job, hating on women who got married 10 years younger than you that didn't sleep with a bunch of black men?
I'm not insulting you. You're the one.
You're virtue signaling off of
I'm not insulting
not
you.
Getting married young.
I'm not.
I don't understand
you.
like what you think.
I'm not insulting you. You're insulting me. I'm not insulting you. Okay, so then go to the next one. Keep going. Mind you, she's eating Elijah Schaefer's ass while telling you this. There's some women that have certain behaviors that usually predict a divorce later. This wasn't made by me, but by the observations of thousands of men. I did not create this. And when women show off the resources that men give them, rather than the boy or rather than the guy, it's usually not looking good for you, fellas. I hate to break it to you. And these are the women that say they're so feminine and winning. It's like, are you really? If you're a bitch with a ring, you're just a bitch that got a ring from a simp. There's some women that have certain behaviors that usually predict a divorce later. This wasn't made by.
Let's go. Got it.
And this.
How crazy is this to get their wedding blessed by their church, by the way? And even if she wasn't being a hypocrite, right? If during this whole time she wasn't actually sleeping with Elijah Schaefer, but let's just pretend that didn't happen for a second. that whole interaction is so incredibly unchristian of her. The way that they're taught to
Question
behave
why-
is absolutely so far removed from how she was talking to you and how she was acting. Oh, you did this, you did that. Hey, guess what, Sarah Stock? You're not allowed to complain about anyone who sleeps with black guys or black anything or be racist whatsoever in your church. Racism is totally banned from Catholicism. Absolutely 100%. And so is
Question-
calling out other people like that. But
question why you would do that as a man, but as a woman, I think the reason why that's the case, Pearl, is because some women actually have families. That's unfortunate. I'm just saying, you know, maybe if you had one too, you would also, you know, perhaps be doing that.
Which I think she's angling for.
Question why.
Bruh. Now go to the next one. Go to the next one.
That's the last one.
No, the screenshot. The screenshot.
Hey, okay. There it is.
Hey, let's set up something with you and Sarah Stock ASAP. We can meet at your studio or fly you here. I'll moderate. I'm neutral because I like you both.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah.
wait, is it neutral when you're getting your ass eaten by one of the members on the debate, one of the people in the debate?
Fuck you, guy. You know what? I was like,
Listen, I have a soft spot for Elijah. I do. Amalek knows this. I give him shit when he gives Elijah shit. Like, whatever. But I also can acknowledge that I think Elijah is out of his mind, insane, with no filter. And although I like him, I think I do not think he's above doing anything he needs to do to get views on the internet or make money.
yeah. Well, I don't mind him either. He's fine, but I'm like,
I like him. I do.
This is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
What is wrong with you, Ninja? That's what I was saying. That's more what I'm like. What is wrong? How are you talking?
Like, he shouldn't be setting people up. Like, but like, obviously, I would also like not be surprised if he did. I'm like, okay, yeah, of course that makes sense. Yeah.
I'm like,
if I fall for it, shame on me.
I mean, I just told them pay me, and they didn't want to pay me, so I couldn't do it. But
You know what's crazy is while he's doing this, he's trying to set up other debates. Like, he was supposed to set up a debate about like my sphere and like the Christianity thing, and he just like backs out and cancels and things like that. And it was either the person themselves heard me debate somebody and crushed them, and that's why they backed out, or he just gave up on it. And I think part of the reason he gave up on it is because there's not a lot of money in my type of debate, you know, debunking Christianity or religion itself, because so many people in his sphere and so many people that are grifting off of are Christian. So what ends up happening is he's forced to do these sort of like drama debates, you know what I mean, over rings and things like that. So it's really embarrassing for him because he's basically become like the Jerry Springer of the right wing online, or however you want to describe what this group is.
I couldn't believe the audacity. That's really what I just could not believe that they were talking to me the way they were talking to me, doing what they were doing. And you know what? Here's the craziest thing. I heard about this before. Even during that clip, I knew she was fucking him.
I think everyone kind of knew she was fucking him. I mean, I thought that was always pretty obvious, honestly.
I mean, I don't know. I just heard it from somebody, and I felt like it was a pretty credible source, but I wasn't going to be the one to do it. So,
do you remember when she debated? There was that I don't remember what it was. It was something they went and debated. She debated like a left-wing Christian. It was another woman.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember what I'm talking about?
No.
I can't remember her name. Sarah Stock debated another woman who was she's like a Protestant Christian woman who's a leftist, and they're debating on like traditional values or something stupid. And Sarah Stock got crushed to death. Like, she got crushed by like a liberal, basically, like a liberal woman. And she had no arguments at all. All she could possibly do is sit there and do like a Nick Fuentes impression. That's basically what her argument was. So the idea that she had anything of value to add other than being Elijah Schaefer's e-girl or whatever, it's insane. It's like laughable. She had no interesting things to say or add to the conversation.
And it's
this is why Nick and the Groypers are right, that Elijah has to stop bringing fucking e-girls around. And listen, obviously I'm a woman and I kind of hang around with them. I don't think I qualify as an e-girl because I'm way too old for that shit. But Elijah just makes horrible decisions, and he brings around horrible people because he wants to fuck them. And here's what ends up happening. Inevitably, every time.
Do you know what? It's just insulting my intelligence. Like, for example, this new one, I guess, there was some girl that was like dropping the N-bomb, his new girlfriend.
Yep.
And I guess it came out that she had a TikTok called King Von's Throat Goat.
Mm-hmm.
And I've said this for a while, that when women are racist, because as someone, my ex-boyfriend was black who has gone that route, like no girl is going to be comfortable saying the N-word unless she's been around black people. So it's actually more likely that they've banged a black guy if they're racist. Because the girls that like have never gone that route, they're like, oh, I don't know. Like, they're like, would you date a black guy? They don't say it with disgust. Like, hate's closer to love. Do you know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
so,
you're not wrong. Yeah.
Yeah. So I that's why I always quote tweet and I say racist e-girls love black guys because hate's closer. It's the same thing. My co-host Doug MPA, he always talks about how he hates black women, but he dates them. He loves them. But it's just, the reason you can only hate something if you have experience with it. Do you know what I mean?
Well, according to Elijah last night in the Twitter space he did with Beardson, he said that was all made up and she was a virgin when she made all those and she was just making jokes and all that. I'm kind of like, but there seem to be a lot of accounts where she's talking about black guys, like a lot.
You just got to think about it. I mean, especially for girls in media, like there's certain industries where black guys are high status. So if she's done if she's been like on a college campus, there's a lot of black guys that are athletes. They're high status. Like not one of them had the game to crack your girl. Really? You're just so special and awesome. Only you could do that. Really?
I just wish we could be normal. Can't we just be normal? Can we not do this thing where we're like, oh, we're going to be yelling the N-word everywhere and doing all this crazy stuff? Like it actually, like everyone is racist enough that everyone understands, oh, hey guys, racism is back and it's cool again. We don't actually need to continue to do that. Actually, we can just be normal people.
Yeah. Well, anyways, what I was kind of getting at is that Elijah's, he's insulting my intelligence by saying, oh, you have to believe me that my girlfriend isn't like, she hasn't banged a black guy, even though her TikTok is King Von's Throat Goat. Like, and by the way, Pearl, you can't, I'm going to get mad. I'm going to call you a bitch if you publicly say that because you have my number and you should just text me.
Yeah, that was a weird part of that whole thing. The idea that you have to like run by your critiques of his horror of the week. You have to run by hey, just so you know, Elijah, I'm going to be talking shit on your e-girl this week. So just so you know, here it is. Like, what is he doing? I don't understand. Does he honestly think that he's like the pimp of or the woman wrangler of the dissident right online? Because he's obviously not. He's obviously like a deeply closeted man.
Yeah, I'm like, so well, I don't know if he's closeted or I mean, I don't really care.
I don't think he's closeted at all. I think he absolutely loves fucking women. Yeah, I do. Yeah.
I don't really care if he like that's just not I don't care. Do you know? But it's just more you're insulting my intelligence. You're telling me I have to believe that a girl with a TikTok, King Von's Throat Goat. And that's not just a black guy, okay? I prefer, conservative black guys. So if I date a black guy, it's going to be a conservative. I call them Malcolms. That's who I date. Okay.
Malcolms.
Yeah, Malcolms. You got the biggest ninja I've ever seen. Like that's like a ghetto black dude. Like, so you put the ghettoest like King. Didn't he get shot and like die in like a rap war? Pretty sure.
I'm white. I have no fucking idea who that guy is.
I'm not sure. I don't. Yeah, he
rap
died.
war sounds crazy.
Yeah, he died. Let's see. How did he die? Yeah, if you just Google King Von and show his stuff, that's like the most ghetto black guy ever. And you put that you were his throat goat. And you're saying, Elijah, it's impossible. It takes women like 15 minutes to have sex. You're saying it's all outside of the realm of possibilities that a girl with that TikTok handle banged a black guy ever. Get the fuck out of here. You're insulting my intelligence. Anyways.
Because I don't even really care who Elijah's banging. It doesn't make any difference at all to me. Like whatever. He just got divorced. Let the man live. But like, the whole thing is stupid. He needs to stop elevating stupid women. Honestly.
Well, I would say, the reason that he thinks he can get one over on you on the and make you believe something as ridiculous as that is because he also expects everyone to believe in his like magical friend, that rabbi that he talks to when he prays.
True.
So it's actually not that far off.
Christianity
Like,
created the problem.
well, I mean, maybe they didn't create the problem, but it certainly doesn't help when a lot of people have this idea that, like, oh, I have my magical friend that I talk to, and all my friends are going to talk to this magical friend together, and you're going to be expected to believe some crazy stuff like talking donkeys and water into wine, and that a bunch of like ancient authors, like they were able to predict the future, and that scripture is actually written by God Himself. Like all of these ideas themselves are so fantastical and ridiculous that to them, in their head, in Elijah Schaefer's head, making you believe that the throat goat person or the throat goat situation is totally kosher, if you will, like that's actually not that crazy, because he thinks that you should also believe in a talking donkey and all the other stuff.
Well, and I don't know, your reputation as a woman, it's just your problem. It is not your boyfriend's or husband's job. Like, it's just not their, like, they have better things to do than defend you to other people. Because of like a choice you made. If you made that choice, that's your own problem. So
Just own it. Just own it. Like, I don't know. Anyway.
Yeah.
Pearl, would you like to watch some of this video with us and listen to Amalek talk about it?
Sure, for a little bit. Can I invite my co-host to come on?
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Link.
Sure.
All right, let's see.
Amalek, do you want to share the video again? And you can be in control.
Yeah, let me.
And the teacher of why Christianity is ultimately Jewish and has created all of these problems and embeds these problems in our society.
Hold on one second. I want to find something.
Maybe you should also like give an overview of generally kind of your argument on this, just so Pearl and her co-host know what's going on. That might be a good idea.
Yeah, let me bring this up. Give it back to sharing mode.
Pearl, do you have access to get the invite link? Well, I guess you have it because you.
Yeah, I just sent it to him.
Okay, there's Doug. Hello, Doug.
Hey, how's it going?
Good.
I just want to say one last thing. Pearl said this the other day, and I have to say it. Isn't it crazy that Adam 22 and Lena the Plug's marriage lasted longer than Sarah Stock's marriage?
That's wild that they got divorced. But like, I don't blame that guy. That poor guy, honestly.
Wait, what poor guy? Which one?
The husband, Sarah Stock's husband.
Oh, okay,
like,
okay.
That poor guy, honestly, like, bro.
I would have killed to have heard that conversation when all that came out between those two. I wonder the likelihood of him. I wonder if he decided to leave right when that whole thing came out, or did he have a time where he wanted to simp and stay in the marriage? What do you guys think?
I bet he stayed, and then couldn't take it.
Yeah, I bet that was a process. I mean, like, it's got to be like a total mind fuck, honestly. Like, you've just gotten married. You thought she was a virgin. Your marriage got blessed by the fucking Pope. Like, it's just like, that's a huge mind fuck to even find out, oh my God, everything I thought was true is a lie.
That's the thing. This whole thing where women will never understand what it's like to be a man and have everyone making fun of you because your wife or your girlfriend's a whore. And I think the only thing worse than that is imagine all the young boys in middle school and high school whose moms are going to be on OnlyFans. Kids are brutal. Yeah. If any of my friends in high school's moms were on OnlyFans, I'd give it to them so bad. Oh, people aren't going to care. Yeah, they are. Yeah, they would.
Oh, I went to school like that. Somebody had that their mom was somebody found online that somebody's mom was doing that kind of thing, and she was actually kind of famous, and he got shit. I mean, I think this was like ninth grade. I think I remember that people found this out, and basically that's who he was now. That was his identity.
Oh,
yeah. But to be fair, I'm gonna like. Men are not perfect in this area either. I've had like 3 men publicly on the internet accuse me of coming on to them and trying to sleep with them when in fact they were the ones that came on to me and I said no. And so it's like that goes both ways. Like both sexes are fucking awful. Honestly.
Well, do you know what it is? It's men that are sexually inexperienced. Oh shit, sorry. Do you know what it is? It's men that are sexually inexperienced. They take everything as you wanting to sleep with them. Because they just don't like get women usually.
That could be true.
They like think everything is a girl trying to sleep with them.
That could be true as well.
And just one last thing on this: do you think it was a slow burn where where Sarah Stock's husband's like, I can't do this anymore, or was it one thing? Do you think?
I think it was just he came to a realization. Probably, I think it just took time.
Okay.
People said that he was suicidal right out of the gate and to leave
Yeah.
him alone. People said to leave him alone and he was suicidal. And I was kind of going hard on the whole Sarah Stock thing because
she was asking for it.
Well, I mean, I just my desire in this, you know, what I do on my account and things like that is I'm trying to remove. I don't want religion to be involved in politics. I want politics to be secular because I think whenever you add this like religious layer, it adds all of these problems that we're seeing, and like that's kind of the root cause in my view. So like this idea that we're going to be trad, e-crusader LARPers, and that we're going to have a traditional marriage just like Christ would have wanted. We're going to get married to the Orthodox Church, and we're going to have the Pope bless, or we're going to have the Pope bless our marriage, and all these other types of ideas. Like I think that itself is kind of part of the problem, that is seen as the ideal, if that makes sense. So I had problem with Sarah Stock and the whole thing because I saw this coming from a mile away. I was calling it out and all this other stuff. So when it happened, I was just like, I told you so, I told you so. And I had people tell me like, hey, chill out. This guy's like not in a good spot right now. So I did, by the way. So I think that it likely was right from the beginning is what I would think.
Yeah. Cool.
Cool.
All right.
Okay.
Amalek, do you want to get like an overview of what you believe generally and why we're watching this?
Yeah, I'm going to be as quick as I can about this. Okay, essentially, I've already kind of explained that I'm like, I want secular politics, and I'm like anti-clerical, I guess you could say, or anti-religion in general. Anti-superstition is a better way to put it. But I study the Abrahamic religion, so I know a lot about this stuff, and I know a lot about his tradition, and I argue with these people online constantly. That's what I do, is argue about the Bible with Adam Green and kind of bring our perspective to it. And one of the things that we deal with is people saying like, oh, the way to, you know, be anti-Zionist is to convert to Eastern Orthodoxy. That's the anti-Zionist brand of Christianity, and they're traditional and they don't do that Zionism stuff. And I just want to point out here in the very beginning how absurd that is. The entire room that he's about to talk about here, and the idea that you could possibly be like anti-Zionist in this room is crazy. So I just want to play this and explain to you real quick, Pearl, what you're in right now when you're in this room. So hold on.
Testament tabernacle to the outer. The narthex is this space we're in right here with a kind of low ceiling. That in there is called the nave. Narthex again means porch. It is analogous in the Old Testament tabernacle to the outer court, sometimes called the court of the Gentiles. Technically, there were three outer courts. There was a court of the Gentiles, there's a court of women, and then there's a court of men. Mm-hmm. So you have Gentiles, and then you have Hebrew women, and then you have Hebrew men. And then you have the holy place where only the priests are allowed to go, and then the most holy place where only the high priest is allowed to go once a year.
Okay, so do you understand what they're saying is that the way that their architecture and their church is built is under the Old Testament rules where Gentiles or Goyim or non-Jews must sit out in this little mud room. This is where this is their audience room. They must stand as well. Not only that, but they must stand in that room, and that they're not allowed to enter the Jewish section because the earliest versions of Christianity had this group that you could call God-fearers, which were Gentile worshipers of the God of Israel. Okay, so that's kind of the earliest version of Christianity. So people who say like, oh, look how anti-Zionist they are. I mean, Pearl, you were in this room. Every single reference is to the Old Testament, to the Torah, the religion that they're all following in Israel. It's all about Moses. It's all about Isaiah and King David and this whole room. This is the Goyim mud room that you're looking at. You know what I mean?
I'm going to be honest. I don't know what any of that means.
That's awesome.
I don't know. I can't lie to you. You know?
It means their entire religious framework is based on Judaism. Essentially,
it's supremacy. It's this idea that the non-Jews must sit in the back of the room in the cheap seats, in the bleachers, basically, and that the Jewish people sit in the front. So then Eastern Orthodox people who are saying like, oh, we're the real anti-Zionists, it's just ridiculous.
Yeah.
So you'll see that we've basically still followed the
my dog is being weird.
Take your time. I'm going to show the Mary thing, I think, right? Oh, actually, hold on.
structure, but we shift everything up one for very important reasons, which I'll talk about. So
the gray area between
it's over.
Is not as gray as it used to be.
There are hackers out there that want nothing more than to cause damage and wreak havoc. There are
I'm just on my.
Is this on YouTube?
Yeah.
Yeah, you gotta get premium
Well,
viewing
I'm
ads.
just I'm on my Rabbi research account right now, and it just doesn't
Wait,
have.
so I'm just gonna interact. I'm just gonna interrupt real fast. What the biggest cope? Like what sect of Christianity are the biggest feminists with the most cope? Off the top of your head.
Well, the biggest feminists are obviously like the liberal Christians who literally believe in like an interpretation, like the James Talricos, right? If that makes sense.
No, but I'm talking about actual like sect, like Orthodox, Catholics, Protestant. Who's the absolute worst from what you've seen, and who has the most cope to try to cover it up, where their words blatantly don't match their actions? If you had to pick one for the sake of this conversation.
Probably like the modern liberal Baptists or the modern liberal like Presbyterians and things like that. Like they have a lot of that built into their thing. But I would say like every single version of Christianity has their own version of extreme cope built into it, and it's like depending on the situation. When it comes to like this like idea of like women's equality or how to run a household and things like that, it's obviously like those like more liberal type of churches. But I don't think that these guys have any better solutions. Is really the problem.
That was my next question, but you just beat me to it, so never mind. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't think any of that's the problem. That's why I don't want young men to hear that what they need to do is convert to Christianity and join a church and find a nice church girl, because I don't think that that's actually like a good advice any better than go to the bar and pick up a nice girl at the bar. I think that this is.
We always say that church is the last stop on the whore train.
Yes.
So we were saying on Pearl's platform. So if I were 18 and I were a woman and I was like an 8 or above, right? I'd hop on like OnlyFans or something like that, cash out, you make a couple mil, cash out at 25, and then go to church and marry some church simp. Why not?
I don't know. I thought that I came with some real solutions for marriage. I said 10 years of text messages.
Well, that was the thing. He had nothing.
iCloud, you could get that. You know what I mean? Like 10 with the iCloud emails nowadays, all that stuff is backed up to, you could get a decade of text messages if you really want. Mm-hmm. Why not submit it, ladies? You're virgins, right? You're not like that, right? Submit the text. Oh, no. Crazy.
And then another take that Pearl has is, okay, who are bigger cucks? Liberal guys like Destiny or the TradCon guys?
Both.
No,
Yeah,
but
both
honestly,
awful.
so what's what is your position again, Pearly?
Okay, so cuck, basically, when we think of cuck, it's like the cuck chair. So the guy's sitting in the corner watching his wife bang another dude. But also being cucked, a lot of men, when they're divorced, I would say they're cucked because they're paying for their wife to bang other dudes in their house. And that's kind of hell on earth, right? So another guy goes into his house and then gets cucked by this new guy. And I was thinking about it, and I'm like, in a way, I think if I took Steven Crowder and Destiny, Crowder is more cucked because he's paying $30K a month, or at least was at one point, for his wife to bang other dudes, where Destiny's in an open marriage. And yes, that's cucked, but it's almost less cucked because Destiny almost out-cucked his wife because he was banging he's banged a lot of attractive women.
Yeah. His roster is impressive.
Yeah, his roster is pretty decent. So who's really more cucked?
Which is
Crowder?
bizarre in and of itself.
We don't have to talk about why. We don't have to. We may not understand it, but yeah.
What do you got, Amalek? Did you find the part you wanted to show?
Yeah, hold on one second. I'm gonna switch over to this side here. I want to go right to the part where you guys talk about divorce. Now that you're here, bro, because this blew my mind. He has nothing at all for this. One second, I'll just go through. Like I said, I'm on my Rabbi account. Apologies. I this is for Chrome. I don't have the Chrome edition or the Chrome extension for no ads.
It's all good.
A good example would be something like divorce, right? Which the Orthodox Church absolutely prohibits, but then it happens. So then do you have a way of bringing somebody back into the community? Because the thing that we're always concerned about, or the thing we should always be concerned about, obviously, I get distracted and focus on the wrong things. The thing we should always be really concerned about is the salvation of the soul. We're not trying to create utopia. We're not trying to create a perfect society of perfect people. Christ did not come to make bad men good. He came to make dead men live.
Okay.
So the thing that I'm always concerned with, or should always be concerned with as a clergyman of the Orthodox Church, is the healing and the salvation of.
So just to be clear, he's saying that the salvation of their eternal soul takes priority over the divorce thing. So this idea that divorce is absolutely prohibited in the Orthodox Church is not true. That's not their number one value. That's not what they're doing. They do prohibit it. They do it. You just have to cut. You just have to ask, say you're sorry, and then they'll let you back in.
Another human person. And this is a way in which I significantly failed you yesterday. So once again, I'm going to really ask your forgiveness for a thoughtless, hasty tweet. Okay? And I can make all kinds of excuses. Not going to do that. But the thing that we should always be concerned with is the health and the salvation of the people. So for me, that's this flock, these people. So we, in the Orthodox Church, we call our priests, we call our deacons, Father. And the reason we do that is because these are our children. And
how crazy is that, though? Just like the idea that, like, oh, you're gonna call like another man father, and like they're your children. Like that itself, like what? How is that? How is that not cucked? I don't get it.
That kind of is cucked.
Like, just the whole relationship there, right?
I only call one man father in my life.
Right? It's literally like, call me daddy. You're gonna call me daddy. Like, what is going on? How is this? How are we getting this guy calling? How for 200 years or 2,000 years have we gotten people like this getting called daddy? What is going on?
We can be very sometimes protective of them, but ultimately the thing that someday I'm gonna have to stand before Christ, and I'm gonna have to give an account for certain things I've done with my life. How have I used the time, talents, and treasure that he gave me to use to his glory? But also, he gave me a wife, he gave me 6 wonderful children, and then he also gave me this flock. And I'm gonna have to be accountable to God for the way that I pastored them in a way that other people just simply will not.
Would you ever tell a woman who's been like divorced that she has to get back with her husband in order to return?
Would I ever?
Or
sure.
have you?
No, I'm a deacon. It's not my job to do that.
Oh, sorry. Maybe not you, but someone that's representative or like would have that authority?
That has certainly happened. Okay. It would depend on the circumstance.
How crazy is that? Absolutely no divorce in the Eastern Orthodox Church. There's none at all. It's not allowed. Oh, well then have you had women who had to get back with their husbands? Oh yeah, that happens. Like, how did nobody see that this is like he's presenting one thing and then doing another? And like that contradiction, that hypocrisy, that's kind of what you're pointing to here, right? Like that's not the way we're going to win. That's not the way we're going to fix society. That's not the way men are going to find women and women are going to find men if we're going to like pretend with these like fuck games, like these religious, ridiculous games.
But it's certainly happened.
But like barring maybe abuse, outside of that, would that be pretty much it?
I think, if you're just asking me personally, I'd say if there's not abuse, then divorce is not an option. So let's figure out what's going on. And if you're separated, I want to bring you back together. Okay. Right? Yeah. So that's again, the goal is always the healing, right? And the all the way back in the garden, right? God makes man one unit, and then he splits us into 2. So the rest of creation already has these masculine, feminine aspects, right? We know this intuitively. Things like water is feminine, right? The sea is never a he, right?
How can he just give you a straight up answer? I don't understand. Why do we have to do this metaphor shit? I don't.
Yeah.
I know. Do you see me like looking up? Because I'm like, huh?
Your body language this whole time was cracking me up. I was me and Adam Green were reacting to this on stream, some of the clips from it, and at one point you made this move where you're like, get me out of this room, and it was so, I can't remember where it's at, it's somewhere in here. It was so funny because he's just like every time you can tell he's about to do a thing where he's like gonna give you his lore dump, you know what I mean? Like, okay,
Yeah, because I hate it when religious people don't give me simple answers and then they want to like go back. They do all these biblical stories and all this stuff, and I'm like, could you just answer the question?
And the worst part about it is the answer's already there in the Bible.
Yeah.
The super chat that I got says, I can't stand when they can't give you a yes or no answer. Yes, they already obey their husbands. My dad told my mom to shut the fuck up, and it worked.
Yeah, my husband would never do that. He knows that would not end well.
Well, isn't it interesting how they're basically trying to paint it like, oh, real Christian traditional men, they can tell, like, if you were to go online, the idea is that, oh, if you're like a real trad Christian, you can tell your wife to shut up, get back in the kitchen. And then you go and you talk to their priest and they're like, actually, don't do that or we're going to kick you out.
Well, like, and guys, it isn't even a shut up thing. It's, look, men discuss and argue to a solution, and women would discuss and argue until they feel you've had enough or they feel they're done. That's the biggest difference between men and women. So a guy has to be able to say, look, we're not talking about this anymore. Stop it. And if your wife doesn't do that, you have a serious problem, because a lot of times they just want to, a woman will get upset and she'll start yelling and screaming at you. You can be presented a solution to the problem. You can apologize, but she'll keep going until she feels she's done. That could be an hour, 2 hours, 5 hours. It could be till the next day. And a lot of guys, we have stuff we have to do. You have to at least be able to say, look, we're not talking about this anymore. Or let's revisit. You have to be able to stop the conversation. If you can't do that with the woman you're with, a lot of times you're in trouble.
Humanity also has these masculine and feminine aspects. And for the health, salvation, and full flourishing into the image and likeness of God, which is the goal of what we're doing here, male and female are both necessary, and they have to be properly ordered together. This doesn't mean everyone has to be married. We have a long, rich history for 2,000 years of monasticism, right? Monks and nuns, right? So there are different ways to live out these callings, and it means something different for a man to be saved than it means for a woman.
How ridiculous is this? How is he bringing this up to your divorce question? How is he bringing that up? So is he trying to say that, oh, if a woman gets divorced, she should become a nun? Is that what he's insinuating here? Or the man should be a monk? That's retarded. That's not a fixing of the problem. You still have to pay child support if you become a nun or become a monk. It's retarded.
Woman to be saved. But in all of these cases, you need the image of the masculine, the image of the feminine. And this is, obviously, you see this here. We've got Christ, and then we've got his mother.
Right, okay.
Yeah. So,
we drew a picture. That's our argument. See, we drew this picture. You can see it here. We drew a picture of the argument for you if you can't figure it out.
They made a picture book. They made a children's book.
It's ridiculous.
that case, what's good for the salvation of a couple is for them to be united, because that is where they're going to find their salvation.
Okay, perfect timing actually, because I want to show you this one here. Can you see this? Yeah, here we go. Okay.
Very much.
Pearl, I need your reaction to this. Okay, so he said that maybe the women should become nuns. Now, this is a Catholic nun, so it's not an Orthodox nun. Well, let's see. What do you think? I want to know what you think about this nun. And maybe you can see what I'm talking about when I say the nitpicking and that kind of thing comes from this.
The Archbishop Fulton Sheen quote that I actually very much dislike, that hearing a nun's confession is like being stoned to death with popcorn. And I really dislike it because I do think that it really does give a misconception of the kinds of things that we try to share, of the struggles that we have, of it's just like, oh, that's cute. That's so little compared to what we're doing in the world. But I would argue actually those little pieces of popcorn are often much more serious than these like big sins that are happening in the world.
How funny is that? Dude, he clocked her. He clocked her. She's complaining about the Archbishop. Do you understand how crazy this is? He's like the head honcho king of the whatever, and she's sitting here being like, actually, your line about the popcorn is actually offensive because it makes my feelings hurt. Like, how crazy is this nun? What?
Oh my God.
Ready? Here we go.
Women are women. It doesn't matter where you go or where you put them.
It's so
there's patterns of behavior that just Women will do. And if you get a group of them together, there'll be like one that won't, but most will. And it just is what it is. Just eat it. It's fine. But stop gaslighting me that it's your church. Your woman is special or different. She's probably not. The most they'll say is, yes, listen to your hubby, but hubby, don't abuse or don't do this, blah, blah, blah. But never, wives, be respectful and don't nag him.
Yeah, and that actually reminds me of my wife. One thing she realized recently is that to some extent she believes she's made an idol out of health. And she went to confession and just felt like the priest didn't understand this gravity of what she was dealing with.
One of the more difficult things I've encountered in confession is when, particularly if it's a priest who doesn't know my heart, when his response is, that's not a sin.
Okay.
And I'm like, well, the Lord and I have talked about it, and I know I wronged him, and I know that this was a sin. So the Archbishop.
How crazy is that clip?
What?
Wow.
I talked to Jesus, and actually, I'm sorry. I know I'm confessing my sins to you, but I talked to Jesus, and you're just wrong.
Dude,
Like,
people that say, Candace Owens does this too, where they say they like have dreams or heard from God. I'm like, you're just telling me you're batshit crazy. You are
absolutely.
I mean, I don't believe them in the slightest because how can we verify that? Like, how can I verify that God told you that?
well, hold on. Do you know that's what? Okay, so how much do you know about Paul? He wrote most of the New Testament. He's the
He killed
apostle to the
everybody, right? And then saw Jesus and stopped.
Yeah, sure. And he has his epiphany on the road to Damascus. I mean, I think that's like an older tradition. We don't need to get into it here or too much, but like, you know that Paul never met Jesus, right?
No.
He never claims to have met Jesus. He says that he saw him in Revelation. He says, I only knew Jesus through the word and through the scripture and through revelation. Paul never met Jesus once. So the person who wrote the person who wrote most of the New Testament, Paul himself, never even met Jesus. So it's literally reliant on what you're describing right here. He met him in a dream. He met him in a vision. And that's what brings Christianity to the Gentiles, to the
I don't know.
non-Jews.
My thing is, I don't like how big of egos religious people have, because I just have a hard time believing they've read all the books. So how can you be so sure you're right if you haven't read all the books cover to cover?
I couldn't agree more.
I feel like you have to read all of them, and you have to read the ones you disagree with, right? And that's why I'm not that religious, because I'm really not going to do all that. Like, yeah. I'm not gonna. I'll go to the church. I'll see if your women obey, but I don't see myself reading all the books cover to cover. That just seems like a lot of work.
Yeah,
I'm not really a big reader, so
follow up on that by saying you have to. You know how many Christians I've heard say you have to choose to give your heart to Jesus, and you have to choose to be a Christian. It's all about the choice and giving yourself over, but then you're still doing stupid crap. It's like, you're putting yourself in this situation by proclaiming this faith in the first place. And by proclaiming, you're saying that you're abiding by rules. So when you see a Sarah Stock who's eating ass while she's being pressed by the Pope, that's her fault. Like, you proclaim this holier than thou platform. All these tradcons, most of them are going to do something stupid. But you're making it even worse by making this proclamation of faith. And that's why what you're talking about earlier, Iname, about going after Sarah Stock and feeling bad about her. Don't feel bad. No, I wouldn't.
Go harder, actually.
Yeah. And pettiness is great.
You see the way she spoke to me? I mean, they had no qualms about going hard on me. I mean, go hard right back. You know?
Yep, got it.
Amalek, where do you want to go from here? Oh, keep going.
He's muted.
I'm back. I'm here. Yeah, we can keep going on this one. Okay, Pearl, you held his feet to the fire for 11 minutes or something like that, where you just don't let him budge, and it's pretty funny because he just gives you these like gobbledygook answers for the whole time. But hold on, I want to find. Somebody said, let me find this one part here.
Bible is a 72-hour read. Who's got 72 hours?
Well, you said something in there. You said like, you didn't want to read it all. Well, I'm just telling you, like, I'm somebody who has read it all, and that's why I don't believe it's true, because I've studied the scholarship around it and things like that, and I understand like where it came from, I guess you could say, and it's just that's why to me it's not true. So they're in this weird catch-22 where if they do read it, they might come out like me, and if they don't read it, they're just going to be like ignorant like they usually are. You know what I mean? Like, and that plays out constantly in mass, I think. Let me find the part where he talks about the Annunciation, and the virgin birth. I think it's right here.
Has anyone actually made it to level 4 before? If you're slightly congested, use level 1.
A service of God in the temple. And then when she hit a certain age, she was sent away to live under this in 2009. Things happened, if you're ever interested in the history of Dallas. It's a bunch of weird stuff that happened over there. Now, Christ moves down through the Old Testament. So I mentioned there's a kind of a pedagogy, that is a teaching. And the pedagogy is the Old Testament. So the Old Testament is, you start it with everybody, and then you narrow it down to just Noah's descendants. And then you narrow it down to just Abraham's descendants, and then just Isaac's, and then just Jacob's, and then just Judah's, until we get to her. So this moment, the moment of the Annunciation, depicts the Mother of God. It's a young woman. She had been dedicated to a service of God in the temple. And then, when she hit a certain age, she was sent away to live under the protection of the righteous Joseph. And it is in that context you see she's got a little spindle in her hand, or she's doing some spinning. That's because she was one of the temple virgins tasked with the role of weaving the veil, the temple veil. And so she's there weaving the veil, and that's the context in which, in the Gospel according to St. Luke, the Archangel Gabriel appears to her and says, "Hail, thou who art full of grace. The Lord is..."
Okay, real quick. So just so you know, this is a later tradition that he's talking about. This is not from Luke. Okay, Mary was in the temple, virgin, weaving the veil, and all this other stuff. This is from the Proto-Evangelium of James, okay, the Gospel of James. This is an apocryphal text, or an outside the Bible text, okay? And he's pretending to you that it's like a historical event that happened and that it's like documented in Luke. It's absolutely 100% not, Pearl. It's from the 4th century. That's the earliest we have it. And he's like presenting it to you like, oh yeah, this is what Christians have always thought. So like, I don't know how, maybe I described that well. I don't know. Like, do you understand what I'm saying? Like, he's just lying to you about the church history.
So why do you think he's lying? Do you think it's because he hasn't done the work to like actually read all this stuff for himself and he's just repeating? Or do you think he just wants to be right? Like, what's your...
I think that in this guy's case, that this is what he's taught, and he's like regurgitating facts that he's learned from like Sunday school and like his scholarship and all the things that he's been into. And I think that he is given like an authentic representation of Eastern Orthodoxy. I definitely wouldn't say that he's like misrepresenting them and how they operate and how they use apocryphal texts to make their stuff. I definitely wouldn't say that. But what he's basically trying to do, and what the Orthodox Church in general does, it tries to paint this picture of like this everlasting one continuous line of a church all the way going back from Jesus to Peter and all the way through to them. Mm-hmm. And that is like a false history that exists only in their minds, and only like that's just not true.
I mean, for me, I've just interviewed so many devoutly religious people that are willing to read a lot more than I'm willing to read. And they all seem to think that their church is right, and they can't all be right. So it doesn't seem like it's as cut and dry as any of them are selling. So
the thing is, though, they're not reading. They're not reading. They're repeating what they're told from other people. Amalek actually reads. He actually reads all their stuff.
Well, I wouldn't know if they're reading or not reading because I haven't read it. So I actually can't verify that any of you are reading. So I'm not going to vouch that. No offense.
I'm not reading because I'm not a Christian, but
well,
he
so
is.
Yeah, but you don't know if he is or he isn't. No offense, Amalek. I just, I've interviewed guys just as intelligent as him that have different conclusions, but you seem good faith, but I just met you. I don't know.
I get it. I'm not. I think that the problem is these the whole reading and not reading thing, that's like built in. If you think about it, like the translations of the Bible and all these things, and the everyday person reading the Bible, it was mostly for the clergy for a very, very long time. You know what I mean? It wasn't like your peasants or anything like that were opening the Bible and reading from it. In fact, for a lot of history, like they were teaching or reading from the Bible outside of like the vulgar or the popular language of the time. You know what I mean? So people didn't even know what was in there. They were just kind of told what to do.
Yeah, that's kind of what I think. I don't know. Like it for me, whenever people make something complicated, just as I'm an interviewer, so this is just how I think. If it's really a complicated answer, you're usually lying or full of shit. Because
I agree.
The answer is kind of simple. You know what I mean? Like, it's kind of like those diet accounts when it's like they do these extreme, carnivore, vegan, whatever. It's like, well, and then you ask them, well, why did you pick that? And they have this convoluted. But if you hear work out more, eat less, that's pretty simple.
Yeah.
Stop eating carbs and sugar. That's it.
Yeah.
That's it.
If fitness or wellness tries to say anything besides a caloric intake, a caloric deficit, they're full of garbage. So, oh yeah, but the body, blah blah. No, you're full of garbage. You're full of it.
Yeah, he's about to say something that's totally false. Get ready, Pearl. This is a super lie.
With you. And she opens herself up to God. And she says, yes. Now, there are lots of stories in the ancient world of gods impregnating women. In none of them was she ever consulted. In this story, she opens up herself to God. She conceives of the Holy Spirit. Her yes becomes the means through which all of us can be saved.
Okay, so he's basically giving like an ancient version of consent that is absolutely totally false. Jesus and the Mary story is that whole story. First of all, it's later than the Christianity. It's newer. First of all, second of all, the idea that Mary is the first woman that's ever slept with a god like Zeus or something like that gave her consent is ridiculous. I could point to probably 2,000 instances of God sleeping with women and the woman consented. So he's just like presenting this apologetic to you as if it's proof that Jesus is divine. You understand how crazy that is? It's totally false.
Dang.
There's thousands of stories like that of a woman meeting Achilles' mother and so many other heroes are birthed through consensual sex. I think it's Achilles' mother. So this is so stupid of a point to be like, oh, and we know Jesus is real because his mother was the first time that the woman consented. It's just totally false.
This is why we love her. And you'll see there's icons of her kind of all over the place, including back there in the back. Although you'll notice that with a couple of exceptions, pretty much every icon that you see of her will show her holding Christ in her arms. This type of icon right here is called the one who points the way. So what she's doing is she's presenting Christ to you and saying, he's the way. So the moment of the Annunciation in Luke chapter 2, and then the images kind of bounce around and we move through the life of Christ. So the question then becomes, how do we escape from the realm of death? Well, in order to do this, what Christ has to do is untwist that image of himself that has been twisted in us because of sin. So the way that he does this is to come and first of all, become a little tiny baby in Mary's womb, and then grow, and then she gives birth to him in the normal way. And at Christmas, he's born, and then he begins and he grows and he waits for 30 years, and then he begins his public ministry. And if you read the early apostolic fathers, so this is the generation of church fathers who lived right after the apostles in about the late 1st and the early 2nd century, the apostolic fathers talk about something they call the doctrine of recapitulation, which is to put a new head on something. St. Paul hints at this in the New Testament when he talks about saying, as under one Adam, we all died. So also under a new Adam, that is Christ, we will all be made again. We will all be made alive. For the first Adam was made a living being, but the second Adam is made a life-giving spirit. So Christ lives through all the stages, that is infancy, childhood, manhood. He lives through all the stages of human life. And in doing so, he takes each part of human experience and he joins it to himself. Now, there are some things about human experience which do not properly belong to us. One of them is suffering. One of them is death. So that's to say, you weren't made to suffer. You weren't made to die.
That's from the devil, basically.
Well, no, it's from sin. I mean, yes, the devil is involved, but the devil can't.
This whole idea that like we're living in a fallen world and we're all fallen people kind of idea, like this itself, I think is a huge problem too. But I want to find this part here where you said like you were in the manger scene. I think you said, Pearl, at one point in here, like you did that as a kid. The whole manger scene and birth narrative of Jesus is all late as well. Not first century, not in the earliest records. Paul has no idea of a birth narrative. So he's the earliest person writing about Jesus, basically, in the Bible. He's who wrote a huge portion of the Bible. He has no knowledge of a birth narrative, basically. So the wise three kings bringing frankincense and myrrh and like the manger scene that you're familiar with, that's all later gospel story. That's all later lore.
Okay.
All right, where's the
part we start going back and forth is right before I sit down about the marriage stuff, if that's what you're looking for.
on the part 2, you mean, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's on the part 2.
Oh, you're in part 1. Okay.
Yeah, this is on part 1. I had part 2 up too. Let me bring it up again.
You know what's crazy? There was a prostitute that said I was dressed like a slut for this.
I saw so many of the Orthodox guys saying that about you, and it kind of blew my
Really?
mind. Oh yeah, like Orthodox men are in her replies to her clips or to the clips that I'm saying that kind of stuff. It kind of blew my mind.
Well, to be honest, I kind of had the same thought when I sat down. I was like, this is a tall dress. You've got to be kidding me. Because I got that on American Tall, and I'm like, God damn it, I'm too fucking tall.
You gotta wear pants. You gotta wear pants for this, bro. Long
I've been trying to wear more dresses in my style, but it's like, you know what, the equivalent of me as a guy is a 6'7" dude.
Won't let her enter. She tries to enter. She can't enter. Finally, she goes in front of the Mother of God, and she prays this
Hold
amazing
on, actually,
prayer.
I want to get the right spot here. 1 second. Let me ask the AI. Take me to the timestamp. So we're not. What? It's like right here.
that had lived a crazy life.
But it's to live a life of repentance.
Oh.
And I think that women
Mhm.
are just as capable of that as men.
Sorry, that was why. Because I was thinking if like he
No,
found
it
a
was
girl like
before
that had lived a.
It's what, like right here?
Yeah, it was earlier, the marriage stuff. It was like right when we sat. It was right before I sat down was when we started talking about it.
Monk named Zoe.
Oh, so you think it's right here?
You wouldn't throw.
1 second. Let me bring up the thing again and ask it.
The family. He would say, "This is what. This is the direction we're going to go in as a family. So we're going to worship God together. This is how."
Is this
I
what you
want
mean in the
house
beginning here when
to
you
look.
talk about
This
the
is how we're
marriage?
going to raise our children, things like this.
Mhm.
Now, in a healthy marriage, he's not
Yeah,
doing this
that's what he kept
unilaterally.
saying. In a
Because
healthy-
even Christ does not act. Thank you.
Oh my God, this part is crazy. How
Yeah.
rude is this? How rude is this? Is one of the most rude things I've ever
Would
seen on
lead the family.
by a
He would
priest.
say, "This is."
Maybe he really knows the
what,
person. I don't know.
This
That was
is
his
the
wife.
direction we're going to go in as a family. So we're going to worship God together. This
Oh,
is
it's his wife. Okay.
how I want the house to look. This is how we're going to raise our children. Things like this.
Mhm.
Now, in a healthy marriage, he's not doing this unilaterally, because even Christ does not act. Thank you, dear. Even Christ
Oh,
does
thank
not
you, dear.
act in the world. Ah, yeah, warm bottled water. That's my favorite. No, that's fine. So
Thank you.
Christ.
Pearl, did you see people talking about the blurring?
Yeah, or what? What did they say?
I'm not kidding you. I had people in my comments to my clips of your videos saying, "Did anyone not? Is everyone just going to ignore the fact that a ghost walked across the screen?"
No, we just try to blur out like family.
I know, but that's how dumb people are online, that they think it was a
Yeah.
ghost, dude.
Dude.
Like, what are they're literally like medieval peasants.
Yeah.
Christ doesn't even act towards the church in a unilateral way.
Mhm.
He lets all these people get involved. Lets us get involved. Lets me get involved. Right? And so the relationship between Christ and the church is not just Christ sort of raining thunder down from on high, but it's commands given in love,
Mhm.
protection given in love, And then to whatever extent we are the church, we embody those things and we actually participate in his work. It's the same thing in a healthy marriage, right? So in a healthy marriage, you know, I've been married a long time now, so I don't usually have, I mean, there's certain things I just don't have to say, but also certain things I just don't think about because they're taken care of. It doesn't occur to me until, you know, I have to, you know, go on a business trip, so like, where's the next meal coming from and what will it be? Like, these are not things I have to think about. So that's the healthy thing that we'd want, right? Is cooperation together, right? Headship and love. Now, the unhealthy situation you're describing, that's when it's time to come together as a couple, come talk to your spiritual father. And
the spiritual father will tell her or him what?
It depends on the couple.
That's
I'm laying out the.
That's where I was getting kind of annoyed because I'm like, it shouldn't depend. Like, really,
Well, what's the difference between this and couple counseling? What's the difference between that and couple counseling? Seriously, what is the difference between them?
I wish that sometimes I think of stuff after because it really, again, if you're honest, it's pretty simple. Okay, if she cheated, this happens. There's got to be like 10 to 20. If you're counseling married people, there's got to be 10 to 20 problems that constantly come up. Like if you have a certain demographic, like nothing is new under the sun. There's a reason we have that phrase. So the fact that you can't give me specific answer, again, that's how I can tell someone's full of shit. Because if they don't give specific answers, like you have to be very specific. Otherwise, you're not really usually active. And it's kind of like a guy that says, oh, just get women, or a guy that's like a pickup guy where he says, okay, you have to approach her from the side because you don't want to scare her. You have to talk, like they can go into more details. They just don't say it. Like, it depends. What the fuck is that?
It's funny that saying, though, there's nothing new under the sun is actually a Bible verse. Did you know that? It's just become like a natural saying.
Wow.
Of us, and it's just like Bible verse.
Didn't know that.
Situation. So she keeps nagging him about chores and saying, you don't help me around the house.
Sure.
I have to do the mental load. Have you heard about that? Yeah,
I know what the words mean.
Yeah. So what's your answer?
It really depends on the couple. Like, hopefully these are both two people that I know, not me, I'm not a spiritual father, but let's say somebody is. And so they've been hearing these people's confession for years. They know what's going on with them, right? Well, could be that.
Do you think the liar is going to be honest in confession?
Oh my God, when he said that,
if you're a liar, I mean, I have a very narcissistic family member that comes to mind. This person, it doesn't matter if she's been confessing for years; she's gonna lie to the priest too. There's nothing you can do.
he said at one point, he said something like, "Oh yeah, people wouldn't lie. How it would be so hard for them to keep up the lie. They wouldn't be able to do it in the part one." I just couldn't believe that's like so naive and ridiculous,
bruh.
And so we need to address that. Could be that there's some other pressure that's causing the nagging, and if we address the pressure, the nagging goes away, such as health issues. You need a little more help. Things like this, right? There's a lot of things. A lot of things can be smoothed over in marriage if you just sort of.
Oh, honey, we gotta go see the spiritual father, so he can let you know if you have a brain tumor that's making you nag me. Let's go. Come on. Like, what is he talking about?
Yeah.
Figure out, what's the how much can you bear for each other, right? And so sometimes it's a helpful thing to say, okay, we need to get somebody to come in and help with the cleaning once a week. And so, which is a normal thing, which most people in most periods of history have had somebody to do that, right? So there's a weird thing now, especially in kind of Christian circles, where if you have somebody who comes over and helps out a little bit, you sort of feel like you're like a failure as a wife or a failure as a mother and stuff like this. And so that's.
So did he
that might be one
answer
thing I
to
would
get a cleaner? Like that's the answer. Now he's gonna pay for a cleaner.
He said that most people throughout history have had the opportunity to have people come in and help. Yeah, that's not true.
He's literally from the Eastern Orthodox Church. The majority of them are were literally peasants. Like, what is he talking about?
And who is the help? It was the other kids that we're not having. It was like my grandma had 13 kids on the farm, so after like 5, the help was the kids. Like that's who helped. Okay.
Yeah, seriously though, what is the difference between this and like secular marriage counseling? Like I would argue like secular marriage counseling might have a higher percentage chance of actually working than whatever this is. Like this is like wishy-washy.
It's because
it's going to make the situation worse is the thing. So if you bring two people in a marriage that are already having like difficulties or there's something going on, and then you bring them into a situation where they're getting vague answers, and it's just going to it's going to piss them off more, and it's probably going to make it a higher propensity for divorce. Honestly,
you can't have a sexually inexperienced guy counseling other men because they're going to be manipulated. They're going to get dog walked by these women. Like they are not going to be able to see through women's bullshit. It's most men have to get burned before they take off the rose-colored glasses. So if you have a guy counseling that's never been burned, cooked, so cooked.
Suggest.
Can he just tell her to shut up, woman? Like, just shut up, woman. Is that okay?
Nice ad, Amalek. Good ad.
I grew up in religious communities. I think it'd be heaven on earth if more husbands told their wives to shut up.
Well, I would never talk to my wife in that way.
Okay, but is it immoral if a guy wants to?
See that?
No,
the answer is no. It's not immoral if a guy, she has the right to leave whenever she wants. If she doesn't like how he talks to her, she doesn't have to stay. But if you signed up for, it's incredible. These men are going to get tone policed in their own house.
Well, it's crazy that people are selling this as the answer. Oh, this is how you be real masculine. This is how you get a real wife. You go to the church and then you find your wife at the church and then like, what? Bruh, this is so stupid.
So cooked.
This is not going to work. And this, like, Andrew Wilson does this thing sometimes where he says, like, without religion, we won't have the birthrights. Without Eastern Orthodoxy, we won't have birthrights. And it's like, dude, they act like the Bible's like a Kama Sutra or something, like telling people how to breed and how to behave with your wife and all these other things. Like, that's like totally divorced from reality. That's not accepting the modern world.
And nothing will make women want to have children. They're just not going to do it. They're just not God, not the fate of society, not at all. Nothing.
I don't want to have kids. I like my money and I like my freedom, and I don't see a thing fucking wrong with it. You mentioning Andrew Wilson did remind me though, Amalek, I've been ignoring this member chat from Trendlin. You should ask Pearl to help you get a debate with Andrew. No, Trendlin. No, I don't think I will, but I appreciate you being a member of the channel. Thank you.
No, Andrew only wants to debate like tag and stuff like that. He doesn't want to debate like scholarship.
No, Andrew would never debate me.
I don't want you to get the idea that I think that women should have kids. I don't. I just hate this whole thing. Oh yeah, somehow there's gonna be a way that we're gonna make women have. No, there's not. No, there isn't. I don't have kids. I don't want kids either. So yeah, I'm right there with you. But this whole thing, oh yeah, Christian values are gonna make women want families. No, it's not, dude. Sorry.
Do you know what? Anything what'll blackpill you, what'll convince you about that not all women should be mothers is body cam footage from police, because you see all these negligent mothers. Like, I just reacted to a video of this woman whose kid almost drowned because she was getting drunk at the bar at the beach and not watching her kid. You're telling me that woman should have been a mother? Yeah, right.
Yeah, the idea that we just like let anybody have kids today in like a complex society where your kid is now like the responsibility of the entire country. It's ridiculous.
And then honestly, I think, they say that women are the nurturing gender. I don't think so. I think that men are. I think that men get joy out of kids, but women don't. I think that mothers write a check that the mothers write a check that a husband has to cash when he marries her, and then writes a check that the kids have to cash once they're born. Whereas fathers never ask anything from the children, but mothers will. That's why a football player.
That has not been my experience, if I'm being really honest.
I'm not talking about your experience, so I'm talking holistically.
Well, I don't know that I agree with your analysis on that based on many, many things. But okay, you're allowed to have an opinion. Whatever.
Yeah. Especially in my community, the black community, like who are the worst mothers on planet Earth, by the way. Fathers know they have to sacrifice. They never need a break away from the children. Fathers get joy from children. Mothers don't. Mothers always figure out.
You're telling me that in the Black community, fathers are the ones who are sacrificing and nurturing their
yes,
children?
100%, 100%.
Correct. That's a
Black mothers are the scum of the earth.
Dude.
Well, I don't
And you may be
disagree with you.
saying-
I don't
You
disagree
may
with
be
you about
saying,
the mothers.
"Oh,
I don't disagree with you about the
your
mothers,
mom
bro. I don't
must have been terrible." Yeah, my mom was terrible too.
I
Yeah,
don't
my sister
disagree with
was
you
a
about the
terrible mom,
mothers.
too.
I don't buy into the idea of Black fathers being nurturing and the emotional availability. I don't know.
It's because the mothers are so insufferable they leave.
Yep. Mhm.
Literally, the mothers are abusive. Like they are completely negligent with their kids. A lot of times there's
100% true.
men coming in and out of the house.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. 54% of Black men have no children, and it's about 80% of the Black mothers are getting pregnant by 17% of the men, and all those men are scumbags, and all the rest of us Black men have to
So
suffer
you're
because
saying the men who are impregnating the women are scumbags, i.e., the fathers maybe not so nurturing.
those aren't all the fathers, though.
But you're saying that most of the Black women are getting impregnated by the scumbags, which means they're probably not very nurturing, is all I'm saying.
What I'm saying is Black men are nurturing as a demographic.
Just not the majority of Black men who are impregnating the women.
Just not look.
You're saying the majority of the men who are impregnating the women are scumbags. Ergo, the majority of Black fathers are scumbags who are not nurturing. That's what you're saying.
No, listen to what I'm saying.
It is. I did.
No. Listen.
I did actually. Do you want to rephrase? Do you want to try it again?
Listen to what I'm saying.
If you think you came on to some dumb bitches, Shino, bro, you are mistaken.
Wait,
Repeat your point, and we'll
where's all this
evaluate your
smoke
logic.
coming from? You and I don't have to agree. You're not going to change my mind. I've been Black. You haven't.
Oh,
That's the
we
biggest
don't
difference.
agree. We do not
Okay,
agree that Black
okay.
fathers are nurturing. No, we do not agree. Sorry, no.
Okay. Well, Black mothers are the scum of the earth.
I agree with that. Black
Okay,
fathers
then-
are also not nurturing. Those are not mutually
Okay.
exclusive.
Okay. So that still doesn't go. That's my premise. Black mothers are even worse than Black fathers. Black fathers.
They both suck. I don't care who's worse. They're both fucking awful. Like, I don't care.
All of the negative outcomes come from Black single mothers raising terrible children. Period. And
But
so
you
it-
just
so-
said that 17% of the scumbag Black men impregnate the women and are horrible fathers.
No,
so they have
no.
all of a sudden the Black men who are scumbags impregnating the women have no responsibility here.
I didn't say that. But who's more responsible? The one who's raising the children.
You gotta let him finish if he's gonna make. Like,
I don't actually. It's
What are you
my
triggered
channel.
for? You're not Black and you don't have kids. What are you triggered
You're right.
for?
I'm not Black. Thank God. Thank the good Lord.
Wait.
Like-
So wait. Are you trying to tell me about my Black experience?
Oh, don't be a fucking leftist. Don't
No,
talk.
no,
to the
I'm
leftists on
asking
my
you. I'm
channel,
asking
bro.
you.
Don't do that shit.
So that's what it
Come
sounds
on.
like. I'll listen to
well,
you
you're
about it. I'll
saying-
listen.
Are you
Go ahead.
criticizing my lived fucking experience? Are you serious?
Go ahead. I'll listen to you
sound
about
like
it.
a
Go ahead.
leftist.
Go ahead.
I am using
Because
your own logic, angry Black man. I am using your own logic.
No, you're triggered because I said mothers are terrible
I'm
and women
triggered.
always. Yes, women always. You can say horrible things about fathers, but you can't say horrible things about mothers.
I
That's
think
what
you
this
can say
boils down
horrible
to.
things about both. I have said from the beginning it's both, but don't tell me that 17% of the Black men impregnate the women and those 17% are scumbags and then say all Black fathers are nurturing and fucking wonderful.
I didn't
That is
say
not
all.
true based on
You
your
added
own
that on
logic.
there. Did I say all? I never said all.
Did you say
You
that
said all.
17% of the scumbag Black men impregnate the women?
I said 17%. I said Black women choose the worst of us, which is 17%.
So
there
the
are Black fathers. The rest who have children are good men.
the stepdads that come in.
Yeah.
You just said the majority of the people who are impregnating the women are scumbags, bro. That's the majority. That's the holistic. That's what you said to me earlier. So let's go again by your own logic.
Okay. That still doesn't break my premise that Black mothers are the scum of the earth.
They can both be
I
bad.
don't you know what's funny? I call them
They can
scumbags,
both
but
be bad.
but here's the thing: I don't blame them for leaving because no man should suffer a woman for his children. And black mothers are such terrible women that men should leave.
Leaving, then they are not nurturing. If they are leaving, they
But the
are
ones
not
that
good
aren't are
fathers.
nurturing.
Oh my god.
There's a woman in Atlanta who literally put her kid in an oven and cooked him to death. Yeah.
I'm so happy I don't have to deal with that stuff. It's awesome.
Yeah, thank God I'm not black and don't date.
Oh
black
yeah.
people.
You don't want
Thank
any
God.
of this.
No,
Believe
I
me.
don't. No,
You
absolutely. That's
don't.
why I'm married.
I
to
agree with
fucking
you. I agree with you. I'm not
Muhammad.
trying to. One thing I don't do is try to defend black culture. I'll never do it.
Women are terrible parents, though. Like the date, it's so clear. It's when there's an infanticide, like a kid dies in the first year of life, it's never a man. The police don't even look for a guy.
Yep.
And we, like all the abuse stats where they say men are abusive, it's if a man abuses the kid, it's a stepdad. It's not the biological.
75% of the time, the abuse towards children and the elderly is women. Anything that women are physically stronger than, that they abuse.
Yeah, so I agree with him. Men are the nurturing gender, because even when I look in day-to-day life, like women don't get joy
Not
from
the
their
black
kids.
ones.
They always the black ones are the worst. Like, they don't get joy from their kids, where men, like the happiest guys I know are like camp counselors, teachers. They love like passing on knowledge to people, where women view it as like a burden. And if you listen to women talk, they say that. They admit it all the time. Like when you listen to like Mother's Day, mothers say they need a break from their kids, where fathers want to spend it with their kids.
Yep.
Even though we both work now.
Yeah. One of the reasons why I said, like, I don't have any children. I don't want to contribute to the terrible system that is what I'm talking about. And I'm just saying, like, we have women that want to get married but don't want to be wives, and we have too many women who want to have children but don't want to be mothers. And we've had this 50-year-long crusade against fathers to hold fathers accountable, and maybe we should have had that, but we've let mothers run amok. Most women, I asked them, who was the first person to say that? Because boys get it bad, but daughters get it even worse from their mothers. Who was the first person to say you're too tall, you're too short, you're too thin, you're too fat, your boobs are too big, you're a slut, you're a whore? It's your
That
mom,
was my
not
father.
your dad.
No, that was my father when I was 4 years old, honey. So okay. That was my father when I was 4 years old.
You remember something he said to you when you were 4?
I do. I remember it very distinctly. I remember a lot of things. There's a lot of stuff I don't remember too, which leads me to believe that I blocked a lot of stuff out that happened. But I remember that.
Really? What do you?
Yep.
He just randomly called you a slut when you were 4?
He started calling me a bitch when I was 4 years old, and he reiterated that many, many times throughout my life. And probably one of the reasons I remember it. So I remember the room I was in. It was in the room my mother slept in. My father slept on the couch, and I was playing behind my mother's bed, and he came in and started yelling at me over something retarded. And then he started calling me a bitch. And then periodically throughout my childhood, as he was also insulting me and occasionally chasing me around the house with a knife, he would reiterate that he's been calling me a bitch since I was 4 years old. So those memories kind of stuck.
He chased you. Was he an alcoholic or something?
My father had a lot of issues. My mother had a lot of issues too, but
Like, yeah, that sounds like he's on something.
well,
Kind of.
I was a kid, so why it happened didn't really interest me as much.
No, I meant how do I put it? Like, that's not really normal behavior. So I was just wondering if he was addicted to something.
I mean, I think that most people are, to be honest.
Okay, so what? Drugs, alcohol?
I'm not gonna go any further on this one, honestly.
Yeah,
so.
yeah. That's okay. You don't have to.
But I'm just saying, like, this idea that fathers are always nurturing. Listen, that may be the experience for some people. I certainly hope it is. They are not always the most nurturing. I'll tell you that.
Who's aborted an eighth of Gen Z? Isn't it, Pearl?
I was aborted an eighth of Gen Z, a third of Gen Z.
Yeah. A third of Gen Z, not the fathers. Not the fathers.
I'm gonna play this clip because this is hilarious.
Okay.
Pearl, you're about to
All right, I'm ready.
rip this guy, I believe, or at least hold his feet to the fire, because this guy, I mean, he can't get a single argument out, from what I can tell. It's just all
in a hypothetical situation, right? It's very hard to judge the intent of the heart, right? But when St. John Chrysostom, for instance, speaks about how should husbands treat their wives and speak to them, and how should wives treat their husbands and speak to them, in a healthy marriage, you wouldn't speak to each other in that way, nor would it ever be necessary.
Right, but that'd be healthy according to you, right? But
Well,
might, like to him, he might think it's healthy.
But it's healthy according to Christ.
Right, but there could be a different interpretation of the Bible. Maybe he feels that he's allowed to talk that way. So, it just because I'm just being honest, when it sounds like tone policing another guy. Like that's kind of what it sounds like to me.
I'm not tone policing anybody.
It's the concept, right? Because like I keep hearing this, like it's if they're doing it in a healthy way.
No,
then,
I'm not. What I'm saying is, if I heard somebody speak to his wife in this way, I would assume that's not a healthy marriage.
Okay.
Yeah, that would be my assumption. But then I would say, I don't know what's going on. I hate to judge.
Right.
Those little checks that you have. But yeah, of course you shouldn't speak to your wife in that way.
Okay, so what happens if you and the husband disagree? Who should the wife listen to? Or it could be maybe a different church authority, but if the church authority says one thing and a husband says another, who should the wife listen to?
I like how you had to like specify that you don't just mean him personally, because he keeps doing this thing where he's like, well, I'm just a little guy at the church. I just do little guy things. And I don't actually do the thing that you're talking about. It's so like, you obviously aren't talking about him in specific. You're asking about like what his church does to prevent these problems that you're talking about.
And the answer should be simple if you know what you're teaching. Like it should just be a simple. It's why is this so complicated?
Oh, did the guy cheat on the girl? Okay, the guy's the problem. We'll talk about that. Maybe it's something we can't fix. Bing, bang, boom. Oh, did the girl cheat on the guy? Like, is there drugs? Was there somewhere? Like, it's very easy generalizations you could make. It's like pulling teeth with them.
Yeah.
It depends on what the thing is. So I do really think there are certain things that as a couple, like you get a spiritual father involved if you need help, but really, like you have the authority within your own home as a couple to sort these things out, right? So I don't consult my priest on like every purchase that I make or something like this. Like I don't constantly text him. I was thinking about buying a new Suburban. I don't know, what do you, unless I'm just talking to him as a friend, right?
Right, but okay, parenting style.
Yeah.
A common disagreement is men want to discipline. Women say that it's abusive or it's too much. It's X, Y, and Z. Maybe you agree with the wife when you hear it. Should he listen to you, or should she listen to you, or should she listen to her husband?
Well, again, nobody should listen to me except
See,
in the
he just
context
does
that
it
I've been
again.
given
Yeah.
authority to teach.
No one should listen to me.
She's not talking about you, just you personally, dude. She's talking about your church in general. Like, what is going on?
You or another church authority? That's my question.
So if you're asking, we're having trouble with disciplining the children, and we're going to go to our priest and say, how do we handle this?
Correct.
And he tells us something.
He agrees with the woman. It's really just going back to the obedience question.
Right.
Because when it comes down to it, is she supposed to obey the husband or the priest or the church authority?
Ultimately, I should obey the priest.
Okay. So you would say she should listen to the priest?
Depends on the situation.
Bruh!
It's kind of like a workaround answer. And
I don't intend it that way. Like this is why I've tried to really make the point. All of this is contexted. And I'm never going to give you the answer that's going to satisfy you. Like I know that.
Yeah.
No.
I'm trying in good
there
faith.
actually would be an answer that would satisfy me. A real answer. The priest or the husband.
Yeah, who has the final authority?
Who you can't both. There's not two kings of a house. So whose choice is it? His, hers? You know what the other bullshit is? I hate it when people say that like couples, it's equal say. it's compromise. We all know that's not true. One person always wears the pants. If you know a couple, who is it? That's the question.
You guys remember when T.D. Jakes was telling all these women to not use his word and what he says in their homes against their husband? That was like right before the cough cloud. I think it was like 2019 or something like that. He was like, stop using my word and what I say in my sermons against your husband. He literally had to say that on different platforms because that was happening so often.
That's funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I said, that was a very early trope in the church, was this idea of like the nagging wife at home, or the Christian wife and the pagan husband. That's not like a random occurrence. And it was people complaining about that whole thing. It's kind of interesting. Also, why can't he just, like, isn't it interesting how all these like Orthodox people online, I don't know how much you guys interact with them or not, but they all have this idea that's like, oh, how could you make sense of morality without our church, without our tradition, without our Bible, without it's just grounded in ancient history and all this other ideas. This guy is they're so wishy-washy. They don't have anything. They don't have anything that's like more grounded than anything else.
Wow, great point.
It's ridiculous.
That's a really good point, because all their answers are so convoluted. You're better just reading it yourself, which I'm not going to do.
Yeah.
Not anytime soon, anyway. Maybe like when I'm a little older and I got a stream though.
Oh, if you do read it, from my experience, it's going to make you less religious. That's my personal take, or my personal experience.
What made me less religious was the torch, the why. That's why I hate Christian e-girls, is because I grew up with women like that, because it's like they just beat the holier than thou. They beat your head with a Bible, just a bunch of bullshit.
To explain why that's the case.
And my biggest thing is
it's
we imbue these people with so much authority. Why? Karlyn, you have a PhD, right?
Yep.
I have multiple degrees myself. Like, I would rather listen to a person with a PhD than some pastor that has some just imbued authority. Like, what? Whenever I've only been to church a couple times, when I see a pastor up there, I'm just like, who is this person and what are their qualifications? Like, I want to see their criminal record. I want to see all that. Like, who are these people? I always find myself asking, who is this person to be trying to tell me about life and what to do? And reading the Bible and having some kind of religious authority is just not enough for me. It's just not. It never has been.
I'll be the first to tell people don't believe a word I say. Look at the evidence. So I don't think anyone should really trust anyone, honestly.
That's how I feel too. Well, what's their authority for specifically the Eastern Orthodox Church, but also the Catholic Church does this, is they say that because they're the true apostle line, the line of the apostles all the way back to Peter, that because they have that authority, that's what gives them their authority on earth, basically, right? So it's literally the idea, and this is how medieval so this is how societies function. It's like divine rule by God. The king is selected by God. His authority comes from God. And how do we know what God wants and says? Well, it's the priest class that does that, right? So if you look at it that way, I mean, it makes kind of sense that we'd have this weird relationship with God and authority. And, well, why are we listening to the God, man, priest kind of thing? Well, that's how so much of the history, specifically for Europe, that's how so much of it was seen as, was your legal authority comes from what? It comes from God itself. And that's what we were trying to break from when we made America. Like, America is supposed to be breaking from that. You know what I mean? And people still want to do it even over here.
It's too hard to think for yourself.
Oh, yeah.
We don't deal with people in general, right? We deal with specific people, right? We deal with specific people. And one of the things that we believe in is the activity of the Holy Spirit in the church.
Right.
And that activity is revealed through different or diverse orders. So we have the bishops, or the authorities of the church. And then the bishops have their various charisms that they can delegate to people like presbyters, deacons, subdeacons, readers, etc. But also, within a family, there are also different charisms that are given. So I as a faithful son of the church, At the end of the day, I should not do something without a blessing if it's not worthy of a blessing. Right? And so there would be certain things that I would, before I did them, I'm like, well, I'm not sure if this is the right thing to do or not. I better get a blessing. Right? In the same way, in my relationship with my wife, right? I've been married long enough. I know what healthy marriage looks like. I know what I look like when I'm unhealthy. I know
People
what my
say
family looks like
healthy
when we're
marriage.
unhealthy.
It just means I give my wife pretty much whatever she wants, and I simp to her emotions.
I just can't believe that anyone could possibly look at this and be like, oh yeah, that's way more base than the rest of the world. He is just doing like modern platitude that you'd see on any like sitcom or something, right? Like, what is going on? This is like the Modern Family answer to how to be a family, right? Like, this isn't some crazy new thing, and he certainly isn't like pulling it from the Bible or anything like that. Or he's just basically saying like, oh yeah, you got to be part of our church and submit to our authority, and like we'll solve it. Trust us, bro. We have the power of the Holy Spirit in our church.
Well,
Like,
and
that's what his answer is.
Yeah, and they say it depends. Again, your religion. For me, as a non-religious person, it would make sense if it was simple. The Bible says X, Y. Well, what like then. Okay, the parenting style. Is it okay for the dad to hit the kids? Question. Some would say yes, some would say no, right? Disciplining. That's a disagreement. What does the Bible say? It's not, it depends. Well, blah, 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 blah. What does it depend on? You know, it's either okay or it's not okay. It's just
I mean, but that's even more evidence that this whole thing is designed to be a psyop, essentially. Christianity is a massive psyop just to control people.
I don't know. I think it's just women. Whenever women are in a group.
Women don't create Christianity. Women don't implement Christianity. They don't lead Christianity. That's all men.
Yeah, but they're men controlled by women. They're like usually sexually inexperienced. Because when you have a sexually inexperienced men, they just tend to be manipulated by women really easily and succumb to their emotions. And generally, that's what I see.
Do you have evidence of this happening within the Christian hierarchy?
My eyes.
What I would say, like the true part of what you're saying, Pearl, is I would say this. The idea in the Catholic Church that you're going to have celibate priests who do not marry and that they're going to receive confession from the wives of people over 2,000 years, over a long time, I could totally see how, you know, basically like it's just like the women are leading the nose of the church through these effeminate men, right?
Well, think about this though. Think about this. In a home, a lot of the time, if the mother or the woman's having a bad day, everybody has to suffer. If the father's having a bad day, no one cares. But the mother, oh my God, mom is mad. Everyone. Father's Day, you get a tie and a pair of socks. Mother's Day, the whole world has to stop. It's the busiest restaurant day. And that's how, and most of these church guys are married and they live in that reality where the wife is the boss.
And women over-exaggerate. The issue you're going to get with confession is women tend to over-exaggerate things and paint themselves as victims. So if the priest is going to be the counselor and he's not been in a relationship where he's had the experience of a woman completely gaslighting him or trying to ruin his life or doing these tactics, he's not really going to know what to look out for. He's not going to know what questions to ask when the woman starts giving him. I'll give you an example. There's a girl on my show who she said that her baby father threw her down the stairs. And on paper, right, most people will say, oh my God, I'm so sorry. I asked, well, can you tell me like what led up to the situation? And again, when people have nothing to hide, they just say it. So what she did was she said, well, it turned out when I asked her like 5 more questions, she was trespassing. So she went to his house, was arguing with him in front of his child because he was a single dad. And I guess ex-boyfriend, I think, but this was a while ago. But regardless, she was trespassing in his house, arguing with him and wouldn't leave. So he's not trying to throw her down the stairs like she made it seem. He was just trying to get this crazy bitch out of his house. But imagine if you're a priest and you say your first, because what happens is women say a sad story and everyone's afraid to ask questions. So that's the issue you're going to get with these guys. If they've never been the guy that's had that happen to them, how would they know to do that? They're not going to know. Unless maybe they had a crazy mother and learned it that way. Some guys do, but
Well, all the priests are celibate.
Yeah.
In the Catholic Church. Think about how crazy this is. It's not that we don't did they have experience with this or not? No. The rules are they must be celibate. It's like enforcing that. You know what I mean? It's enforcing that dynamic to happen. The inexperienced man telling the woman and the husband what to do.
that's why women don't like it when men sleep around, because when men become sexually experienced, they no longer can be manipulated as easy by women. And women, so sexually inexperienced men tend to be women's enforcers. So like they can just lie to them, they'll just believe it, and they'll just enforce whatever the woman wants, which in this case is a quote unquote healthy marriage, which is just going to mean he does whatever she wants.
And we were speaking to this gentleman who's a divorce attorney, and he said he's talking about the infantilization of women in society and in paternity court and divorce court, and how you can have these women that are strong and independent, but the courts will still infantilize you, and women will still use that to their advantage. Any opportunity where women can choose to be strong and independent, but still use infantilization to their advantage, they'll take it. Think about church. Her actions aren't virtuous, but she still can reap the benefits of having virtue in the church.
Yeah, all you got to do is put a Jesus cross, and you can even have your tits out and still get the virtue points.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
That's actually part of it.
The
system, a requirement, right? You can't actually do the e-girl grifting unless you have the cross on. Like, is there an example? Are there many examples of them doing that without it? I can't think of any. Amy Dangerfield's doing it. Sarah Stock's doing it. Lauren Southern was doing it back in the day. I can't think of any of them that aren't like putting the cross on to do it. I think it's like a required uniform, basically.
Yeah.
Right? So I'm going to make decisions that are in the direction of health. In the case of this couple, if you have a good spiritual father, then he's going to steer the couple in the direction of health. And sometimes this will mean the wife needs to submit, and sometimes this will mean the husband needs to soften his heart. Mm-hmm. He needs to turn towards Christ, right? So that he can be the proper head of his family.
Also, turning towards Christ. Christ was also a virgin. Okay, so what are we doing here? So we're literally contemplating, talking to a virgin about our woman, and then we're contemplating and thinking about, how do we need to act? Well, we need to act like the other virgin. Like, what is going on? It's like 4 degrees of men idolizing virginity while trying to like manage their wife.
And plus, women punish men when they soften their hearts, so that's not going to go well for you.
Where she should listen to the priest and not her husband or the church father.
Yes.
Okay. Because
like hypothetically, such an instance could exist.
Because I think one deterrent a lot of people have from joining a church is that essentially the church, flawed people get authority over his home. When so I was talking to someone I know that's an atheist, and he's one of like just morally the best people I know, where you'd think he'd be religious, right? And I meet guys like this all the time where
that should be impossible, right? Shouldn't that be impossible?
Dude, this guy is a great person, and I agree with him on nothing. He's like a far leftist, great person.
I constantly have people tell me that the reason I don't want to be Christian is because like I want to be degenerate, I want to be immoral, I want to be all these things, and it's crazy because they are every day proving how wrong that is, because they're constantly attacking each other, calling each other ridiculous names. Like if any of these people on Twitter, if any of these e-crusaders or any of these like fake Christians on Twitter had their Twitter exposed to their priest, it would be over. It would be done. They'd be saying 7 million Hail Marys.
No way. The priest wouldn't. Most of the priests are too weak to put their foot down or call out the congregation. They wouldn't do shit. You think this guy is going to do shit if he sees someone's Twitter account?
I guess I'm talking about a little bit more extreme Twitter accounts, like denying that Jesus is Jewish, or like praising Hitler, those sorts of Christians or whatever. They would be out of their church.
I doubt it. Sorry.
Oh, you think so?
They want to.
It actually happened. The Eastern Orthodox has kicked people out for being quote unquote Nazis when they find them.
Really? But they let
Yeah.
stars in? That's incredible.
Yes. They kick out. Yeah. 100%. So porn stars are a-okay in Eastern Orthodox Church. Hey, Pearl, I know a trans person in a seminary in New York. That's in the Eastern. That's in Eastern Orthodox Christianity. Yeah, it's a trans person in New York City. That's Eastern Orthodox, receives communion. Yeah. How crazy is that?
All right, guys, I'm gonna bounce.
All right.
Well,
Well, thanks for stopping by.
Thanks for having me. Yeah, the church is, my final thoughts are the church is cooked. The reason women like church is because they can be whores, say sorry, do no work, and still get to act like they're better than everyone else after. So, case closed. Doug MPA.
Final thoughts. Pros coming for all these different churches, so stay tuned and cover as much as you want, because you're just bringing people over to. We think this series is going to be a good one, so we're really glad you guys are out here covering it. So keep up the good work, y'all.
And I wish you guys would tell me your church is different, because I will show up.
I don't think you're gonna get that argument from here, right?
Yeah, the interviews have been great. You guys, you should keep it up. And I think the religious angle and like people getting used to offending Christians, I think that's like in general good, because I think people have this idea that like, oh, I can't offend the Christians or then I'll be unable to be an influencer. And like, you're one of the rare influencers who are like at least willing to go there and be offensive or be, you don't want to hurt, you're not going to baby their feelings or anything like that. And so many, I mean, Elijah Schaefer and all these guys, that's what they're doing. They're basically like pandering to Christians. They don't want to upset or rock the boat. So, kudos to you at least for doing that.
Yeah. You know what? Actually, I'll tell this story a different day. All right. Thanks for having me, guys.
See you guys. Well, that was fun. That was fun, Amalek.
Fun. I like the part where you argued with the black guy and I got to sit and watch because I have no dog in the fight, and it was awesome.
Was I right or was he right?
I mean, I was gonna speak up, but I mean, he like made too large of a categorization, and what he was trying to say is that in his opinion that versus women, that the black men are more nurturing, like versus the black women, and he just was describing it wrong. And I just that's fine. I wanted to jump in and like make his argument for him at one point, because I was like, dude, you're making this argument wrong.
If you had taken the side of the black man over me,
I was never gonna do
that. So mad.
I wouldn't have
be like this white male savior, right?
It wasn't
here,
that he was wrong. It
savior.
was just that you guys are like talking past each other. You know what I mean? And like he couldn't just like adjust what he was saying to be true. You know what I mean?
Just
like, what he was saying was not true, but like he could have just adjusted what he was saying.
Just all the stuff like from the whole like manosphere thing of like all women are the worst ever and all men are the best ever, and it's just like, well, I'm sorry, that's just not true. It's not true for men and it's not true for women. Like it is a mix of, and it's just like that sort of thing drives me fucking insane. It's like, can we actually be nuanced about this for like a moment, please?
Yeah, I mean, you know that I fall in like a probably unique category in the whole woman question thing. So I actually probably disagree with a lot of what their views on this whole thing is. I actually think like the manosphere itself, like the whole concept of this, is not good for either sex, like, you know what I mean? And none of these people really have an answer to fixing this problem or anything like that. And that the fact that we're not solving this problem is because everyone's like playing fuck games with all these like different solutions that are not going to work. Oh, if we just be trad, that'll work. Oh, if we just be Christian, that'll work. Oh, actually Christian doesn't work. We have to be Eastern Orthodox. That'll work. Oh, what if we just ban porn? What if we repeal the 19th? Like none of these are solutions. Like there's no rolling the clock back. Okay. Like trad isn't a thing. Trad was never a thing. Okay. Trad, like living like your ancestors did, that time is over. The only time is now. Okay. And back then they weren't trad living, they were living in their own time. Okay, so the only way through the quote unquote like moral degeneracy of our time or the issues of our time, it's the only way is through, not backwards. Okay, so everyone I know that sounds hard and that's going to be really rough and we have to like deal with these problems and figure out how to fix these things, but you're not just going to like roll the clock back to the 50s. Okay, the reason the 50s worked is because we won World War II and every other country on earth was destroyed but America, so of course we had like nuclear families and the white white picket fence, and oh, the husband came home and his wife was wearing a dress and had dinner ready on the table. Like, obviously, because that was the conditions of those times. So like, to even think that we could go backwards and do the trad thing, to even think that's an option, shows that the person that's doing that has no concept of what the fuck is going on. Like, they're trying to like lash out and solve the problem that they see. You know what I mean?
No, I agree. Well, you want to keep going or you want to wrap it up?
Let's wrap it up. I mean, we went through most of the biblical scholarship stuff, I would say, and it's funny because I did think that like, oh, Pearl's probably like not. I said it to you earlier. She's either like a lapsed Catholic or like a former Catholic or however you want, or someone who's like less religious, and it does seem like that's where she's at. And it's funny how like they actually don't know any of the lore.
No,
I kind of got that feeling.
No.
Yeah, I kind of got that. Like, I don't think she knows who Paul is. Also, her chat lost their shit when I said Paul never met Jesus. And let me tell you, let me tell you how right I am here. Let me just read this real quick before we go. I just want to. Okay, this is Galatians 1:11 through 24. This is Paul writing this. He's writing a letter to the Galatians. He says, I want you to know, brothers and sisters, that the gospel I preached is not of human origin. I did not receive it from any man, nor was I taught it. Rather, I received it by revelation from Jesus Christ. For you have heard of my previous way of life in Judaism, how intensely I persecuted the church of God and tried to destroy it. I was advancing in Judaism beyond many of my own age among my people and was extremely zealous for the traditions of my fathers, the Jews. But when God, who set me apart from my mother's womb and called me by his grace, was pleased to reveal his Son in me so that I might preach to him among the Gentiles, my immediate response was not to consult with any human being. No, I did not go to Jerusalem to see to those who were apostles before I was. But I went to Arabia. Later, I went to Damascus. Then, after 3 years, I went to Jerusalem and was acquainted with Peter and stayed with him for 15 days. I saw none of the other apostles, only James, the brother of the Lord, which we don't have to get into that. That's like a whole other ballgame. And he says, I assure you before God that I am writing you is no lie, that I went to Syria and was personally unknown to the church of Judea that are in Christ. They only heard the report. The man formerly persecuted is now preaching the faith that he once tried to destroy. And they praise God because of me. So as Paul says in Galatians, he absolutely never met any Jesus, and he only spoke to James, the brother of the Lord. But again, that's not him talking about the literal brother. He's talking about a brother in Christ, just like black people use brother or Christians use my brother and sister. That argument is laid out perfectly in a whole chapter in Adam's book on that verse. But do you understand what I'm saying here? Paul never met Jesus according to his own words. So all the people in chat and all the people who say, oh, Amalek doesn't know anything about the Bible. He doesn't know shit. Oh, he's just talking on his ass. No. Your own Bible says this. And I challenge you to find me a verse that shows that Paul met Jesus, or that Paul like in the context of what Pearl was just talking about. She says, like, why would we trust somebody or verify them having like a psychic vision to determine, you know what I mean? Like, that's ridiculous. Why are we believing that? That's retarded. The entirety of Christianity is built on that. You understand how crazy that is? Paul is the one who wrote all these epistles and things like that, more than half the New Testament, and then the Gospels come. And he never met Jesus.
See, I've just learned not to question you because I know you read everything. And I strongly suspect Pearl's audience doesn't know what the fuck they're talking about, which is why I didn't pull up the chat. I didn't pull up the chat. I didn't want to see that shit.
Well, I wanted to see how Christian her audience is, because I'm surprised that she goes as hard as she does. And it's so funny to me that she was saying like, oh, my people say like, oh, you didn't talk to this priest or that priest, or you gotta talk to the right church. It's because her chat's a bunch of Christians who are just like constantly coping and kicking the can around and blame, you know what I mean? Like what we all see, what I see all the time.
Well, you at least have to respect her, I guess, for standing up to them and being like, you will not control my content.
Well, that's why I like people like Nick and Richard and you and all these other people and Adam. Like, being willing to tell your audience like to go fuck yourself, like I do as well, and anyone who's ever disagreed with me knows, like that is important, because otherwise you are going to be like you're like chasing the crowd, if that makes sense, or surfing like the peasant's mind or something like that. Like you're just, it's not what you want to do. Like the purpose of like doing this should not be that.
No, I totally agree. Well,
Cool.
thank you for dropping by. I appreciate it. That was fun.
Yeah, that was fun. I had a good time. And next time there's like a video about Christianity or something like that, we'll go over it.
All right. I guess you can come back. Even though you almost took a black man's side over mine, and don't think I'm going to forget this.
It wasn't his side. It was just like he wasn't explaining himself right. Like he got to like, I don't know.
It's okay. It's okay. You reined it in. That's fine. All right. All right, guys. I will be back tomorrow. Take care, and we'll see you guys soon.